big brain allegations, Gaskin, but I'm bringing you on anyway.
I appreciate the gas, which is definitely not true. Very small brain that I have, but I have fantastic people around me, and we had a great time in EMEA. But now in North America, this is one of my favorite match weeks because we eliminate 3 of the biggest teams that are in a different group, so we get to see who can rise to the top when we don't have those big names stealing away all of those points.
It is funny. It's been a point of reflection in North America as to how stacked Group A is. And now, finally free of that burden, we can see what Group B and C look like to round out the second round robin, because that's what this is, the conclusion of basically the second third of the season. Group B and Group C are going to be playing today, and after this, every team in North America will have played the same amount of match days, so we can really evaluate the standings, let's say, a little bit more honestly than we might otherwise be able to, knowing how everyone is moving into the third and final round robin that will determine who goes to LAN and who does not. So the pressure is on for these squads, and we're actually fortunate to have a little bit of support from our competitive Apex subreddit in contextualizing exactly how much pressure is on each team. It's been a nice thing to observe recently. We got a lot of statistics there, and if you're curious about any of them, I would encourage you to head on over to the Reddit and participate in the conversation. But for right now, we've got a graphic from Xander Commander that actually contextualizes all of the teams here, as well as those not playing, and how far exactly they've got to go in order to make it to LAN. Gaskin, I can't help but laugh when we look at this because it starts off with a pretty ridiculous stat for Falcons. They could actually go negative, which is impossible, and still make it to LAN.
Hey, there's still a way we can take points away from them, right? If they're naughty boys, we slap them on the wrist, we take points away, and somehow they still end up at LAN. That's how good they've been playing so far. But just to give everyone an idea of what this really means, this is, of course, the points that are awarded after the series results are determined. 6 points, for example, is if you finish in 14th place on that match day. So to achieve 6 points per match day, it is very achievable for LG to do that across the rest of their series. It starts to get a little bit scarier, though, if you then look towards the lower end of the leaderboard, and when you start to think about trying to achieve 14, 15, 16 points to try and do that every single match week to catch up with those at the top of the leaderboard.
I do want to highlight before we jump out of these top 10 as well, we've got a quick name change coming in mid-season, or I should say name change, org acquisition. Bleed Esports is the team formerly known as Skidmark, and so we'll be happy to join Bleed Esports. Welcome to Competitive Apex. As we looked a little further down the leaderboards, it seems like Bleed are doing just fine for themselves. These are the teams that have a little bit more pressure on them, although I will say, especially when we're looking at those teams that have only played 3 match days so far, things do get just that little bit easier. As you said, Gaskin, the projected points per match are going to be based on a system that you won't hear us talking about that much on the broadcast today, because it's done entirely off of the series results, so it's not something that we normally calculate. But first place will get you 25 points, and as you said, to score at least 1 point, you're going to need to be in 19th. It is looking, honestly, pretty good for a lot of our teams. Even as we are approaching the end of the season, we aren't quite in what I'd say is a panic mode just yet, but we are getting to the point where the pressure is on. Some teams have stepped up to the pressure quite well. Onset, would you like to highlight one?
Yeah, I think one team that certainly stepped up a little bit in the most recent match day is Team Liquid Alienware, and some of the best group of gentlemen you ever meet. I have so much fun talking to these guys whenever we get to events. I seriously suggest if you're looking for a team to support, the Team Liquid Alienware is where you turn your attention to, because great guys, great players. But I will say, in my opinion, looking at their match days, you have a 4th, which is a pretty solid start, but then they dropped to 11th, but then they regained a little bit of form with a 2nd place in their last outing. And something I want to kind of discuss about Team Liquid Alienware is how important this match day is for them. And the reason being, I feel like when a new meta rolls around, sometimes it takes them a little bit of time, a few weeks of scrims, to find a comfort in not only a composition, but also with what other teams are going to be running, how their composition picks are going to interact with the rest of the teams that are in the lobby. And with that about to happen and being just around the corner with some of the patch notes that we've seen, you've got to keep your eyes on them for today to put a good performance on the board. Now, looking at their last match day, you can see match day 5 here in North America. They got that 2nd place with some fantastic consistency. 2nd, 6th, 8th, 5th, and first. Of course, it's always magical to get that win on the board. It certainly helps you. It means only one game where they were outside of the top 8. It's a real solid return to form for Liquid Alien, where they've been looking extremely good. And their social team as well has been having fun with it, because they've been having fun in game, picking up some good points, and their social team actually had a little bit of a banger that went out on socials recently at the cost and the expense of our good friend RKN. So check this out.
Tunnels around Stormcatcher, even Falcons, who are actually pushing up now to that spot where Oxygen were. It's just all these very constricted points as the punching comes out from Yanya. RKN, please defend yourself.
Well, from the artist formerly known as LG to the new look LG, it has been a season start to remember for the whole team, but most importantly, their IGL suite. I mean, historically, suite's teams have struggled to perform at the start of the season, but they've risen from the ashes at the end of a series or at the end of a season to scrape through and get to where they need to be. Now, Suite and LG have been in fine form this season, and whilst Funk and Sykes are, of course, a vital part of achieving that success, we have to give credit to Sweet for the calls he's been making, from rotations, pushes, and, of course, memorable solo performances to ensure valuable placement points and impressive and, of course, valuable kills for the entire squad. Without them, LG probably wouldn't be in the position that they find themselves in right now. They have been able to find incredible placements of 6th and then 4th and 4th. Now, speaking of kills, Sweet is currently in 6th in the leaderboard for the highest amount of kills in North America, playing one less match than the Falcons roster, may I add, and he actually ties Jen Burton currently with the average kills per game. So with the 4th highest average damage in North America right now, Sweet continues to prove he is one of the best IGLs in the world right now, and continues to prove that he is just such an impressive player on the battlefield, and you can always rely on him to put on a show for us. Dia, I think that Sweet continues to grow. I think he continues to impress, and I wouldn't be surprised if LG continue to do more damage here today in this series.
I would anticipate, nay, demand that LG really have a great performance today, because they are, of course, going to be a team near the top of the leaderboard, but like you're saying, it has occasionally been a bit of a separate journey for them. However, if you're curious about how LG is doing, if you want to check in with them throughout the course of today's matches, let me present you to your new best friend, FACEIT Watch, where you could, of course, catch all the action in the main broadcast, but also bring up player POVs as well as a map perspective. Called this out during EMEA this morning, but you're going to want to have the map up, especially because we, as a, we'll call it commentating trio, do really like to reference and talk about what's going on the map and in the entirety of whether it be World's Edge or Stormpoint quite a bit. You've got a couple of slots available for player perspectives to perhaps keep up with your favorites, but to find out what exactly you are until this moment missing over at FACEIT, you can head over to fce.gg/watchalgs. That's fce.gg/watchalgs. And fortunately, on set, I discovered this, I think it was just last week that it was added. They've actually added a VODs feature, which I found really helpful in going back and reviewing what happened as it happened.
My spare time has been filled, is all I can say with that, because you know me, I love to go back and watch as many VODs as possible, watch as many POVs as possible to learn as much about, you know, what these teams are trying to do on the map. So it's a really good resource, not only if you're a competitive player and you're looking to see how your competitors are approaching the game, but also if you're an aspiring player, right? Look at the decisions that are being made by players, listen to the play calls, and learn a little bit that you can add to your game, not just in rank, but if you go into some scrims and you have aspirations to go all the way as well and become a pro.
One of the things that I've found really helpful, Gaskin, is that yes, you can get a lot of information from how teams plan out their rotates, but you get a lot of that nice, juicy attitude towards other squads when they're actually rotating, when they know exactly what they're doing and nobody's really behind them. That's when they start throwing out a little bit of trash talk, and you get some more personality in the comms.
I'm all for throwing shade at other teams, a little bit of trash talk here and there, trying to assert dominance in any means around the battlefield, whether it be verbally or physically through the virtual side with your weapons. I do think that both regions that we've had today, North America and EMEA, very competitive. People are very passionate as well. And we do have players who have a bit of an ego. People who like to, you know, say, well, this team shouldn't be doing this, or why are they putting themselves in this position, and it creates for some fantastic content. And sometimes the only way you can see that is by going back and watching things from their point of view with those comms. I love it personally.
There's a lot of ways, of course, that you can watch the ALGS, but my favorite way is when it's commentated over by Onset and Gaskin. So I'm going to leave you two to it for match number 1.
Thank you very much, dear. And yeah, hopefully we can get into the games as soon as possible. Dan, just a little refresher, though, for the last time that these two groups went up against each other. We've talked Team Liquid, we've seen Falcons at the top, we've talked LG as well, but it was actually an old name, a team who is synonymous with victory that did come out on top. It was, how's the name go?
Struggling. What are they called?
TSM, that was it. TSM actually managed to take the game day home, and I think it was a very important game day for them as well, right? Because it was a little bit of a confidence builder for a roster that's been through a lot and had to put some pieces together. And I think today they will probably be coming into the games and thinking, hey, we did extremely well last time. Yes, we left it late. If you remember, it was a last desperate kind of dash for some kills in and around Cascade that kind of got them the win and got them over the line. But knowing that you can do it in a lobby where you've played against each other before is a great feeling, and just breeds that confidence that you can do it again.
Yeah, they did go on into the next week when we started to see the addition of Falcons and SSG, and they didn't necessarily put on as dominant a performance. But again, POI draft can come down to it, and with the way Falcons have been playing so far, not really anyone can keep up with the impressive nature of their gameplay. But the fact you highlighted TSM did achieve such success the last time they met up in this group means that it is available to do yet again. They can find the same kind of form as long as they've drafted well, as long as they are confident with the POI that they've ended up with. Then I wouldn't be surprised if TSM are at the top of the leaderboards or somewhere thereabouts. They're definitely going to be in the conversation with the squad that they have in front of them.
And on the flip side, I mean, the team who really struggled the last time that these two groups went up against each other was Moist. They were down right at the bottom of the leaderboards. But we have to remember that there's been a little bit of an exchange of players. Timmy is part of that lineup now, and I've got to say that they've looked pretty good in recent tournaments and scrims that I've been watching. So we'll have to see if not Moist are going to be able to pick up the momentum a little bit towards the back end of this season. And they were one team when we were looking at that average points needed kind of graphic at the start who need to put in some heavy lifting, and it's going to start here today on Storm Point for our first 3 games.
Yeah, Storm Point rather than World's Edge again. I mentioned it during EMEA. That means during the draft, people might prioritize picking a Storm Point POI if they like to get ahead of the competition and they have an early pick here so that they can get a good amount of points and then they feel less pressure going into World's Edge. But as we saw in EMEA, some teams did prefer to instead prioritize World's Edge and perhaps a POI that they are more comfortable with, and were able to chase the pack, because once you know what you need to achieve, you can then play in a very different way. Some people like to have their backs against the wall and be chasing rather than setting a lead and then hoping that you don't throw it away.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this game and how this game day plays out in comparison to what we saw previously, right? Where you go into Storm Point, like you say, some teams like the idea of playing Storm Point in the back end where they can chase down and maybe isolate a few more 3v3s, put a few more bigger kill games on the board. But for now, they're going to have to think about World's Edge and how they're going to have to play maybe a little bit more methodically to get those final points on the board. But here is the POI draft. Dan Gaskin, take us away. This is your moment of shine.
Yeah, so picks 2 and 3 both went with Storm Point. Pick 1 did not. Eternal decided to go with Sky West in World's Edge, which I don't really blame them, considering the dominance we've seen from Sky West and the points that has been achieved, especially if you watched EXO and their performance earlier from Sky West in EMEA. And then we saw the rest of the lobby kind of fill out. Again, a lot of early picks have been on Storm Point. That's, what, 8 of the top 15 have all gone for a Storm Point. 9 of the top 15, excuse me, have all gone for Storm Point. So I'm not really surprised that we are seeing teams say, look, let's try and get an early start here, get good POI on Storm Point, and then we'll look to World's Edge later to just try and scramble those points. Because I do think a lot of people are more comfortable on World's Edge from any POI just because of the amount that has been played on World's Edge. Whereas sometimes Storm Point can be a little bit more tricky to try and get yourself through.
Yeah, as we see the final picks coming in here, one to keep an eye on is C9 at Cenote. Kind of a feel is something that certainly fits their play style a little bit. TSM with a little bit of a rough one down at Devastated Coast. They're going to be hoping for some south zones for sure. And then right at the end there, you can see North Pad. And if I wasn't mistaken, there was a team actually taking Trident as well. Yes, indeed, DSG. So we might see DSG and EEC having a little bit of an early scrap for some of the loot that's going to be going down between those two POIs. So keep your eyes on the North of Storm Point as we start off here.
Yeah, Trident may be selected by Disguised, hoping that no one would take North Pad, but I think that is a difficult assumption to make, especially when there is still 4 teams to pick, and Northpad is going to be better than playing one of the off POIs elsewhere. So it was different in EMEA when we only had 19 teams competing today, so there was that one extra space, and Alliance were able to take advantage of that. Disguised are not going to have the same kind of open space to work with. DevCoast and Echo, I mean, they are not fun. They are not kind of a position you want to be playing from unless you start to see the POI pulling that way. And I will say that FURIA would probably be the better team if that does come up.
It's certainly going to be a little bit of a battle. One of the biggest difficulties that I would say with some of these southern POIs at the moment is that, you know, usually previously we've seen maybe Devastated Coast and Echo HQ being claimed by one team when we had the contests and we had people trying to claim POIs for themselves. But now that you have 3 teams who are all more than happy to fight early on, it means that rotate out of the south side is so difficult, especially if you're going to go through Pylon and Launchpad. We know that if a team hangs around there a little bit, then that extreme height can be very difficult to move throughout the map. So you usually see one of those teams engaging with a little bit, I would say a little bit earlier than they would wish, in comparison to if those POIs is only kind of claimed by 2 teams. Elsewhere, just looking at the stronger ones, you've got Fluffy Aimers up at Lightning Rod. They'll be looking to have a very good Storm Point as well. BOD you've got at the top as well, Zeus Station, and then elsewhere you're looking at Complexity. And I'm interested to see the composition that Complexity played today. If they're going to play something which is a little bit more zone heavy, like we've seen them previously do on Storm Point, where they were playing a little bit of Rampart at the Split 1 playoffs, or if they're going to kind of settle into what we saw from them last time, which is more of the meta composition. It's going to be interesting to see how they play from that central POI.
Yeah, and excuse me, I meant Coastal and Dev Coast as the difficult POIs earlier. Of course, Echo being one of the better POIs to choose because of the amount of circles we have seen heading towards Echo. If it does fall south, then FURIA might be able to benefit from that, but as you also mentioned, rotations out of it becomes a lot more difficult because of TSM and Van taking those 2 POIs. I think the eyes, though, will be on Flat and Oblivion at Mill and Ceto Station. They have been 2 of the most desirable POIs during the draft, if not the most desirable POIs in the draft. Launchpad then taken 3rd. So we'll have to see whether, you know, we're going to see anyone really achieve anything here.
One thing that we should just highlight to everyone, we're just waiting for one more player to connect to the lobby before we can get the games underway. We're not just giving you know, the world's most in-depth talk through of the POI draft and the drop spots. We're just trying to wait for that player to get connected before we can get into game number 1. But Dan, I mean, I want to kind of highlight some of the things that you were talking about, right? And how, you know, you talked about Sweet, you talked about LG, and how they've put in some very, I would say, consistent performances, but it never feels like they're right in there at the mix at the end. And I feel like without Sweet making some of those solo plays this season, the LG season could look a little bit different. It maybe looks like a previous one, and it's ifs and buts, right? And obviously, you know, improvements are made week on week by week. But I think this is a really important one for them, just to kind of solidify not only their position, but their ability to win games in the end game, which is something I need to see a little bit more of, just to make me believe that when you are seeing the likes of Falcons, SSG rejoin these lobbies, that they're going to have the firepower and the decision making to close these games out.
Yeah, it's all well and good us talking about consistency and being impressed at teams with the POI draft, finding consistency from several different POIs, but when we get down to crunch time and when LAN comes around and match point becomes part of the equation, those teams that aren't consistently getting to the end game and finding those victories are suddenly going to fall off and quite quickly find themselves falling behind those who really do find their success over and over again. Because yes, you can scrim, you can practice, you can get into those final circles, you can get to those end games, you can win games in scrims, but tournament play very different, and you need to be getting there consistently so that you can kind of get a read of how other teams are playing in those final zones and just having that confidence to win games as well. The fact that the wins are coming so short and few and far from LG, you've got to imagine that that's going to be a bit frustrating for them, and they ask themselves, well, why aren't we winning as much? What are we doing wrong? And that can knock your confidence a little bit.
Yeah, it's the strive for perfection, right? It's so difficult to achieve. Like, you're doing incredibly well, but you always know that there's one step more you need to go to overcome some of the super teams that we do see performing so well at the moment in North America. In the meantime, we talk about North America, but we have a little bit of community content here for you as well. And we have some global rankings for some of our teams at the moment, which is coming in. So you can take a look at this. And wow, this is a bright graphic, Dan. No surprise, I wouldn't have guessed it. Number 1 at the moment in the global rankings is Team Falcons. You can see this is presented by kppol.com. So a little bit of a collaboration with the competitive Apex Reddit, which we love to see. Second place, Fnatic. Excited to see them hopefully qualify again and see them back at Split 2 to continue a little bit of APAC North domination.
Yeah, I think it's important to start highlighting other regions that maybe we don't see on the North American and EMEA broadcast that we get to commentate, because we are getting closer and closer to finding which teams are going to be playing at playoffs, and then suddenly everything changes. And remember, at Split 1, I mean, it wasn't North America, it wasn't EMEA. They were able to find a victor here, so I am expecting to see other regions not only try and reassert their dominance, but you also are going to see the likes of NA and EMEA try and reclaim said dominance at the top. North America in particular, with Falcons at the moment looking the most likely, but I'm sure EMEA would love to finally get a LAN victory for themselves.
And just while we're waiting for the game to get underway, Dia, if you're there, which I'm pretty sure you are, what's your takeaways from this? Because there's a few names up there that maybe some people who only watch North America, or maybe just watch EMEA and North America combined, maybe a little bit surprised to see.
Yeah, one of the things that is standing out to me, and would have stood out if we'd had a chance to look over the graphic for, again, regions that aren't just NA and EMEA, is Legends Gaming. They did not, I think, have the showing that I had expected from them, that many of the fans would have expected from them at Split 1 playoffs, and it's nice to see them still dominating regionally. As a general trend, we were talking a lot about the meta and the changes with Pathfinder and things like that were going on in EMEA this morning. One of the things that really stood out to me when going back and looking at the compositions, the pathing for other regions, is that APAC South really does not have Catalyst, does not have Pathfinder. Very rarely are you going to see a Caustic. There is almost exclusively Bangalore, Bloodhound, and then Watson or Fuse, in sharp contrast to every other region, Gaskin.
Yeah, I think that regions that are just so different at the moment, with not just compositions, but playstyles as well, and that's what always makes it very exciting when we do get closer to playoffs, because we start to think about how those different metas in each region will affect the overall meta at LAN. And the fact that we were able to see Rejectminity take the previous LAN just suddenly opens up a can of worms of, well, which is the best playstyle? Do North America start to take things from other regions? Do we see EMEA start to maybe show that, you know, a Pathfinder or a Mad Maggie can be the way to go here? And every region is kind of watching one another, saying, all right, well, they're trying this. Maybe we could include that if they find success, but we'll allow them to trial it first before we get into it.
One of the things that we've got a lot to look forward to from, one of the regions we've got a lot to look forward to from, is, as always, APAC North, who of course gave us our most recent LAN winners, but are also giving us a really fascinating look at compositions across the world right now with the way that they run Crypto, Valkyrie, and Watson, just completely changing things. We do, of course, have that to look forward to at international competition, but I do want to thank you guys for sticking with us. We are making sure that all of our players are able to get into the lobby, and well, of course, we want to get your games as fast as possible. It's important that our players are able to play those games on set. I would hate to start off without people actually in the lobby, because we're all here to see the best Apex Legends possible, not just the fastest Apex Legends.
True, especially if you're one of those teams that in the lobby only has 2 players, and the team who's landed the POI next to you sees that, and they're like, it would be rude not to. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff. Yeah, you can say a gentleman's agreement, but we saw that thrown out the window a little bit earlier in EMEA when Exo Clan were caught off guard as a 3-man swung Swinny who was doing trials on his own very, very early in the game. So you got to get the points how you can. But you're completely right. We've got to wait for these players to all get in the lobby. We want to bring you the best games that we can. And hopefully just in a matter of moments, sooner rather than later, we can get into game number 1. So thank you for bearing with us. We'll get there, everyone. Don't worry. Don't panic. We'll get there.
It's happening slowly but surely. This is the faith that we all share. And while we are thinking about the, of course, next couple of games that could happen here in North America, you bring up a very good point on set. Reflecting on our games in EMEA, we're already starting to see teams that are, even if they're not actually contesting, are starting to test the waters with each other a little bit more in the early game, and that's something that I'm really a big fan of, Gaskin, because it means that we are getting a little bit more early action that a lot of people were concerned would be removed by the POI draft. Instead, we're seeing it just in a more calculated, more strategic way.
Yeah, people are starting to get a little bit too comfortable with the fact that they have the entire POI to themselves, so of course they spread themselves thin. You can sometimes see people like so far away from one another as a team because they just assume they are uncontested, they're not going to be pushed early, and people are now taking advantage of that, saying, well, we know that this single player is going to be looting this area because we've also played from that POI, we've spread ourselves, we know who's vulnerable, we can push them, and not only can we get that kill, but we can maybe take a better POI because of it. It is an entirely different way of contesting, but it does mean that there is that chance to go from a bad POI to a good POI if you're brave.
And it really rewards scouting out what other teams are going to do, finding vulnerability, something that, of course, those teams with coaches actually have a really nice edge on. Something else that you have a nice edge on if you are a team with a coach is what's coming in the next patch. We broke this down just a bit on EMEA, but Onset, I want to dive back into things with Bangalore. Of course, the changes to her coming next season are going to really shake up the meta, at least I'd have to imagine, because while the smoke launcher is sticking around, you're still gonna have the same amount of smokes, they're gonna last the same amount of time, they're gonna look more or less the same. Their actual functionality is changing significantly.
It certainly is. And my question is this the most challenging split of Pro League we've had in history? Because you've had one of the biggest changes of all time come in with the POI draft, and then halfway through the split, or just after halfway through the split, maybe 2/3 of the way through, we're having this patch drop, which is going to change the compositions completely, you would imagine, by some of these changes. And like you say, how people interact with the smoke now is going to be changing. I mean, all players that are within the smoke itself will now have a white highlight visible to other players in the smoke within 20 meters. That means no more, if you're a viewer at home or you're a player in the game, no more kind of scratching around inside of that smoke. If you are going to push a smoke and you hear somebody who's trying to reset inside of it, you're going to have information to fight and be able to see exactly what is going on in that smoke. So you can also see the dev note as well. It highlights that the highlight will not be visible from outside of the smoke, which means that all the rotational and sight blocking gameplay is kept intact, but it changes the role of Bangalore a little bit from someone who kind of has a lot of options when it comes to how you use those smokes to a little bit more one-dimensional, in my opinion. And we'll have to see if that's going to affect her pick rate moving forward.
And this might sound a bit crazy, but we do see smokes work this way in other FPS titles as well, where it's more about blocking the visibility from people outside, but you can have a fair fight if you both find yourself within that smoke. And I think a viewer experience is going to be far superior. The players maybe will get a bit frustrated at first because you can't just simply smoke yourself, survive, reset, and people are going to be scared to push into that smoke. No, now people will be more confident to be aggressive if they see that smoke because you have that opportunity to take a fair fight. I kind of like the change, but, you know, we'll have to see how it goes. As Mark said, pro players will have to adapt, and they have been through a lot of changes so far, and it really is a blessing to see how people can make those changes and still find success.
One of the things that I'm going to be very fascinated by with the Bangalore changes is the fact that while the functionality of the smoke is changing, we've also seen a rise in popularity of Bangalore because of the way that it interacts with the inputs in the game. Bangalore smoke for so long has disabled aim assist when you're fighting controller players, and so it's been a very popular way for mouse and keyboard players to take close range fights. Now, I've talked to some of the devs, and from what I've heard, that's staying the same. So you do get more visual clarity in the smoke, but Onset, you now still have this incredibly powerful tool in the hands of mouse and keyboard players to be able to take close range fights.
Hey, it sounds like you're standing on the side of the M&K crowd here, and I'm just saying I'm coming in that smoke with a Havoc, and my clip size, even though it's been reduced, is more than big enough to get the job done.
No!
You don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. If you see me coming and you hear that Havoc charging up, you know you're going to have a problem. But you're quite right. I think it's not just as one-dimensional as now, because you can see someone, you're going to be able to use that control advantage in those short ranges. It's still going to be the same case where M&K players can clutch up in those smokes.
And speaking of, I mean, we've got, of course, M&K players on Bangalore, but for a very long time, the person who's been dealing the big damage is Bloodhound, who comes in off the back of those smokes and is able to see so much. That is now changing. Gaskin, I'm sorry to break it to you like this, but as a Bloodhound player yourself, you're going to have to rely on the tack a whole lot more.
Honestly, I'm kind of relieved because I've played Bloodhound for so long now that I can jump onto a different legend and not feel bad about doing so. But yeah, this is really going to hurt Bloodhound players, as not being able to see your scan through smoke or gas, it restricts and takes away a lot of what Bloodhound offers. Don't get me wrong, there will still be benefits of playing Bloodhound. We've seen pushes, and getting that information is absolutely massive. Any sort of wall hack is always going to be a good thing to have involved with your composition, but removing that fact does mean that the pick rate is probably going to drop drastically. I still think for comfort, we're going to see people go through it, but I don't think necessarily we're going to see as many people find the success here.
And because of the existence of survey beacons, it could very well move people perhaps towards some other recon legends. But that's not the only way in which Bloodhound is getting changed. Of course, with the shifts to Beast of the Hunt, there are also some nice quality of life moves, whether they be nerfs to adjust the power of Bloodhound or just general changes. The fact that now when you hit blue armor, you now get a little bit less ult charge per Raven is offset by the fact that now you can actually pick the perk that gives you more Raven, or rather that gives you more ult charge off of Ravens, and not feel bad about it moving into the end game, which I think is a really nice thing on set. It brings the same macro scan that Bloodhound and the Ravens provide, while still letting you benefit from the ultimate and tactical recharge after Gaskin. I know you are quite passionate about this.
Yeah, my bad. I think I misspoke there, but it's the ult where you can't see in the smoke rather than the scan.
Yeah.
I think that was just me being used to Bloodhound and what I use as my terminology as a Bloodhound player. But I mean, I don't think it's going to be taking Bloodhound out of the meta completely, right? There are still going to be such benefits of using Bloodhound, so I'm not expecting a complete nerf and a complete botch of a legend that no one selects them. But I am going to say that, you know, the wombo combo we've always had of Bloodhound Bangalore, I think it's starting to die, and that's a sad reality because it's been there for so long.
Is it sad? I can't say that I'm going to
It's the
miss
return of the Seer meta, everybody. This is what we're trying to announce right now. We're tiptoeing around it, but Seer is back. Everyone's picking Seer. I don't know, man.
I'm weeping.
Yeah.
It actually, I mean, it kind of could be though. Like Seer.
I'm trying to cast a curse that by saying it loudly before it's happened. Okay, so yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I'll have plenty of copium to disperse on why Seer is not the optimal choice later. But for now, I do want to talk a little bit more about some of the other legends that are getting changed. We've seen an entrance of this legend recently, and Onset, it is only fair that I give this one to you. How much does this actually affect Pathfinder's play rate in either pubs or ALGS?
My boy, he's certainly getting a little bit of a buff and a little bit of a change. And I mean, it's like you can ask me, as I'm obviously someone who's played a lot of hours on Pathfinder, really loves the character and always will. But also, I will be slightly biased in my opinions on Pathfinder, so keep that in mind. But I think one thing to note here, down and away, attack refreshing now on both knocks and assisted knocks is pretty crazy within a 3-second window. That means that if you're contributing to a kill and a knock that comes in, you can grapple in, you can grapple out, and you can be such a nuisance in and around those fights, especially if it's an isolated fight a little bit earlier in the game where there's not other third parties looking around. And you got to remember as well that maybe it might become the ultimate third party character as well towards an end game, because if you see a fight happening, you grapple in, that you have that available, you get that refresh. If you get a knock or you assist a knock in a fight as well, you grapple back out. So Pathfinder is going to become a very strong legend when it comes to picking up KP, both in the early game and those isolated 3v3s, or potentially towards the end game as well.
And one of the nice things about this is that Pathfinder, of course, does like this kind of playstyle, or rather can benefit from it. We've actually brought another legend in line with that. When you've got mobility and you want the opportunity to find refreshes, now that's also available with Revenant. And while Revenant may provide a little bit less team utility, that ability to get in and out of a fight is really where Revenant shines. Now this pick also potentially for those squads that do want to fight and are focused a little bit less on their late game rotates and more on picking off teams that are on the side of the map. Now you can pick up Grim Leaper and really benefit from the ability to reset during an engagement, Gaskin.
I mean, I'm already terrified just looking at the Revenant and Pathfinder changes for any solo modes that are going to continue to be brought into the game and played in Apex, because Revenant and Pathfinder dominate solos and they seem to have got even better. Everyone's going to be jumping on me, so I think I might have to join the crew. I might have to start playing Pathfinder or Rev just to run away from others.
Pathfinder, I will say anyone who plays Revenant in instead of Pathfinder is a low skill player. So just
dang,
there as well.
Dang.
You know what I mean? You got choices, but like your Pathfinder, you got to think about where you're going. If you're Revenant, you hit your ult and then you leap it about, you're a low skill player, okay?
Dang.
Said it here first.
I'm out here preaching like love and peace in the ALGS, and it is just violence all day from onset. Well, I tell you what, we can look forward to a lot more of it as we get into our first couple of games. Thank you so much, everyone, for your patience. We should be dropping onto Storm Point soon.
Okay, let's get into it then, Dan. Good news is I've already isolated some of the community who love playing Revenant, but hopefully I've given a little bit of an uplift to some of the players who have been waiting to play Pathfinder for quite some time. But a lot of changes coming, but those changes won't happen for at least another couple of match days. We'll have to see how today goes, as finally we're kicking things off here in North America on Storm Point for our game number 1.
Yeah, very excited to see who can kind of take the lead here in this series, because we know the teams that have the best POIs, Flat and Oblivion at Mill and Ceto, Not Moist and FURIA at Launchpad and Echo. They will be the 4 teams who, in theory, should be picking up points, but of course we know should does not mean will, and the zones can certainly play a factor in it, as can the other teams in the area and surrounding POIs, who we already saw in EMEA can sometimes make decisions to kind of contest some of these squads at the better POIs.
Well, here we go then. Let's see how today plays out. One team we haven't talked a lot about so far, because there hasn't been a lot to talk about, is DSG, and they've got some work to do today. Really looking like it might be a little bit of a Hail Mary towards the end of the season for them to see if they can qualify, of course, for the Split 2 playoffs. But a lot of change gone on there. We've seen a lot of emotions, of course, in that team. But Bleed Esports, newly signed. It's only right we give them a little bit of airtime here as we see Nox, Shuby, and dropping right in the north side of the map. So they're going to be very happy with their POI pick today, and they should have some pretty good games from here.
Yeah, we're going to need to see a team like DSG finish top 5, probably, maybe top 6 every single time they compete on our screens now for the rest of the season, if they were to get to playoffs. So that is quite a tall order, right? That is consistency at its very finest. So we'll have to see whether that can happen as we take a look at Bleed Esports, previously Skidmark, and no longer we have to make those jokes, and they will no longer stain the lobby. Now, Stormcatcher is where we are going to be heading. Stallions in prime position.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got so close, but I respect you getting one more in. It's only fair, right? It's only fair. Looking at where we are going, though, you're quite right. Stormcatcher looks like it is going to be our POI that's going to be contested for sure. Fluffy Aimers dropping over at Elrod are going to have a pretty good rotate to this as well. Native Gaming, who love to play zone as well. You can see they're already making their move from Command Center as well to kind of scout out what's going to be going down. It's interesting to see what building Stallions actually decide to play. If they're going to stay on the extreme height of Stormcatcher, if they're going to move outwards a little bit and see if they can maybe pick off that building just to the west of where they find themselves right now. But DSG, I was interested in them with Eternal EC, and that's happening over at Northpad at the moment. You can see the Trident drop and the Northpad drop is usually one that one team will go for, but instead we're going to see DSG and Eternal having a little bit of a scrap for this northern side.
We have seen this circle a couple of times, or a very similar one anyway, that does finish north of Stormcatcher, and not necessarily on the building, but it is often the teams that surround and drop at similar areas that do manage to find success in this final circle. But I believe it was Red Rams who actually found a victory in this final circle all the way from Downed Beast. So it is achievable to do if you are one of the teams from further POIs, as we take a look at now Eternal taking a possible fight here.
And let me blow everyone's mind right now, because I'm just asking you, is it McLovin, or is this the part-time DJ MC Lovin that we've never really discussed? Hey, we need to find out.
My God.
Exactly. Anyway, let's see how this goes at the moment. This is DSG on the other side of things as well, who are doing the Prowler's Nest momentarily to get a little bit of Evo and probably a little bit of loot as well. But there is that opening that they're so desperate to find with those Sentinels. Now, Tempr have heard this is going down, by the way. They've moved their way from checkpoint, and this might be a nobody wins situation if everybody isn't careful here.
Yeah, Tempr need to time this correctly, though. They don't want to push in too early and become the focus point of both teams and then just get absolutely shafted. Instead, you need to wait. You need to see damage. You need to see something in the kill feed before you can then get involved. And as soon as Tempr are seen, which they were seen and were spotted and were shot at, Disguised and Eternal will now know that, and then they're going to be reluctant to take the fight as well. So an attempted third party often happens, but sometimes that attempted third party can derail a fight completely.
Well, for now, it looks like everyone's just kind of calmed down a little bit. Apart from the Prowler, of course, one left, solo. Elsewhere, you can see TSM. A little bit of a fight going down here, and this is down towards the southern side of the map, I imagine. And on the other side of it, I think, was Native Gaming, if I wasn't mistaken. So maybe this is a little bit more central than what we thought originally. And it's actually going to be out to the east side on the cliff side. So TSM actually looking to wrap all the way up to the north of where this zone is going for now, towards Elrod and then back down. LG are there at the moment. They've got quite some distance to go, of course, before they do get there, but interesting to see TSM looking to engage that early, or maybe just being a little bit surprised to see Native Gaming, who of course dropped over a command center with a ring console, in that position.
Yeah, I quite like the position from LG, and I thought TSM maybe would try and rotate that way to take it off of them, but if you can be on the northern side of where this circle is going to finish, it does give you a little bit of an advantage, because if it's the end game that I think it is above Stormcatcher, there is a lot of open space and you are very vulnerable when you make your rotation in, and sometimes sliding in from the north can just give you that little bit of extra speed that you might need to survive when you're being focused from teams that have a little bit more cover at Stormcatcher.
Well, enough of Stormcatcher, back to Command Center, which was where Native Gaming found themselves dropping, but they've moved away from there for now, because Flat, they're taking their fight, and this is one of the scariest fighting teams that we do have in the ALGS at the moment. Nobody really wants to fight Flat. Nobody really wants to fight Nano, and they're not going to have to right now, especially if you're an LG fan, but Nano should be res, should be able to get back to his feet, and it looks like this is going to be a pretty convincing looking fight for them. They've already managed to secure 2 of these kills, so with a quick shield swap and a little bit of pressure, this should be an opportunity to clean up the last members of Vanity here and put some more KP on the board.
And if you can win this fight and hold this area just south of Command Center, you are in a really good position to move into the next zone as well, or the zone after next, should I say, because you can hug the wall and you've got quite a little bit of cover and you're not going to have too many angles where you get shot from. So Flat, I think, are in a good spot right now. They don't have to move and they can play there for quite some time. But we do see a few teams that have made their way already onto the Stormcatcher building, as FURIA, moving all the way from the south, are going to be approaching, of course, from the low side here, and they'll need information from the Bloodhound to try and make their push and try and find a spot that's playable.
Yeah, just playing this one safe for the moment. You can see smoking themselves into this tunnel, just making sure that there wasn't a team across from them that's going to be able to do too much damage, and it's not going to be devastating damage. It's just a little tickle with the shields and a little tickle with the white meds as well that's going to be required by Madness to recover here. So FURIA do a pretty good job on this rotate to control this staircase. They will be here for quite some time, you would imagine, with the amount of teams that are already stacked up in Storm Point, and they'll know the timing that they have as well, so they're not going to be challenging anything on the top of Storm Point for quite some time.
I'm really interested to see what happens on the northern side. At the moment, FURIA should be safe and could probably stay here for a while. I don't think they need to be moving just yet, and they may not be able to move because of the amount of teams that have surrounded them. They are probably going to wait for ults and Qs to come through that they can work with to give them that information, but it's Fluffy Aimers and LG both in really good spots as the zone does continue to pull where I thought it was going to above Stormcatcher, so LG in a good position at the moment, but where it usually finishes is just south of that mountain next to Command Center, and that will be an open area that is difficult to hold right now, but someone who takes that space in a good amount of time later in the endgame might be able to find a victory if they can hold it off with a Watson, for example.
Yeah, LG in a really, really good spot here. They've got a lot of rock cover in the place that they find themselves. And the good news for them as well is they will know that to their north is Fluffy Aimers, right? They would have had a little exchange of fire. You can already see they're scouting this out, and they'll know that they have to clear their back. But the fact that Tempr are coming from the north as well, perfect timing from the observers as well, means that LG might have an opportunity here to have Fluffy Aimers taken care of without them really having to do too much. So Fluffy Aimers now from a fantastic position. They've got to be very, very careful, and careful they are not, as Hambino will go down and they'll have to try and stick this res.
No chance to do so. Heard the footsteps, and Tempr are flying in to try and do the rest of the damage. And also, LG watching on means that Fluffy Aimers are not going to be able to get back up to a full 3, and it is going to be the attempt to retreat instead. But sadly, retreating might put them right in the way of LG as well. But look, Tempr don't even want to allow them to leave right now.
Tempr want to try and push this, understandably so, because they recognize the importance of not just the KP, but also clearing the northern side of this zone. And some good damage coming in, and you have to wonder if they're going to be forced to push this or if LG are going to get a knock. And like I mentioned, Sweet is trying to be proactive in this situation. It's a very smart play. Funk pops the ult as well on the Bloodhound to see if he can get some damage as well, but they've also got to be careful of the team shooting them from the top of the POI that's just below them as well. They had a little bit of a line of sight, so a tough situation to find themselves in. And another team that's in a tough situation now is TSM combined with Not Moist. Now, TSM are safe, but the question is, do they know that Not Moist are wrapping behind them? Do they have that information? Well, they certainly do now.
Certainly have got that info, and TSM just need to be careful that they don't make too much noise. Remember, Native Gaming were also in the area. Bleed Esports having an angle on TSM too. So even if you do win this fight, it might not work out for you, but Not Moist have got the opener onto Verhulst.
I mean, it's a brilliant ult coming in from Guild as well. You saw the Motherload goes down and he gets the knock almost immediately. Elsewhere, you can see that Native Gaming are trying to have a little look at this as well. And the longer this fight goes on, Moist have got to be very, very careful to get in a position to pop those med kits and stay safe. They will be safe in that corner. It looks like Native decide that they don't want any part of it and instead are going to wrap back to their position, just making sure that their backs are clear. But Not Moist have done the job, right? They expend all their utility there to get into this position to take it away from TSM. And not only that, they take Verhulst out of the situation as well.
Now I will give Not Moist this eastern side, but there is a lot of work to do from the east to get into the next zone once this one closes. So it might be a good position at the moment, but there needs to be the thought of how and where do we go from here? Because are they aware of Native Gaming that are just a little bit north of them? That's the real question. They'll be trying to get as much info as possible now from this position.
Well, anyone who watched what happened between Timmy and Hal recently will know that this is a dangerous gun with a 3 times on it to have in the hands of Timmy. One of the most ridiculous shots. He's actually hit, I think, 2 of the most ridiculous shots I've seen in quite some time. One was to close the game out, and one was to essentially dance around Hal, and for one of the only times in Hal careers, make him look a little bit silly, but it didn't cost them too much in that game, and Timmy, at the moment, is just trying to play alongside his teammates. They are looking for an opening with that Sentinel, though, and they're going to need to get a little bit of damage, like you say, to move up, because this is a tough move for them to have to make next.
They can at least wait for round 2 to close so that they can gain the ring console information, or the ring information, should I say. They have no ring console, of course. And now they will be aware that they are going to have to move a little bit further, but they would have expected to. I'm sure on looking at the second circle, they wouldn't have thought it was going to happen, as we are going to be continuing to head north of Stormcatcher, perhaps a little bit further north than some might expect. It does put LG into a prime position here, and I think Tempr will also be delighted with that one because they can play that building they find themselves in for quite some time, and it gives them so much extra coverage and should allow them to get to the end game. Their concern at the moment, Tempr, is anyone still north of us? Is anyone going to be arriving late? But the answer probably is no, because Disguised are going to be going around the other way and fighting with Flat instead.
And the only thing that Disguise maybe could do is evac towards them, but it's a risky play in itself, so limited options for DSG. It looks like they might have to fight. And speaking of having to fight, well, Liquid Alienware, one of my teams to watch today, they are taking a fight, and a little bit of damage, a little bit of flesh damage is going to be more than enough of a signal for them to push, and Jaguarez is going to get that first knock, and now you can see he is desperate to find more. These shots are pretty good. Can he clean up a second? Doesn't need to. Teammates are there, board eliminated. That is as clean a fight as you can get coming in from Liquid Alienware.
Yeah, Liquid giving them the huck tour and cleaning it up, and now FURIA on the other side, they didn't try and push in on this one because it was such an easy wipe for Liquid as well. They noticed that there wasn't anything in the kill feed, there wasn't anything that was going to happen that allowed them that opening, and it is the cleanest of wipes for Liquid. They now have this southern side, but getting from south to north is going to be tough because there are so many teams ahead of them here.
You are disgraceful, but just want to throw that out there. But anyway, it's going to be Not Moist who now have to hit this evac. They're going to take a little bit of zone damage, and zone 3 is certainly going to chip away, as you can see. So it's not just a case of finding a place to play here. It's knowing it, landing with a little bit less, maybe HP than you would have expected, but this is a smart play, right? You can see they're going to play for that tree spot. They're landing where Native Gaming were a few moments ago, and they want to try and force them out from this position. This is where they want. They're trying the combo of the evac tower and the fuse ult to get as big an area of information from that ultimate on those scans as they can, and elsewhere, Guild is just firing in as many knuckle clusters as they can. This is an all-in play now from Moist.
Yeah, very all-in, and Rambo and Snipe Down have both gone down. Sadly, this is going to be very difficult to rescue for Native. RKN, the last player to try and escape, unable to do so, and Native Gaming will go down, and it's a sad sight to see. But Not Moist now will hold that position on the eastern side. All the meanwhile, Empire making their move in, as everyone else is really trying to approach from the south here, and all being forced together.
Vanity eliminated as well. C9 taking a lot of damage. I think there's only 1 or 2 players alive still from C9. It's about who wants the kills, and it looks like C9 will be the victims of multiple teams in and around the area as they will be eliminated. So 15 squads now remaining, and everybody at the moment who is on the south side of this zone is thinking, KP, because that zone is shifted up towards where LG and Fluffy Aimers find themselves. Tempr as well in a very, very good position as Complexity and TSM will fall. So nothing for TSM in game number 1. Not really anything for Complexity either as Liquid Alienware start to take over the inside of Stormcatcher here. They are looking for KP.
God, everyone in Stormcatcher, though, is not fun at all, as Yanya's taking so much damage there. Thought he maybe had a clear shot and might be able to just ruin anyone below, but there were other teams, of course, to join in on said damage. And sadly, now they will find themselves as a 2, but everyone here at Stormcatcher is probably going to die before the next circle anyway, as EEC get the kills onto Empire. Suddenly, just like that, we lose 5 teams. We're down to 11 squads, but 5 of those teams are still outside of this circle. Actually, 9 of these teams are still outside of this circle. It is just Fluffy Aimers and LG in the next one, but Tempr are in a good spot to move
here comes
in
a play
on the
from
northern
DSG,
side.
by the way. I mentioned how DSG might try and make a late play onto the northern side of this zone. Well, that's exactly what they have done, and Tempr are going to have to deal with them, and it looks like by getting that first knock, they might be in a position to do so. It's an all-in play. Designful, though, gets a little bit of damage in himself. Znai was trying to follow up on it himself and might be able to, with a 1 clip, give him an opportunity to clutch this. Designful now left on his own. It's a 1v1. He's going to nade this player out. Should be able to get some poke damage and forces them away, but can he reset in time? Is he going to be able to play these knockdowns to get DSG in a position to get healthy?
But you've always got to trust Designful in a 1v1, surely. And he just about gets enough damage to give him the upper hand in this said 1v1. Shields are going to play a big part in it. Again, there's more damage with the Havoc. And Disguised, it was a big, risky play, but they do come out on top. But sadly, there is another team in the area. Liquid Alienware now taking advantage of this one.
Oh, you can see as well, the Designful wanted to port underneath to get the res, and instead, it's just going to be their demise that happens. So DSG will fall, and somehow, Team Liquid Alienware have taken one of the best positions in the entire game from the southern rotate they made themselves on. Not Moist eliminated. FURIA have gone as well as LG, who have been in this spot for the majority of the game, now look for KP on the south side.
Yeah, LG are now just a little bit away from this circle, but of course they can hug that wall and approach the northern side, but now Flat are going to be above them, but it is a good opportunity for KP. As you mentioned, 6 teams remain. Both Eternal, or the remainder of Eternal, and Fluffy Aimers are below LG here, and they should be able to pick it up, and they will pick up another kill, and that means Eternal EC eliminated down to 5 squads. So you've got LG on the southeast side, Fluffy Aimers on the southwest, Stallions, who are pretty much dead center of this zone, by the way. They've slowly gone about their business and found themselves in a pretty good spot. Then Liquid Alienware, I mean, the story for them, they were at Stormcatcher, right? And I was saying anyone at Stormcatcher is really going to struggle, but they took the riskiest of plays, made the move, the evac tower, and they find themselves now in one of the better positions.
So everyone is the 3 outside of Fluffy Aimers, who are a duo in this endgame. Now, it goes back to the question we were asking about LG, right? Can you close out these endgame situations? Can you turn seconds and thirds into wins? Well, they've got to work from a pretty rough position. They've got to go through Flat, who I mentioned, very, very strong fighting team. But Team Liquid Alienware, the form I mentioned is starting to show true in game number 1. They have to move from this spot, but they want to do so much damage. They want to force teams away. Sweet has a little swing as well, but Sweet is going to swing too far, and he'll be the one to go down.
Yeah, Flat were always going to be their biggest concern. The Catwall goes down just to provide a little bit of cover so that Sykes and Funk can try and do something as a duo here. But Flat, they can't really push their advantage right now because they don't want to give up the position they find themselves in. They kind of need to stay here because if they expose themselves, they will be shot by Liquid Alienware. And you can already see the bullets raining down from above here.
Oh, checking the hands of Nano as well. Take a little bit of damage. He's going to have to use that cat wall as well. LG will be eliminated. So it is once again the story of a top 5 not turning into a number 1 for them. Liquid Alienware, though, they have got all red Evos at the moment. They could not be looking stronger, and they are in the most commanding spot in this zone as well. The only thing that can stop them, maybe a fuse ult, maybe a couple of Skynades to force them off of this platform. But with Fluffy Aimers down to 2 and Stallions taking so much damage and Albrelele now going down, surely this is a Team Liquid win.
Team Liquid have everything they could need to win this game, and they are pushing with so much confidence as well, and it is such a clean victory onto the Stallions. So now, Fluffy Aimers in a 2 versus 3. Quite clearly, their backs are against the wall, but that doesn't mean it's done just yet.
You're going to have to hit a big shot here. You're going to have to hope that one of these boxes has a Kraber or something that you can get a 1-hit kill with if you want to even these numbers up. Or maybe you try and isolate one player. But one thing that Team Liquid are so good at is making sure that they all play within the vicinity of each other. However, Yanya, just as I say that, he's playing a little bit of that off angle and with the charged Sentinel, I believe that is being fired from distance. That might be an opportunity to do something special here, but Team Liquid Alienware, let's be real here, right? They have complete control of the zone. Fluffy Aimers are going to have to move first into the open, and this is just surely a matter of time.
Should be. Coming all the way from Barometer South, Liquid Alienware, this is a great rotation for them. It was slightly closer for the Fluffy Aimers from Lightning Rod, so they should have really got to the end game, and they do achieve that, so they'll be happy, but now it's about trying to do what looks like the unachievable here. But Liquid Alienware being very patient, maybe don't have the information that it's a 2, but you imagine the scam would have caught 2. But again, even knowing it's just a 2, you don't have to force this. You can play it patiently. You can be on the back foot for a short while and just say, let's make them come to us.
I mean, Chase Mob is trying to hit a big shot. You can see he's looking for an angle. They're looking to isolate Yanya as much as they can, but then the smoke's going to go in. Then the scans are going to come through as well. And you can see that Yanya wants to get this game done now. He's going to have to take a second just to pop a battery, as the scan is now going to come back. So Ultima has been popped, of course, by Yanya. He wants to push forward, and now they have that information. It's a duo. You don't have to ask Yanya how many kills. He just wants to win the game. Win the game, Team Liquid Alienware do, and that will be their first game on the board. The first one here on Storm Point.
Such a well-played one as well. I'd love to be able to see it, and I will watch it back from the FACEIT point of view with FACEIT Watch, how they got from Stormcatcher all the way up to the northern side there, especially after Yanya took all that damage and went down initially. They got back up and they got to one of the better positions. They're just such an incredible fighting team with red armors as well. I mean, you can tell that they were just outputting so much damage with great pathing to get those evos up.
Yeah, it was a very interesting reset from them as well, because we did see one of the knock came in from the team just before they made that big evac towards, I presume it was an evac towards the north side of that zone. So we'll have to, yeah, it could have been a cannon, could have been something. We'll have to go back and watch that just to catch exactly what happened on that moment. But having got to that position, I think one thing you've got to give them a lot of credit for in those final moments is just how they played the end game, how they managed it, right? They got the knock onto Alb, then they swing in and take the opportunity to clean up that team, knowing it then presents them with probably what in their head is a 3v3, right? And then they play patiently until the scan is available. They smoke them out, realize it's a duo, and then off the back of that, you can see Yanya just swings out, knowing that if he does damage his two teammates, they're going to turn that into a win for him. So very, very impressive game number one from Team Liquid Alienware. And I got to say, it was a very, very well played game from start to finish.
Yeah, they will now have a head start over the rest of the lobby. And, you know, they didn't exactly have the best pick of zone as well, or POI, should I say. They didn't pick Storm Point first. They went for a World's Edge pick to begin with, but they picked at 17th for Countdown, and then it was 24th when they picked Barometer. So, you know, they're not expecting to have crazy days on Storm Point, but I think we've seen Liquid Alienware and this squad perform well from the southern side of Storm Point over and over across the years. So it's about finding a comfortable rotation for them, and God, 13 kills to go alongside it. I think they'll be delighted with it.
Yeah, very, very strong start for Liquid Alien, where a lot of heavy lifting for the day has been done in game number one. Elsewhere, just looking across where the points are, Eternal managed to pick up 8 kills down in 6th position to put them on a total of 11, which is the third highest in the lobby. Fluffy Aimers, as a duo, we will say as well, managed to rescue that game and get themselves into 2nd position. So very, very well played from them. DSG pick up a few KP on their way towards that top 10 finish as well, and Not Moist, pretty much the same story for them. Inside of the top 8, taking that 8th place home with 4 KP alongside it.
Now, on the flip side and on the lower half of the leaderboard, there were still teams who got KP and will still stay with a consistent amount of points to stay in the conversation. Sadly, not the case for the bottom 5, those who were eliminated a little bit earlier. We did catch Native Gaming going down and not really having the opportunity to do anything from their position after the Fuse Ultimate came in. And we'll have to see whether they can recover from that going into the next one. But a fantastic match one to watch. I mean, it's a very difficult zone to play because a lot of open space, not very many buildings to work with, aside from Stormcatcher or the building that is just north of it. And it meant that we had everyone kind of on top of each other, taking that fight, and almost everyone in Stormcatcher fell, except from Liquid, who somehow were able to scarper away.
Yeah, very, very impressive endgame management and reset, I think, coming in from Liquid in that game. Somewhat surprising to see it happen, but happen it did. And from that position, they were able to close the game out. Here's some of the stats from the other 3 players that we do see on Team Liquid Alienware who took the win home in that first game. You've got I would say, kills being led heavily by Jaguarez there. 7 kills for him. Most damage dealt on the team, but I've got to give a shout out to Niazor as well on the Bangalore. Huge amount of assists. And when I see big assists coming out of Bangalore, it always shows that the player is playing bang right, because you're going in, you're doing damage, you're playing your life, and then your two, I would say, more frag-heavy characters are coming in to clean up that damage, the Bloodhound and the Fuse alongside it. So very, very well played. No surprise to see as well Jaguar is with the most damage on Fuse, because you can just fire knuckle clusters at people and essentially inflate your numbers.
The Bangalore I usually play with has a sniper and is staying back. I'm not going to name any names, but you know who you are. That's how you play it. You get in, you get out, exactly like you've said, Mark. And a very impressive game one for Liquid Alienware. And I'm expecting more of the same. They seem confident in the way that they're pushing at the moment. Very well communicated, just judging by how they're targeting things and how patient they were in this final circle as well. When you find out a team is a 2, how many times do you see squads flying towards them to try and get that kill? Famously, I remember last week, Falcons throwing themselves at a fight when they hadn't even reloaded, but Liquid Alienware not making that kind of mistake. Instead, letting the zone do the job, forcing the other team out, and then pushing when the time is right.
And it might have been Pandas actually who got caught off guard here. The first one on Stallions. Yes, indeed it was. You can see he was trying to push up, trying to play that high ground a little bit, but just got taken down. And that was essentially, I would say, complete control of endgame going to Team Liquid in that moment. They clean it up very, very comfortably as well as taking out the final players of Stallions. But I think complete control is right. You know, they never really felt like they were going to make a misstep in those final moments. The way they prioritized the teams around them was absolutely perfect. And then, like I said, you find out it's a duo. Having picked up a lot of KP on your way forward already, you just know damage is all you need to do, and you're gonna claim the win. So a very, very strong game for Team Liquid Alienware in game number 1, Dan, and the perfect continuation, it looks like, of their form from last time we saw them.
Yeah, what I would expect from Liquid Alienware, but now the question is, can they carry on that form, not just through Stormpoint, and World's Edge? But an amazing performance and an incredible match 1 to watch. So that means you should stick around for match number 2, because it's coming right up after this break.
Alienware is the official PC and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ALGS here in North America. I am Dia, joined by Gaskin. And Gaskin, I gotta say, before we get into the game, we've still got a few players who are sorting through some of their connections, trying to connect to the lobby and make sure, of course, that everybody gets the best game of Apex Legends possible. So, while we wait, we do have a bit of time. I want to take a look at the event trailer for Double Take that'll be dropping this Tuesday.
As a medic, your job is to help people.
Need assistance here?
But I know the truth of this world. That death finds a way.
Time to rise and shine, skinbags.
We all kill Kapatid. I just really, really enjoy it.
They're shooting at me.
Getting your shield dance.
Ooh, that's got a kick. I'm here to break the game.
Eyes open! Even in the wind!
know.
Having fun yet? Watch me! Life is meant to die. I know that now. Now hold still, you hear? This might hurt a bit.
Double Take will be dropping this Tuesday with some of the most ominous Lifeline voice messages that I have heard in probably since I started playing this game, Gaskin. But it's not the only thing that's changing. Lifeline isn't just getting darker. The game is, well, shifting some things up. Some of them apply to ALGS. Some are just going to be for, you know, us lads who want to play a few casual games here and there. First and foremost, though, when I'm thinking about the ALGS, I really am thinking about the adjustments that'll be coming to the rings. You can see that in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, and rings with more even distribution throughout the map. Now, there's a 25% chance that each quadrant will get a zone ending, which should do a lot of our teams a lot of favors.
Yeah, the amount of times we'll look into where the zone finishes are and, you know, the statistics on that. I think it was actually Snipedown who tweeted out that we hadn't seen a single final circle in the southwest side, or at least in Thermal Station and surrounding areas anyway, on World's Edge so far in the ALGS. Now, this change should change that with a more even distribution and each quadrant having roughly a 25% chance of finishing. Now, of course, even having a 25% chance doesn't guarantee, because you could still have that theory that 25% chance continuously hit the northern side or the northwest side, but you'd like to think now it will be far more distributed and far more fair for those squads who are trying to compete here in the ALGS. Also, I am very excited for quads. I mean, the amount of times I've been playing as a trio and I've had a fourth player try and say, hey, have you got any room? Have you got any space in your squad? And you have to say, nah, sorry, we've already got 3. We've got a full lobby. Well, finally now, Onset can come and play, and I'm happy that I can have him come and join the game.
That'll be really nice. I mean, frequently, I find myself wanting to try out a few different editions of Legends as well. I remember I saw a tweet just yesterday about how we can now have quadra controller comps and about how you should love and accept those people. And I will say, I mean, I'm probably going to be one of them. You can love or accept me, you cannot, but I will be running Rampart, Caustic, Watson, Catalyst at least a couple of times during the course of this event. We do have the lobby starting up soon, so we'll be jumping in, but I do want to note that, of course, with the Havoc reduction as well, that'll be another important note for the ALGS. Perhaps we see a little bit of a reduction in Havoc pickup rate. Nonetheless, we are moving into match number 2 here on Stormpoint. Team Liquid picking up the very first win, and I guess we'll see where the ring goes next time, because this one was a bit of a rarer end zone, wasn't it, Gaskin?
Yeah, and to do it from Barometer South as well for Team Liquid Alienware is even more impressive here, dear, and I'm expecting them to do more of the same because they just love playing from the south.
That they do. They keep picking south. I don't know why. Like, I mean, we can postulate, but if you want to try and solve some of that yourself, maybe find your own play style. I do have to say, Challenger Circuit, the best place to do it. A lot of our teams here, not just in today's games, but all across the ALGS, do come from Challenger Circuit, and you've got a wonderful opportunity to show off your Apex Legends skills, improve them, and perhaps even play against some of the best in the world by making it to the Pro League, and if you're lucky, lab.
Well, it's just about time as the players are in their respective dropships and dropping to their own POIs now. And thank you for everyone for your patience as the lobby got sorted, but now everyone has arrived to said POIs and they can comfortably start their looting and booting. Or we say comfortably, we have seen a few times that looting is not necessarily as comfortable if you spread yourselves out. Sometimes players who are in different POIs that maybe aren't as successful might try and grief you a little bit, or at least try and steal that POI away from you. It looks like everyone is playing pretty fair though in the early stages from what I can see, and no one is going to be losing their POI in these early stages. But circle-wise, we're going to be heading a little bit further west this time, around Cascade Falls, and Ceto Station is where we're going to be heading.
And a reminder for those of you who might like to observe it, FACEIT Watch has the ability to pull up the map feed and know exactly where the ring is going, whether or not we are mentioning it here. We'll have the opportunity, of course, to demonstrate it on broadcast, as we will be going pretty central, but I'm going to call this... If I were categorizing it, Gaskin, I would put us in the northwestern side of the zone. The fact that this is Cascade Falls, though, does create quite a few nasty chokes, especially if you are coming from the further northwest over by North Pad, where Eternal EC and Disguised are, and even for Tempr and Board. Because of the mountain ranges that lie between here and the likely end over by Cascade Falls, you will have to choose your steps carefully.
Yeah, would you suggest this is the 25% of the Northwest when we get the 25% zones? That's the real question. I guess it really depends on where the circle pulls, because if it were to pull to the west side of Cascade Falls and closer towards Cito, then yeah, probably is going to be that. But then suddenly, if you pull all the way over to the east, you start to say, well, that is very central indeed and tough to split the difference. Now, we have seen circles like this that do pull quite far east on Cascade Falls, so we'll have to see whether it is something more of the same. But at the moment, the early movers, Complexity, Empire, and Tempr, have all committed to the POI of Cascade just so they can hold these buildings and have somewhere to play.
Sorry, I didn't mean to sound so scared there. I was just genuinely terrified for a moment, because Empire, who did get the ring scan in Jurassic, went, oh, we're the only ones, and completely forgot the Complexity, who land Cascade, also know where the zone is and have also picked up a building. It leaves Empire at a little bit of a loss. Not quite sure what building they're going to be able to claim or play for now, but the zipline will do just fine as a temporary stopgap. Looking forward to the next position that Empire gets the chance to play.
There was a team being absolutely melted there and shot by several different squads. It was Flat, but Flat have just been able to survive and get out of dodge. But you can see a lot of teams committing early to this rotate. As expected, we have a lot of zone teams at the moment who want to get early, want to get into a place that they can call home, and then start to think about that zone as it arrives a little bit later. But for those who are on the edge POIs, it's going to be a more difficult scene for them to try and get into this circle. So perhaps they'll be hoping that it does pull away from Cascade, and it does pull a little bit further east, closer towards Command Center.
Empire are playing more of a horror game and less of a battle royale right now, with the way they tried to rotate into Complexity, then had a squad running up behind them almost immediately. I believe it was Oblivion who tried to take height away from them. They are just beset on all sides by a lot of squads that are trying to make their way into center of ring. A big factor in this is the fact that a lot of the surrounding POIs, the closest POIs to this zone, had a ring console spawn at their location. So for example, in FURIA's case, as they're just now passing through Jurassic, the team who was already in Jurassic would have hit the ring console already and found their way into the zone. Now FURIA do not have this benefit. They're going to be having to move a lot slower and likely forced into playing edge, at least until zone 3, if they're able to get a scan and maybe a move ahead.
Yeah, there's a few teams who have now got ring console information a little bit later than others, and I think when you get ring console information that much later, you have to presume you have been beaten to the pulp, and there's going to be a lot of teams already in your way. So you have to look at the kind of outer areas and the different parts of the POI that you might be able to play and you assume haven't been claimed yet, and it could benefit you. As I mentioned, if the zone pulls east, then those late arrivals actually could be in a really good position. Now, from east to west, it's Cloud9 in a scrap.
In a 1v3, Designful goes down. Bit of a mystery as to how he got so separated from the team. The rest of Disguised are sat up by North Pad, and without the use of a support legend, it's possible that they are just playing the rest of this game completely without design. Again, this is something that only FACEIT Watch holds the answers to. What on earth happened with Disguised? I suppose the only way to find out will be through the VODs. For those of you who are not already listening to it, it will also mean, unfortunately for Disguised, that they don't have a whole lot of autonomy in this game. What they could have done, rotate to the south altogether, now get stymied, and instead they're absorbing a push by C9 through the Trident that could catch one or more of them off guard.
Yeah, Cloud9 aware that they've just taken down one member, and knowing who's dropping over here, probably presuming, and because it's a Wraith, and a Wraith is very visible of who it's going to be playing, that legend, Cloud9 say, well, actually, let's try and go find the remaining two, but it does look like Disguised have been able to do a little dipsy doodle and get out of the way of Cloud9 and probably grab the banner of Designful, and it might allow Disguised the chance to get back up to a full 3 here.
Is dipsy doodle the technical term, or is that
It is scientific, actually, I believe.
Yeah,
when
okay.
one avoids one's approach.
I like it, and I like this even more. Getting Designful back into the game was something I'd almost written off as a possibility, but with that, as we said, very technical dipsy doodle. Disguised now have their third back, or rather will have their third back in the next couple of seconds and be able to make their way into the ring. And that's something they've got to do pretty darn fast, because you do not want to be tanking zone forever, especially because you literally can't after the last patch that will eventually just tell you, you really can't do this anymore. You're out of the game.
Well, speaking of zone, the circle is going to continue to move towards a more central part of Cascade Falls, so it's not going to be pulling east. That could have happened, so those who were maybe sitting on the edges of that are not going to be rewarded for it, so like Stallions might have a little bit more work to do. It could still, of course, pull towards the likes of LG, FURIA, Stallions as well, but more likely now is going to be more central for MPIRE, Tempr, and all the teams that really committed to Cascade Falls in the early stages here. But Cloud9 and Disguised, who we watched earlier, arriving from the west. I mean, where do you go? You've got Flat, who are going to be holding that tunnel, so you're going to have to take a straight 3v3 if you want to try and get through. Of course, you do have the option of trying to go over or around with an evac tower, but then you're landing blind. And even though we do see teams land blind quite often because it is a last resort, that is such a risky approach to a circle like this, which you know is going to be heavily occupied.
And you and Onset rightly praised the fighting prowess of a team like Flat, who now occupies this singular choke point. In my opinion, if you are C9, if you are Disguised, who are sitting in checkpoint right now, you've got to go north and fight through one of those choke points instead. And while it may not be a sure bet, it is going to be a much better prospect than, in my opinion, taking a 3v3 up against Flat, where they have a defensive advantage. Fluffy Aimers, not having to deal with any of this, have made their move through Command Center, but Command Center this time free of a ring console, so they're not going to get any extra information for this. If anything, Fluffy Aimers have only a height advantage on those teams that they would descend on in their way to Cascade.
Well, Not Moist have found themselves in the eastern buildings of Cascade. By the way, Cloud9 look to have dropped an evac tower and are making their move into the zone. So it is going to be a blind landing for Cloud9, and I'll keep you updated for where they go. As Not Moist at the moment, they should be fine. They can see other teams that are going to be arriving a little bit later, but they're not going to have eyes on those arriving dead center right now, as Team Liquid are currently in Jurassic Park, and they are hunting Vanity by the looks of it.
That was a nice mother load, slowing Vanity even on the disengage. Should mean that Liquid Alienware get to catch up, finish off some of these kills. Yanya does a tickle of damage with the Havoc, but doesn't actually get the knock. Is going to have to make a wide swing with the rest of the team. Jaguars and Nazul still catching up. Just as everybody groups up together, Liquid Alienware almost got to take a fight up against a reset squad. Vanity could very well be ready for this.
But if Liquid Alienware can win this fight, they will control the south, but Jaguares has just gone down. Now, Liquid Alienware did lose a player in the previous game and still were able to get back up to a full 3. So let's see if they can do it again in a 2 versus 3 here.
No defensive cooldown, no rolling thunder for Nazul. Means that Vanity have the opportunity to press this advantage. The full reset worked in their favor, and Stunny manages to stay alive even as damage gets thrown back in his face. On the attempted reset, looks like he's got just enough cover to pop this shield bat, but Vanity are struggling to close this out. Pushing forward for the thirst on Jaguares. Will they get even more? Jay has to be careful not to overextend. Plays with a nice bit of cover around this tree. Crook starts sandwiching in. But from the distance, the Fluffy Aimers come in for a third party and likely are here to break up the fight. Yanya goes down. Team Liquid Alienware should have one solo escaping, and Vanity will likely have to go the other way.
Yeah, and there's still a chance to pick up placement points for the solo of Liquid Alienware, so it's not all doom and gloom, but they're unlikely to be able to replicate what they just achieved in the previous game of getting back up to a 3 and then going on to win the entire thing with an incredible amount of kills. Instead, they're going to have to just try and rat out, try and survive. There's always the option of going for a little bit of an ambush and picking up the pieces of the 2 teams that are going to be rotating through this area, but it looks like Vanity are going to get there before Fluffy Aimers, and sadly, no chance of an ambush because it is thwarted instantly with the scan.
This doesn't look like a particularly good position to be in. Stunny Still hoping for that last knock. Should be able to do it. The last couple shots from the Hemlock do not connect, but this is just extending the fight for Vanity and extending their position as well. They should be able to pick up the kill on Team Liquid. This final knock, but has it pushed Vanity into an overextension? Bleed are coming up behind them from Lift, and Fluffy Aimers are moving in behind Vanity as well. Perhaps this overchase, or this chase from Vanity, could have been an overchase.
Well, the zone has shifted as TSM are making a late rotation to the eastern side of Cascade Falls, similarly to where we saw Not Moist a little bit earlier, and TSM are above them. A chance to go in for a listen in with TSM then and see how they play this one.
Yeah.
The team should fight. It's like 14th on that side.
It's a few team next to us, so.
Where is that team? I don't see them. Oh, they're on the rock. They're on this
Is there a team in the west building? Did you see that?
On this tree right here.
In the west building?
Yeah.
I'm scanning. I don't know. I'm scanning it right now.
That'd be a better walkout.
I think we play into it. I think we got a lot more kill potential from the start spot.
Mirroring a fight to the south would be good, but I don't know what this building team's gonna do. They might just mirror us as well.
Yeah. Team's looking at us in that broken building. Look for grenades. We need to be able to look for grenades here, boys, right?
Yeah, if we get shot at, we can always run to this building here and just walk in from the left side.
Always drop down here if we have to. Waterfall. Water wheel, I mean.
Pretty calm couple minutes from TSM, just sitting on top, evaluating their options right now. There's not a whole lot of pressure on either of these squatting Cascade Falls operatively yet. There will eventually be the need to move into the next zone, and that's going to force not just teams like TSM and Not Moist, but FURIA and Stallions all out of Cascade Falls.
And actually, there is an opportunity for the teams that are on the north right now, EEC and Native Gaming. If you win this fight and you can avoid the gunfire from LG, as Fluffy Aimers get eliminated, by the way, there is a building to play on the northern side that no one is currently occupying, and it might be the natural position you take after winning said fight. But at the moment, Native Gaming have been forced back by the bang ult. They're going to have to just bide their time here and be careful that they don't get pinched and spotted out by the teams that are on the eastern side of them.
A barrage of utility being thrown out by Native, and it doesn't look like EEC have a whole lot of cover to work with. With Danny down, we're throwing even more. These are not fuses, by the way. These are just raw nades that Native are carrying around. Vanity go down. We're into the top 15, so EEC have a placement point. Somehow they have a reset, but how much longer can they realistically survive here?
I really think this is going to be a key fight for this endgame, because now the zone is shifting a little bit further north. That one kind of area that's available by the cannon is going to be one of the more ideal spots that teams are going to try to play as we get to said endgame, as now they confirm 2 of the kills. The one remaining player from EEC is going to retreat, but Native Gaming now hold this northern side and arguably one of the better spots in the game right now alongside LG.
Since, like you said, now Native have priority on the gravity cannon, one of the few places that will have cover later in the game. It'll be a pivotal area of the map to keep our eyes on, but we've still got to wait for teams from Cascade who could throw a wrench in these plans, especially if you're running Catalyst and you have the opportunity to gap close into where Native are without being shot at by other squads.
So Not Moist, who we checked in a little bit earlier, we're having a scrap against TSM. No one really came out on top, and the fight didn't really happen properly. They're going to now be fighting against Bleed, but they have to be aware that TSM were fighting them earlier, and they might get involved with this engagement as well. And here they come. TSM are going to be above them. TSM are going to get involved, and it's now going to be Bleed and TSM, and we're going to have MPIRE all in the same area.
Everybody's just converging on one singular point on the map, one that isn't even in zone, I might add. Bleed go down, TSM swoop in, cleaning up the rest of Not Moist, but are now eating zone 4 and have very few opportunities to adapt to any other squads that would gatekeep them. MPIRE have already thrown a couple grenades their way. C9 lie in wait along this rotation for TSM, and I'll be honest with you, Gaskin, I do not see TSM coming out of this alive.
Yeah, it's going to be so difficult because they have to make a southern rotation now through 3 different teams. And even if they get through these 3, there are 2 other squads waiting in the building. FURIA also are going to be getting a good amount of damage right now. They are on the far eastern side. It's Native Gaming and LG who are in front of them. And again, if they can push north, if they can take out Native Gaming, they'll be in a great spot as we return to TSM, who do not survive on their journey. And it might be the same situation for MPIRE and potentially Cloud9, who are doing exactly the same thing.
Seems to be true. Bursty doesn't even make it into ring. That last tick taking him out. And instead, it is Complexity, Oblivion, and a couple members of Cloud9 who all coexist in this building. It really only has one level, but just below it, it's got a basement, it's got a roof. Everybody seems to have, at least for now, a little bit of space to play. This whole south side, extremely crowded now, and you and I both know that Native are watching over this, and you got to imagine they're having a great time watching.
Yeah, Native are going to be delighted with how this zone has been going. By the way, Cloud9 even getting into this position earlier with that evac tower just shows that the blind evac was a beneficial one, and they certainly made the right call with it. Disguised, who, you know, they were struggling earlier. Designful went down. It looked like it was all going to be doom and gloom, but they get back up to a full 3. Suddenly they're on red armors, and they find themselves on the southwest. But they are joined by Tempr, and both of those teams, alongside the 3 other, all are going to have to move from this southwest side, where they're going to be watched by LG, watched by Native. You've got to presume that either Native or LG win this game, unless we see something special from one of these southwest squads.
I haven't even seen anyone really move up to and take control of the gravity cannon we talked about earlier yet. Complexity aren't really going to have the opportunity to do it. There's no way to safely cross, and I'm expecting we'll see catalyst walls galore, but with no real way of predicting who will come out on top, who will survive. It'll be up to, I suppose, the Apex Legends gods, the ring, whatever it may be. Whoever or whatever you pray to, now is the time to start doing it if you're in this lobby and trying to make it another 2 spots.
Yeah, try and keep up with this kill feed, because we've got 4 teams all going to be scrapping against one another. Disguise do go down. Cloud9 making their move. NGNL also get eliminated. And suddenly now the ring starts to get involved, as well as the ultimate, as Cloud9 down to 2.
And we're just going to keep losing members. 6 squads left. We're going to make it 5 as Oblivion go down. C9 clean up a few kills, get shield swaps, still have yet to approach the gravity cannon, and Native have finally moved in. Snipe down, gatekeeping everyone, taking out Tempr, taking out C9, and Complexity fall as well, leaving us in the final 3v3. After all of that, Gaskin, it's Native versus LG.
And who'd have thought it with the positions they found themselves in? I said it was going to be a pivotal fight earlier for Native, and now they want to try and push up on this damage. They are swinging onto LG, trying to get that angle, because LG are weak and they have their tails between their legs here.
Sweet's already down, and just like that, with the nice use of a head peek, Native Gaming take one of the cleanest games of Apex Legends imaginable. They were never really at any substantial risk. They never put themselves within 20 meters of another squad. They just sat back, watched the game happen in front of them, picked up a few kills, and walk away with the win.
Well, a great opportunity from Command Center for Native Gaming. I mean, with a zone like that, you always have that opportunity to get into one of the priority positions, but it was about holding out, waiting for a little bit more information, waiting to see where that circle shifts to, and the big fight they won on the northern side to give them one of the more commanding spaces from Command Center. They are going to be now delighted with that victory, and a victory that I think they needed, right? A little bit of a confidence booster. They've been through a lot, have Native Gaming. The pick up of Snipe Down, of course, a very legendary player in any FPS title, and the expectation from many of his fans probably to be on a top roster. Well, now Native Gaming, they get a victory, and I'm sure they're going to be thinking, all right, well, this could be the start of the momentum we so desperately needed.
And we're seeing a lot of experience here as well. When we think about the pivotal fight that you mentioned during the mid-game, EEC versus Native, the very fact that Native are the ones to come out on top of that in large part has to do with the fact that EEC didn't fight for it. It takes a lot of experience, a lot of gameplay, a lot of really watching games of Apex Legends to understand that from where Native are at, where EEC were, that you can win the game, even if it looks deceptively like you have very little cover. And so to see the way that that 3v3 went down and the way that it was transferred into the rest of the game really does speak to the experience that I'm seeing collected on the Native roster.
Yeah, and we are seeing also the benefit of being a zone-heavy team and getting into one of these positions earlier and predicting where that zone's going to be going. LG held that building for so long, and it rewarded them with a guaranteed top 2, essentially, because there were so many teams that were arriving from the southwest in the end, and they were able to pick up KP from their position as well, and I'm sure Native Gaming, plenty to work with. So both these teams are going to be pretty happy. More so, Native Gaming, 21 points on the board to shoot them up the leaderboard and start to catch the likes of Liquid Alienware.
And this is just game 2. I mean, Native Gaming could take off in this series if they want to, if they can keep this up operatively, of course. C9 coming just behind with 10 points, but Tempr, after picking up a lot of kills in the mass exodus from south of Cascade, actually come out looking pretty good as well. A very important match day for Tempr, who are a team that do struggle, or rather have struggled in the last split, have gotten a little bit better this split in keeping themselves off the bottom of the leaderboard, but coming up from Challenger Circuit have been, I'll say, working on themselves, and this is a very clear reward for that effort.
Being rewarded by putting in the time, putting in the effort, and that's all you can do really as a team, is making sure you're working toward a larger goal. Now, the second half of the table, as always, will feature the teams who struggled a little bit in that game, and always tough when a circle shifts away from you if you had predicted that it was maybe going to be moving a little bit further east, but certainly those who committed to the early Cascade Falls push were rewarded for it. We saw TSM have a bit of a struggle on that eastern side after arriving a little bit later. Not Moist also doing the same thing, arrived a little bit too late to the party, and sadly there were just too many players there to try and find any sort of chance of getting into the zone and finding a victory.
Many of our teams getting caught up in the fight for Jurassic as well. We've got a lot to look forward to for these teams maybe finding their way back, and of course for the overall leaderboards that we'll be demonstrating after the break. So get a drink of water, everyone. Get ready, because game number 3 is coming at you right after this.
Herman Miller is the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Welcome back, everybody. 2 games done and 1 more to go here on Storm Point. Before we change up the scenery a little bit and head over to World's Edge, Native Gaming get the win in a perfect example of how to play Zone Down. A really expertly executed game from them to take home the win.
Yeah, very clear decisions that were made from them, and very important fights that were won on that northern side, and they didn't overextend at any point and kind of get caught out, one of them pushing when the rest of the team maybe wasn't expecting it. You can tell they were all on the same page, and they get a very much needed win, I would say, for a squad who has maybe not found the success that they would have liked, and they've been through a lot with all the changes, but perhaps this could be turning a new page for Native Gaming and Native Gaming fans. Now, there was teams like Cloud9, by the way, who had very difficult rotations and still got into that final circle, but it was always going to be LG versus Native Gaming in that final circle, and sadly for LG, they just took so much damage when they got into that final 3 versus 3. And Native Gaming, what they did so well is they pushed their advantage as soon as possible. Naturally aggressive players who know when to be pressing, know when to be pushing up, and they were able to be rewarded with it.
Well, here's the series results. This is how things look after 2 games. No surprise to see the 2 top teams in the way that they are, in arguably the top 3 teams after the win that we saw coming from Native Gaming. LG been inside of that top 5 for the first 2 games, 10 KP to go alongside it. Liquid Alienware with their big win in game number 1, still holding on to the top spot. But as we keep saying, not a huge amount of daylight, although it does look like a little bit of a gap could open up. If LG or Liquid Alienware have a good game in this game number 3 down, they could separate themselves from the pack just a little bit.
Yeah, I think with the early elimination of Liquid Alienware, or at least the early kill of 2 of the players, so it was just ratting out for the remainder, it made sure that other teams started to catch up. But we do know that Liquid Alienware are capable of big games, and I think that everyone else in the lobby needs to be aware of it. We haven't necessarily seen like a huge game from LG as of yet, but we also know that that could be on the horizon for them, because if they haven't found one, surely one is still yet to come, and that could just create a gap for them at the top of the leaderboard as well.
Yeah, interesting to see that end game as well. You saw that LG just didn't have really... They tried to kind of make themselves a little bit bigger, tried to play one of the head glitches. The only problem was that there were some really good shots coming in from Rambo that were kind of pinning Funk and Sykes back, and Sweet just gets a little bit isolated due to essentially the good work that came in for Rambo up on that high ground. So a shout out to him for just making sure that he didn't take his eyes and his reticle off of those 2 players, kept them pinned behind that tree with nowhere else to go, and then they just isolated that one player. Sweet managed to take him down, and the rest is very, very simple for a team that has so much experience. At the other end of the table, you can see a little bit of a slow start for the likes of Bleed Esports, TSM, FURIA, and Complexity. You could probably throw Not Moist into that conversation as well, but still 4 games to go here. And as we've learned from watching the last couple of weeks of the ALGS, that there's a lot of Apex to play, which means there's a lot of switching of those places still to come.
Yeah, and with no like clear leader at the moment, with no one getting like double victories or 2 big games, it means that 1 large game for you can send you right up to the top of the leaderboard. A victory like we saw from ExoClan, for example, from Skyhook West in EMEA earlier on today, could send you to literally number 1 place no matter where you are in the leaderboard right now. So that's how close it really is. And yes, the gap will start to be created as we get further into probably game 4, game 5. But at the moment, it is still anyone's game. Even for Board, who have yet to get a point, you know, it still is mathematically possible for them to win the entire thing today, albeit not likely with how they've been playing so far. But they've been caught out on a few tough rotations, and maybe they can find a better chance going into the next games.
I do like 1 large game, by the way.
One large game.
I was thinking it could be chanted in the same way. You know, we have match point and like someone clutches and we get another game. The whole crowd usually chants, 1 more game, 1 more game. I was trying to see if 1 large game fits into that. And honestly, it doesn't really do it. Like, it sounds a bit weird to try and force that in there. But hey, the ALGS crowd's always very creative, and we're going to have to see what they come up with next time when we get to the split 2 playoffs. But we've got to get there first. So we've got to find out what teams, of course, are going to be joining us as well before we head back into Storm Point. And we've had I would say a north central zone so far. We've also had one that was fairly central as well, I would say, in that end game as well. No kind of extreme edge POIs have been a part of that end game yet, which has made it pretty tough for the southern teams to really get some points on the board. Apart from, of course, if you're Liquid Alienware, who just rewrote the rulebook a little bit in that game number 1.
Yeah, it's been rewarding some of the central zone teams who have been picking those POIs, and those POIs get picked for a reason, because you are more likely to be able to get to said final circle with the possibility of them pulling to the middle of the map. But yeah, Liquid Alienware are the ones who change it. They're the ones who can be a little bit different, and they're the ones who have been able to pull off a victory here.
Yeah, very, very good stuff from the teams at the top at the moment. Still not that win on the board for LG, although we are being hypercritical, of course. We want to see if they can close out a few more of these games, these end games that they get to, and they haven't managed to quite get over the line, even though 2 pretty good opportunities presented themselves. But again, very happy with the points they've got on the board at the moment. They've done a really, really good job of navigating to some of these end zones and performing well with some kills alongside it as well to put them in that second place at the moment. But elsewhere, I'm looking at, like we say, the other end of the leaderboards. It seems like, you know, a couple of teams struggling to find a little bit of momentum here. And if you're wondering, by the way, why we're just taking a little bit of time to get into the game, as always, we want to get into the game just as much as you do. We're having some ongoing EA server issues at the moment, so we're delaying. We have a little bit of a delay of gameplay at the moment. We apologize, and we'll get into the action as soon as we can. So just bear with us, everyone. But yeah, I think there's a couple of teams who are probably looking forward to the back end of Storm Point now and getting onto World's Edge, where we do see some teams sort of come back to life a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Eternal, who picked Sky West first, for example, they ended up with Northpad as their selection, and Northpad being selected when you've already seen Trident be taken a little bit earlier, with Down Beast being taken as well. It means that you are not going to have very much space to be able to play, and we know that Northpad maybe is not the more desirable POI for terms of loot and for rotations. You're only really going to benefit if you see a hard pull to that launch to that pad, and sadly we've not seen it as of yet, so it's been a really tough time for them. But at the same time, when they get over to World's Edge, they are in arguably the best POI, and that's what POI draft offers us. It means that you'll get teams who are very good on one map and maybe not very good on the other, or you've got the current teams who are leading the charge who have got those middle points, two like okay POIs. I don't know about you, but if I was involved with the POI draft, of course, it is randomly selected each time, and you, on average, will pick similarly as everyone else does throughout the entire season. But I would like the ones where I get to pick, like, in 19th and 22nd, for example. I'd like to have two good ones. It actually reminds me of Settlers of Catan. If you've ever played the board game Settlers of Catan and you choose your starting locations, I like to pick 4th and 5th, just so I can make sure I'm in a good spot.
Never played that game, never will.
Some people would have, though. That's what's
I play
important.
Apex Legends, that's what I do. But anyway, speaking of Apex Legends, let's have a look at the overall leaderboards for the season at the moment to see essentially where we are, right? Because we kind of get caught up in the match days, we get caught up in the games that are going on. A lot of stats, a lot of numbers get flying around, but this is essentially qualification, right? If you finish inside certain spots here, you go in a land. That's a simple way to put it. So Team Falcons at the top, we understand that they have completely separated themselves from the rest of the pack thanks to a whirlwind of the last 3 games that we saw from them the last time that we saw them in the ALGS and their match day. Absolutely ridiculous stuff they were meant to pull off to essentially save their day and then win the day. It felt like they were dead and buried at one point, and then all of a sudden, I was going to say like a falcon rising from the ashes. It works. They managed to put enough points on the board to claim first. In behind them is going to be SSG, although there is, of course, a little bit of a gap for them as well. NRG with a good performance so far, good consistency from them. Good to see them coming back to form as well, I will say, in 3rd place. LG just behind them and having a pretty good day of it so far as well. And it's interesting to see you got 3 teams behind them, Dan, tied on 46 points. So extremely tight. And when we get down to those final weeks, it is going to be very, very nerve-wracking for some of these teams when it comes to qualification for Split 2 playoffs.
I will say at the moment, both Falcons and TSM going to playoffs, and you spoke about the crowd earlier. I am very curious, but no, Falcons and TSM. Like they're both going to playoffs right now with the position they find themselves in. But like, I'm very curious. You mentioned the crowd. Do we get a TSM heavy crowd still, or do we get a Falcons heavy crowd now because of the Imperial Hell fans? There is going to be a really interesting dynamic when we get to playoffs and when we start to look at these teams and where that fan base lies. But yes, of course, SSG also in 2nd place on 61 points. They should be guaranteed LAN. I mean, it isn't guaranteed because they could still come dead last in every single match week now, but with the way they've been performing so far, they just need an average of like top 16 every single time we see them compete, and they should be there, compete to get LAN. And we know that Space Station have a very hardcore fan base as well.
Yeah, they do. One of the best in the business. And speaking of best in the business, one team who's looking to separate themselves at the moment from that pack, 4th to 6th with 46 points, is Liquid Alienware. And they've had a pretty good day of it so far today. Of course, everyone here at the moment has played 4 series, but this is some of the highlights of what we've seen so far from Liquid Alienware. And when you look at a team who's like trying to build on confidence and looks confident, a first game of the day where you play like this and every fight you take, all of a sudden you're winning it. You get a good reset as well a little bit later in the game, which keeps you as a 3. You feel like you're on top of the world, right? There's nothing you can do wrong. And I feel like this game for a team like Liquid Alienware, who thrive off momentum, thrive off of winning big team fights, is so important for them to get, especially, you know, at any point in the day. But if you can get it early on, it just means that everything else just feels a little bit more comfortable.
And I really do have to watch this game back as well, because we saw Yanya go down there as Stormcatcher, and then suddenly the next time you see them, they're on the northern side of the zone. They have one of the best positions, and they either, as we assume, cannoned or took an evac tower. And yes, it would have been pretty blind, it would have been pretty risky, but they were rewarded for said risk because they're a team who can confidently take a 3v3 fight. Some teams would not have made that play because they thought, look, if we're landing and there's a team already up there, we probably are in a detrimental position and we might struggle. I think Liquid Alienware, they say, screw it. We believe that we can take on any fight. They are such an incredible fighting team to watch. And I love watching their gameplay with how well they push together and really just all being synced with the idea of how to play Apex Legends.
One, you mentioned, you know, Team Liquid Alienware looked very synced together, looked very confident, looked like they're playing for each other. Well, you could argue on the other side of that, there's been a team who's kind of been struggling with that in recent times. We mentioned a little bit of a team change. Timmy's gone out and Zeritriki's come in, and There's been some really emotional moments from Designful as well, really, putting himself out there a little bit, saying and explaining a lot of the stuff that he's gone through. And DSG, I feel like today, maybe that there's a little bit of confidence coming back. Maybe we haven't seen the big games from them. Maybe we haven't seen the huge wins, but at least they're consistently putting a few points on the board every game at the moment. And it's not getting to game 6 where it's like, well, we need to win in order to have a good game day. And I think one of the reasons for that is, some of the plays that Designful has made today. We've actually got a little clip from what we saw earlier. So let's take a look. So this is I think it was a 1v3 actually that actually ended up happening here down in this situation. This was against, I think it was Tempr, who were up here at the top side of where the zone was going. And Designful leaves himself in a 1v1. And when we were casting this, you said you always fancy Designful in a 1v1. And you were right.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's just one of those players, isn't he? I tell you what, it says a lot. If a player is playing Wraith in a competitive lobby, there's a reason why they are playing Wraith, and it is for comfort. It is for a genuine belief that Wraith can be the difference maker, not necessarily for the team, but for you as an individual. Now, I have questioned the Wraith pick quite a few times, to be fair. I don't know how much it offers to a team. I think it is very niche scenarios where the Wraith benefits the team, but as an individual, there are way more benefits. There are a lot of scenarios where it can pay off, and I think having that ability to be able to queue out and maybe having that in your back pocket and maybe the ability to get the portal down to save teammates as well just gives you a little bit more confidence in an engagement because you have that escape route. And Designful confidently faced that 1v1, well, 1v2 it was in the end, and he was rewarded for it. Sadly, they got third-partied in the end, but for Disguised, I mean, it's a difficult journey for them. They're going to need an average of, 14, 15 points every single match week that we see them compete in now. So they're going to need to finish 5th or 6th every time they play. And that is a consistent value that can be achieved, but is not an easily achievable one.
It's not easily achievable. When you say it like that, it sounds almost a little bit more realistic. It's not like they're going to go into every match day thinking, oh, we need to come 1st or 2nd or it's over, right? I mean, there's still a chance. It's a thin chance. It's a slim chance. It's a kind of grasping at straws a little bit kind of conversation. But at the same time, it's for a team like, with the experience that we've seen, what they've done at LANs, how they've left it late and still managed to qualify sometimes, there's still an opportunity for them to do so. And I think that no one's going to know that more than them. I think it's a lot of pressure on their shoulders, maybe for every single game day that's coming up. But also I think one thing that might actually help them, as crazy as it sounds, is like, if you say you need to get 5th and 6th every single week and there's 5-6 weeks left or 5-6 match days, then you're like, oh, that's a big ask. But the fact that match days are kind of slipping away, it's like, okay, it's all or nothing. Like if we get 5th or 6th today, then we've only got to do it a couple more times. And we are in a position where maybe we qualify for LAN. So when you start to have those conversations and kind of reframe, move the goalpost slightly to something that feels and sounds a little bit more achievable, then who knows? DSG, they've left it late before. There might be an opportunity for them to leave it as late as possible. How many times have we seen it, right? We think we've got the spots wrapped up, and then NRG would come out of nowhere in the last 2 game days, and all of a sudden they'd be in qualification spots that they didn't look like they were going to do. I mean, it's really not done till it's done, especially with how close the leaderboards have been in every single match day we've seen so far, outside of Falcons, I will say.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the stars can align for, any battle royale, any element of RNG that's going to be involved, whether that is zone pools, whether that is ring consoles, whether that's survey beacons, and sometimes things will be out of your hand and you might find yourself a little bit behind, but there will be those days where everything just falls into place. And if you can take advantage of that, and if you can have a pop-off match week, it will really help your chances of getting to LAN. You might not have had the consistency, you might have had all things go against you, but then you need to make it count when things do start to go your way. And I think that goes back to my point about POI draft. You will have weeks where you get pretty rough POIs, ones you're not really happy with, ones maybe you haven't practiced with, and you're not going to get the points that you would expect. But then when you do get that day where you get exact POIs that you have desired all tournament long, then you have to make it count. Then you have to be at the top of the leaderboards to say, all right, this was our moment and we took it.
Well, here we go. This is what we got to come, and this is what has already happened. Of course, match number 1 was Liquid Alienwares. Match number 2 went to Native Gaming, and now hopefully we can head towards the next match of Storm Point as soon as we can. Before we change the scenery a little bit and head over to World's Edge for our last 3. Again, we're just trying to make sure that everyone is connected in the lobby. Everybody, we apologize for the little delay that's going on right now. We're doing our best, and I'm sure that everyone behind the scenes is doing their best as well. And they have done their best. That's all I can say, because it looks like we've got some gameplay coming your way. Thank you so much, of course, everyone at home who's watching at the moment for bearing with us. But good news, we've got match number 3 live by the looks of things.
Good news, everyone! There is a match that is being loaded on our screens. And yeah, I just want to reiterate what Mark's saying. Thank you for bearing with us. Thank you for listening to us. But as always, we enjoy wagging our chins and having a little conversation. And I hope that you guys weren't too bored listening to what we had to say. But now, match number 3 is an important one because it is the last time we're going to see Storm Point for these teams competing today. So those who do have the good POIs, the likes of Flat, the likes of Oblivion, Not Moist, and Furia, can they make it count and put themselves in a good position before they go into arguably worse POIs on World's Edge?
Well, let's find out what's going to happen, everybody. Let's see where this zone is going to be going first, and let's see if we do continue that little scuffle that's been going on at the north side of the map as well. We might have a little bit of reduction on what we can see, but we're going to do our best to tell the story anyway. Native Gaming, the winners of our previous game, will of course be feeling extremely confident and would have had a little bit of time to bask in the glory of what just happened as well, which is, it's always good when you've just won a game. Yeah, if there's a little bit of a delay, you know, you're just like, okay, cool, we're feeling good. Like, we'll get the game going whenever you want. If you're maybe in the bottom 20, it's a little bit too much time to think about what went wrong, because there was probably quite a lot.
Now, for Native Gaming to guarantee themselves at LAN based off the numbers that were put on the competitive subreddit by Xander Commander, they would have to get around, I think, 7th place every single time we see them compete now from this point. Again, sounds achievable. Sounds
very
doable. It's been a while since we've seen Snipe down at a LAN, so I think that it would be great to see a kind of return to former glory if he is able to help Native Gaming do that, but there is still a long road ahead of them.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well. I say how, you know, you only got to think you've got X amount of match days left and you get one good placement here, then you think, oh, we've only got to do it a couple more times, but you still got to do it a couple more times, and everyone is going to be thinking the same thing, right? Everyone's going to be thinking that a couple of good game days and we can qualify for LAN, and I do feel like the last day of action is going to be one of the wildest we've seen in quite some time, as here comes Lou, one of the kill leaders in the ALGS in North America at the moment, picking up another one as Empire and Bursty, unfortunately, fall proud to the Prowler and the Burst Fire that's coming out of Lou.
That's what we need to see from Complexity. We need to see them kind of find a bit of a better game with a bit more aggression, because we did see them get to the end game once, but no kills alongside it, right? It can be one of those games where you find yourself in what you think is a good position, then the zone pulls away and you haven't necessarily found any kills and you just flutter out of the lobby. So I don't blame them for being a little bit more aggressive, looking to try and pick up some kills a little bit earlier in this game. We'll have to see whether they come through.
Well, just looking at the zone at the moment, looks like it might be a barometer zone from just based upon where everybody is flying into at the moment. Maybe a little bit to the west of it, maybe a little bit to the northwest of it. Maybe where these buildings that we see ourselves being looked at by NGNL is where we will have our end game. Unfortunately, we don't have our map feed right now, so we'll get confirmation of that as soon as we can for you. But elsewhere, it is going to be a continuation of this little poke battle, and Designful is going to poke. He's got a turbo on that Havoc as well, but wasn't quite in position to get that knock.
Not quite, but at least Disguised are at least going to be in a position where they're not going to be sent on, so that's one of the benefits of having the Wraith and having the portal available to you as well. Zen does have the Bloodhound Ultimate if they want to use it, and look, with the portal now coming in, DSG are closing this gap to EEC.
Elsewhere, by the way, I did see that Native were involved in a little bit of a fight as well against Flat, and it looks like they got 2 knocks, so Flat down to 1. And probably trying to escape from that fight, as are, of course, the team on the other side of this fight that we're seeing right now. This guy's trying to chase them down at the moment. It's easy on the other side, but they can't quite get into a position to do some effective damage. You can see Designful, he's put the Sentinel away for now, and he's picked up the Wingman. Elsewhere, back to Native Gaming, as Rambo will fall, and it looks like a continuation of this fight. Finally, Flat will be eliminated, but that might be the end of the game, as Native Gaming do get third-partied by Oblivion. That's going to be our winners of game number 2, out very, very early in game number 3.
Well, it seems to be a curse at the moment. You win the game and then you get pushed early on and lose an engagement. The same happened to Liquid, so Native will not be able to replicate their success, but it means it will open the door for potentially someone else to find a good amount of points here to start to catch up the rest of the lobby, unless, of course, we see the likes of Liquid Alienware or LG get the points again. But it does mean now Eternal are going to be able to approach from the north here, and as long as there's no one waiting for them in the choke choke point, which, by the way, I'm just as blind as they are now. I think you've got to assume, right, that there's always going to be someone waiting around the corner, and that's when the Bloodhound really comes into play.
Well, we're going to do our best for you. Of course, we don't have our map overhead right now, so we're going to just rely on the observers to kind of guide us through what we're seeing right now. And it's going to be EEC moving up away again from the skies to they're taking their time over at North Pad at the moment. Hit a little bit of ring console information to give themselves a better picture of where this zone is going to be going. And yes, indeed, we do indeed know now that it is going to be a zone between Barometer and Cito. This might be one similar to what we saw a little bit earlier, but slightly more south, you would imagine. Maybe finishing around, like we mentioned, those two buildings that are just kind of in North Barometer, kind of slightly separated from the rest of the POI. And you can see who's there at the moment. C9, they're there. Liquid Alienware, great position for them as well. FURIA just on the edge trying to hold out board. And Complexity kind of just playing between Jurassic and the Cito side of things at the moment on the fence line. So a lot of teams already taken, I would say, the priority buildings at the moment. Elsewhere, though, I think with those buildings being taken, there's not a huge amount of playable space, which is why you're seeing teams just spreading themselves out a little bit and kind of playing gatekeepers, so to speak, on the teams that are arriving late.
I think we saw this exact zone in APAC North, and it was a heavy Barometer zone. It actually pulled south, if not southeast of Barometer as well. So we're going to see a lot of teams, when they have ring console information, commit to Barometer. Remember, Team Liquid landing at Barometer as well, so they'll have a really good opportunity to potentially go on and win this game as LG. Third place at the moment. And we'll have to see whether they can continue their form and perhaps pick up something. But at the moment, making their way through Jurassic. We might see some teams try and commit to Jurassic, but I think that if they have done their research, done their studies, I think Barometer is a safer place to commit to if you're going to play zone.
Complexity looking to hold them out as well. They're the team who are on the other side of the fence line, like we mentioned earlier, just putting some shots onto LG, just trying to keep them in check for now, but going to take a few seconds for them to reset themselves as they take a few bullets just from the buildings on the outskirts of Barometer that you can see Monsoon is staring at right now. So where the zone is going to be going, you're going to see that Complexity are going to have to move away from this position they find themselves in right now. And I think this is going to be the difficulty, right? This is going to be one of these games where I think you'll have maybe 6 or 7 teams inside of the I would say the next zone or two once it starts to move away from Barometer. And then you're going to see the lobby really start to just essentially just disintegrate as teams all realize that getting into the zone is very, very difficult to do, and it's going to be playing for KP that's going to bring you some placement points on top of that.
I like this position from board. The zone could be pulling all the way down to them. The building that they had pinged, by the way, is pretty much directly next to where the zone finished in APAC North. So board, Cloud9, Empire, all in really good spots for where this is potentially pulling, and with that confirmation of where the zone's going, it's looking almost identical to what we did see in APAC North. There is still an opportunity it could shift a little bit further west, so you do have to be careful of that in the kind of watery areas, and teams will maybe have that in mind, but I think Barometer still a very safe bet for some of those buildings on the south side.
Well, Tempr kind of skirting around the edges at the moment and trying to find their way in. They're going to be safe inside of this building, of course, but, you know, what's their rotate going to be after that? Another team who's probably asking what's our rotate now is going to be DSG, as you saw them wrapping through the zone a few moments ago, trying to see if they could force their way towards Godrock or maybe in that way, but team was already holding them out. Elsewhere, as we see teams moving from Jurassic towards Barometer a little bit more. TSM, 18 squads still remaining, so only the 2 teams out of the lobby so far. And TSM, even though they are safe for now, when their zone closes in 20 seconds and they maybe get that information on where the zone is going, they know they're going to have to make some plays.
Play's going to have to be made, and maybe it could be made with some aggression here. That scan does maybe isolate one of these players. TSM don't want to commit. That's a very smart push, by the way, from Zap. So many players would have just full-on sent it there to try and do something, but they wait, they're patient, they get into the right position, but they still can't quite find the damage.
Yeah, tried to wall off one of those players as well, and it's a smart idea. Bango is doing so much damage, by the way, from TSM. They just can't get the knock, and that's got to be so frustrating for them. As you can see, just 2 batteries going to be popped. TSM now going to try and re-engage themselves. Zapper's popped the Beast of the Hunt, and the reason for it being a little bit staggered, a little bit stalled, is because this team's just looking into the areas from Barometer, overlooking this fight. And anytime you're trying to take a fight and someone else is overlooking it, you just a couple of 20 damages in the back, a 30 damage, any more than that, and the fight completely flips on its head. And Verholz is finding that out himself, as all of a sudden it looks like TSM are going to have to take some time to pop some heals.
Yeah, they should be able to reset here, though. It's not going to be too much of a concern with the high ground they currently have. I think the concern for them maybe is the length of time this fight is taking. So they just have to be a little bit careful that no one else is going to be arriving, but if they can push quite soon, they can surround this team. They do have the armor advantage, so they're going to try and take it.
Reps is going to swing here off the back of this arc star so he can flush them out. But no, now they've lost the height. You see they have the inside of the building all of a sudden, but height has been taken away by the team on the other side of things. So TSM just, again, it's not a good news, everybody. It's a change places this time, as even though Vanity are taking a little bit of damage here, TSM just cannot get this knock. And how long have we been saying this for? Finally, Zap will move and get that knock, but he gets traded out immediately.
This was the worry as well. Another team going to be there, and it's going to be Complexity who hear all this commotion and now full sending it. Do only have the blue armors though, so there's still the risk that this could go wrong, but a great death ball as they all full send it at the same time to get the initial damage onto the first player.
Oh, that's going to be TSM done. That is the death ball of death balls. That's how you do it. If you're watching at home and you're playing a 3-stack, if you need to take advantage of one player, you see 3 players sending it, it's so difficult to get any kind of trade situation going if you're on the receiving end of it. So Complexity showing a little bit of flair there, a little bit of conviction in their push, and managed to not only take out the team initially that they were fighting in that building, but also managed to claim it as their own as they clean out the final pieces of TSM as well. You can see Fluffy Aimers at the moment. They're chilling by Pylon, not too worried about everything else that's happening. LG still inside of Jurassic for now as well, and we'll have to essentially make a very similar rotate to what we saw a few moments ago from Complexity, and there is where your zone is going to be popping. So that's where you can expect to see that end game, and probably going to finish maybe outside in the water towards NGNL. We've seen that end zone a few times as well. It's going to be a tough one to play, but Liquid Alienware, who are top of the leaderboards at the moment, are feeling, hey, this is great. We like this game. We're in a great spot.
Yeah, Liquid Alienware dropping a barometer, going to be delighted with it. Empire Gaming also in a good building position that I mentioned, but now Tempr on their journey and making their rotation from the northern side here. It's a good chance for us to check in with Tempr, by the way, because they have an interesting decision to make of where they go with this evac tower. So let's jump into a listening with Tempr.
Wait, do I make it?
Go right.
There's a team underneath. Wait, land, like right here?
I'm actually down. I'm down the land here. You might have to wall our right. You need to wall this right here. We can play behind the rock here. They're gonna fight here. They're gonna fight. Chill on me.
I won't.
They're shooting you in the corner.
I'm popping the back.
We can fight this in there. Yeah, full heal. We'll climb up right here, okay? Just
take the cover.
Chill. Yes. Come here right now.
Get a skin.
They're fighting in here. Just chill in here. How many is in here? Is there only 2?
I'm not sure. No. That's 20.
All right, we got the spot.
Can I take this door?
I'm watching. Go. I'm with you.
Well, initially I was a little bit concerned because the first thing is, wait, do we get over this? As they're just about to kind of leave the balloon, but having made it over and had their questions answered, they actually find a pretty good spot to play. So they've navigated that rotate pretty well, as now Bleed Esports, the newly picked up team, of course, of Shuby knocked and dropped. Well, they're in a very similar position to what we've seen a lot of teams in recently, which is just coming out of Jurassic and trying to look at Barometer and see where they play next.
Yeah, they've not really been able to do much from Zeus Station, but 3 circles where they've had to make a little bit of a journey, I would say, so it's not really gone their way zone-wise. They move over to Skyhook East when we do go over to World's Edge. So there's still a chance that Bleed can try and do something from there, but sadly this is not the amount of points they maybe would have expected here on Stormpoint, but that can be changed still in this game if they can find a little bit of success. But first of all, they're going to have to try and get through this squad in front of them.
Well, LG are in zone, but quite a long way away from where the next one is going to be. They're down in the basement of Barometer for now. Down in the trenches in more than one way at the moment. Elsewhere, we catch the back end of Eternal EC being eliminated. NGNL have also lost one. It was going to be a combination of knocked and I think Team Liquid firing out who managed to pick up those final pieces of the kills. But one thing you find on a death box, which makes a rotate a lot easier, is a devotion. Give it to the Bloodhound, is all I'm going to say right now. Let him go to work.
Let the Bloodhound go to work indeed, as now Cloud9, are they going to try and push up onto Not Moist here? Sorcerer's got a good angle to give information, but the 2 other players on C9 are kind of in a position where they could very much get swung here. Timmy tries to do the damage, will get a lot of opening damage here for Not Moist.
Also gets the first knock as well. He wrapped through the zone, and now Guild goes in, doesn't get the kill though, but surely has done enough damage for them to turn a 2v1 into a team wipe. The only question is, can they keep Guild on his feet here? Can they keep him in the game? And if they can, then I would say their opportunity to maybe progress a little bit longer in this game is certainly the percentages are going only one way, but elsewhere you can see FURIA moving in to try and third party this. They know that one player is knocked at the moment. Madness is flying in, and Not Moist will be eliminated, and it's FURIA who just aggressively pushes. Oh no, oh, Madness fine. Madness steps on the trap door again. That could be pretty painful for them, actually. How's he going to get back up here?
Really could. They have to support him. I think he can run around, and as long as they've got an angle where they can watch over him and make sure he doesn't get pushed, he should be absolutely fine. Monsoon taking a lot of damage and will go down. Complexity get eliminated. Now there are 10 squads here. Sweet looks like he's going to be the next one. Or will he? Whoa. It's a great effort from Sweet. We spoke about individual performances, and he's having an opportunity to do it just here.
I mean, this would be absolutely nuts if Sweet pulls these off. He's managed to take down 2. Cabal's going to go down as well. You can see one player is trying to spray through the knockdown shield at the moment, but the fact it's a gold knockdown shield is maybe, I was going to say, maybe initially bad memories, but it could be very good memories. As Sweet looks to go for the 1v3. Can't make it happen. It's a great effort, but NGNL will finally manage to take him down. But, I mean, what a little run that was from Sweet.
Solid effort all round, but that does open the door now for Team Liquid Alienware, who dropped a barometer, have one of these central positions with where the zone's going, and seeing both LG and Native already fall. That gap you spoke of going into World's Edge is very much possible now for Team Liquid. Zen, still alive, by the way, and has a chance to be a little old rat. Now, Circle is going to continue moving a little bit further east, and Bleed Esports actually in a really good spot, as well as Oblivion, of course, within that building. Although I will say Oblivion are vulnerable to grenades from where they are, so they just have to be a little bit careful. Composition could certainly help them here.
DSG as well, still alive. Is a solo. Could be a tall order, but a few more placement points. They've got a couple of kills, we know that. Moby Respawn going to be called in as well to get one team back to full complement of players here on the other side of the bridge, which is going to be a pretty good place to be holding for a little bit of time. Team Liquid try and get a little bit aggressive here as well, which I don't mind, as they know that they're going to have to work hard to move towards that next zone, and maybe saw an opening that just they couldn't take in that moment. Ooh, Jaguar has got to be very careful here. Just fuse ults everything to make sure that nobody's going to climb up. And that does mean, of course, the fuse ult is not going to be available on zone close as well, where it pulls out to the open. That could be a little bit of a difference maker. Team Liquid Yanya, well, that's an easy kill for them. DSG's game will not continue. We're now down to 7.
Look at Liquid Alienware. If they can win this fight, if they can take down this team approaching from the west, they have a real opportunity of getting not only KP, but also walking into the zone. But Yanya gets caught from behind.
Oh, just gets his toes clipped as he tries to get over that wall. Jaguars is looking to cancel the res attempt that's coming in as well. He's swinging in. I mean, he's got a huge amount of KP so far today. He might be looking for more as well. Board will be eliminated. Niazor will clutch up for them as Stallions goes down, but it's just one player alive. He's trying to punch his teammate into zone. It's very rare that you'll get that good of contact on the first effort. You have to say he almost pulled something off. Elsewhere, you can see NGNL. They're trying to hold down the bridge at the moment. The gold knock again is going to be the bane of so many players, as Tempr will be eliminated. They should be able to reset here as well.
Liquid Alienware still alive, I believe. Now we have 4 squads, NGNL being one of them. We'll be able to reset, as you mentioned. And it is going to be Nizel just alive. Tempest potentially going to take a lot of damage over there from grenades that are coming in. And you can see now, we spoke about Dropped and Co. and the rest of the squad as they do take down Nizel. But Oblivion, in that position, in that building on the southern side, will be rewarded with the top 3, but now it's about where do they go. They do have the Dark Veil available to them, as well as the Bang ult, so a real opportunity here to zone off one of the teams, potentially ult them as well with the Bang, and then push and get aggressive if they need to.
Should be a pretty comfortable win, you would imagine, the team on the northern side of this zone, knowing that Oblivion have to drop into the open at some point, and knowing that Tempest and Co are going to be the NGNL going to be the closest to them, so those two teams are going to have to exchange fire. So it might be an opportunity here for the new pickup boys to be in a position to close a game out here, which would present them with some points that they really haven't been able to pick up so far in the games that we've had. A couple of players are going to go down on that low ground as NGNL are kind of forced to make their play, but the Bleed Esports, surely this is just a case of moving through the open, cleaning up the pieces of this fight. But Oblivion get it done so quickly that maybe this isn't as simple as they would have wanted. A Bang ult goes down to try and deny them doing anything too drastic as far as moving through the catwalk and taking some ground from them, but Bleed Esports surely in their position to get a first win here if they can just clutch up, play these rocks, and with an Evo advantage as well, Dan, you surely think this has to be theirs.
And look how different the leaderboards look with the top 2 at the moment for Bleed. I said from Zeus they've been struggling, but now they have a game with a real opportunity of finding a victory here.
Yeah, really good shots coming in here from Shuby as well. Not overextending, making sure he's peeking, making sure he's poking, and it will indeed be Bleed Esports who win the 3v3 to win their first game of the day and match number 3 here in North America.
But what a game from Bleed, and that really puts them in the conversation when previously they weren't in the conversation at all from Zeus. But that is what we were mentioning at the start, is you really have to try and have that one game when whether you're on Stormpoint, whether you're on World's Edge, if you can have one good game, it puts you in the conversation, it puts you up there in the leaderboards, and now Bleed can go into World's Edge with a little bit more relief, a little bit more confidence, not chasing the game as much as they would have been had they not found that success.
Yeah, really crazy to see like the position they won it from, right? They were the last team to arrive from the north through that Jurassic kind of barometer choke that we were talking about. And we were like, hey, this is going to be a really tough rotate for a lot of teams trying to get in a little bit later. With the zone pulling back to where they were, it was almost gifted to them, right? Because they kind of walked through, everyone else had fought their way through those buildings, fought their way towards barometer, found somewhere to play. And with the pullback, they were like, oh, wait, we can just play here. Cool. Like no one's here. Why would they be? And it becomes a very, very powerful position. So sometimes, you know, arriving a little bit late, as we always say, and finding a zone helping you in your position is something that you wish for. And then you just got to win the 3v3. And when you've got an armor advantage and you've got to bang all down, it's no surprise to see them close that one out.
Yeah, so a really good opportunity for them to now shoot themselves up the leaderboard and going into World's Edge. I'm excited to see what they can do from Skyhook East because, you know, with Skyhook West, yes, is one of the best POIs, but if you can make something work from Skyhook East, we have seen actually a lot of teams find a good amount of points from there. So I still think there is a good chance for Bleed to have success today.
Yeah, you have to keep the momentum up though, right? And it's almost like you find a little bit of momentum, and it's so challenging at the moment to play in the ALGS for these pro teams, right? Because it's like, hey, we found a form, we found a good game, we've managed to close it out. Now we change over to World's Edge, and then in a couple of game days, it's like, okay, now we have a new meta. It really is one of the biggest tests that we've seen of our Pro League teams in quite some time to get through to the Split 2 playoffs and be a part of that huge tournament, of course, that is coming up on one of the flagpole events of the year. Bleed Esports at the top, you see 19 points in total for them. Oblivion in second place for placements. Just the 2 KP, though, means when it comes to total points, they're joint 4th for total points with NGNL with their KP and Liquid Alienware with their KP, just pipping them to the post.
Yeah, 5 teams really taking the lion's share of the points. Everyone else just getting scraps from KP and maybe a few placements. FURIA, the most notable, still picking up a good amount of points despite not getting very far with their placement. LG only getting 5 in the end as well, but that does still keep them somewhere near the top of the leaderboards because they were in the top 3 beforehand. In the next page and on the bottom 10, we did see one of our kind of lobby leaders, Native Gaming, being eliminated right at the start, but they did walk away with 3 points. So if you're going to go down early, being able to at least go down with a fight will benefit you and your chances to still be within the conversation going into World's Edge.
Yeah, a little bit of a worry for Not Moist and TSM. Neither team really showed anything so far that convinces me that they could be in some of those good positions moving forward. And you know, for teams to, like TSM won the last match day between these 2 lobbies. Not Moist desperately searching for form at the moment, it feels like, as well, when it comes to these Pro League days, and made that big move and doesn't seem to quite be adding up at the moment as we look at the series results so far, with Not Moist and TSM respectively in 16th and 18th. At the other end, that gap has started to open with the performance from Liquid Alienware. They have 39 points now, which is 11 ahead of LG in second.
I think it's more concerning for Not Moist because they had their first pick being Stormpoint. They picked in 5th, they picked Launchpad, and they've not been able to get the points to represent that pick in the POI draft. As for TSM, their first pick was Thermal Station on World's Edge, so they were maybe expecting to get more points here on World's Edge, but they do leave themselves with quite a lot to do, being 33 points behind first place. But again, after what we have seen from previous teams, whether it be Falcons doing it in North America, whether it's ExoClan doing it in EMEA, those huge games that can happen for you can really give yourself the chance of being back on top of the leaderboards, even if you have struggled on one of the maps. But Dia, a very interesting and exciting first 3 games of Stormpoint here.
It really has been. I'm impressed by the way the leaderboards are sorting out so far because while we have Team Liquid Alienware very far in the lead, I'm noticing a couple teams, Tempr really standing out to me as being in the top couple of squads. That is very exciting. But I tell you boys what, we've got a little bit more excitement because it's halftime. And while we are transitioning maps, we've also got the opportunity to interview some very special guests. And today's guest, especially if you've been around Apex for a long time, you know him, you love him. Minus Tempo has been running the behind the scenes of Apex for what seems like forever. Welcome, Minus, to the broadcast.
Hey, everyone. Thank you guys for having me here. It's been a blast just being in Apex. And yeah, no, I just really appreciate you guys having me on the stream.
Now, I would count on it that a lot of our audience is familiar with you, but for those that, you know, perhaps are new additions to the Apex Legends esports community, I actually wanted to give you a little bit of a chance to talk about what it is that you're doing and organizing in Apex Legends, because I know you run a lot of scrims. You also facilitate a lot of third-party tournaments and opportunities for people to get in comp or involved into comp where they might not otherwise be able to. How can people get involved in competitive through oversight through you? And yeah, what drives you to provide these services for the community?
So it first started off with just straight up hosting events and scrims for the competitive Apex scene. So anyone who was playing in ALGS Pro League, and then as well as Challenger Circuit at times. Just recently, we've added our women's series as well. And then as of May, we added content creator events with the Nessie Cup that took place just before the ALGS Playoff 1 LAN, as well as the Solos tournament that happened last week. And then we've got another one coming up next week as well, following the new patch sets coming out this coming Tuesday. As far as how to get involved, as a viewer, if you're a content creator, then the easiest way is to try and participate in those content creator events. If you would like to participate in the competitive events like scrims and the competitive tournaments, third-party tournaments, those ones are offered to usually Pro League teams, so ALGS Pro League teams. But then there are times where we also need want Challenger Circuit teams to participate. So if you want to compete, then I would just suggest playing in the ALGS Challenger Circuit. Building your team and yourself up on that leaderboard will get you invited into those events later down the road.
Awesome stuff. Well, you know, I'm a huge fan of yours. I think you do a lot of work that needs to be, you know, broadcast to everybody, because it's people like you who really do kind of keep things running behind the scenes for a lot of the teams and the players here. And I want to talk to you a little bit and kind of change trajectory a little bit and talk about POI draft. And it almost feels like every time I say that at the moment, every time everyone says POI draft, it's like starting to get to this thing where it's like we're saying it a lot. But, you know, you've been someone who's been behind the scenes doing a lot of this drafting process for various tournaments, for scrims and everything. And I want to talk to you about patterns that you've seen from when the POI draft first came in to where we are now. Are you seeing a shift in any of the POIs on either map that are becoming more popular or less popular, or what's your kind of take on it?
I think at the very start, a lot of teams, so when POI draft was first introduced, a lot of teams essentially just, regardless of what place they were in the draft order, they would pick POIs that they were comfortable with to begin with. Once we were a few weeks into the POI draft, they would start taking POIs based on the loot strength. So whether it was a really strong POI or a really weak POI, and then teams started taking POIs based on whether they could play zone from it or edge. And then the third one is teams started taking POIs based on where the zones were tending to end during ALGS matches. So I think we're currently at level 1 of what POI draft can be. I think once a lot more teams get familiar with this, they'll start to incorporate even more strategy into this. And then I guess, for example, you have, let's say you have a POI here on the bottom right that's still open, but these teams are all edge teams. But then, you know, zones tend to end somewhere on the north side. So it's like, do you take a POI like Staging or Stacks, who are both relatively the similar strength, But if you're playing on stacks, all of a sudden you have to rotate through all these edge teams who will get in your way, right? As opposed to if you're playing staging, you can easily loot and go north side without running into those edge teams. And if you have more zone teams around you, I think eventually it'll evolve to something like that, where players and teams will take into account what's around them. How do these teams around me play, instead of just what is the strength of that specific POI. So I can't wait till that stuff happens. And that's where, honestly, I think analysts and coaches of specific teams will become very, very useful.
Yeah, I certainly think the POI draft has been very exciting, and it's just going to develop the further we get into ALGS. Now, you were watching the first 3 maps with us as well, and I'd love to get your kind of views on what happened in each of them. First match, we saw Liquid Alienware have a fantastic victory with an incredible rotation. Was there anything you saw them do that impressed you, or what do you think of the win they were able to pull out in general?
I think they played really well, and I think a big reason behind that is they also played from Barometer last ALGS match that they played, if I'm not mistaken. So they, even though they've had 2 different POI draft orders, they played Barometer for both days. I think they're just really familiar with it, and that allowed them to, because the zone 2 ring was very, like, it pretty much told you where the zone was going to end. They were already used to that rotation pattern, and just allowed them to get height and eventually win the game in the end.
Yeah, we're certainly seeing teams, as you mentioned, there's different patterns in POI draft, and one of them is comfort picks and teams finding POIs that they can successfully rotate from, and I think that is the case for Team Liquid picking Barometer South here, because, I mean, back in the day, they always used to play from the south of this map as well, so I'm not surprised they were able to find a victory. Now, match 2, we saw a win for Native Gaming. How important do you think this was for a team like Native, who have kind of been through it all when it comes to roster changes?
Oh god, this is actually very important for Native, not only for picking up a win, and obviously it's good for today, that they're already higher in the standings, but given where they currently stand in the overall standings of North America, if they can pull off a win here, that puts them in the 45-ish area as far as total points go. And that's kind of where you want to be going into the 4 days of games played at the end of this second, I guess, round robin. So it's massive for Native.
It's really big for them, and great to see them find some success, but they went down early in match 3, and then we got this final fight where it was a very exciting one, and I was wondering who was going to come out on top. Is there anything you saw in this game that really surprised you, or was it how you expected it to go?
I guess, yeah, I mean, given that Bleed rotated late, like they were landing Zeus, and they rotated late, but because the zone bounced back, them rotating late was actually a benefit to them, because they weren't trapped into the mess that was happening over at Barometer. And because 2 teams had to leave first before this last zone was closing, it pretty much gave them a guaranteed win, even though the Oblivion NGNL fight ended quite quickly.
It was honestly a pretty quick fight, and much like Gaskin, I was on the edge of my seat during that end game, wondering whether there'd be a bit of an outplay on either occasion. We mentioned something, I believe it was in game 1, though. Gaskin, you brought up that typically, formerly Luminosity, now Liquid Alienware, have played through the south side of Stormpoint seemingly forever, and because you've been thinking about the POI draft so much, Tempo, I wanted to ask you a little bit about that. Why are we seeing a team like Team Liquid Alienware play through the south side of the map on edge when things like Lightning Rod and Zeus Station have high ground as well as being on the corner of the map?
I think it's just familiarity with, like, yes, they're gonna, when the zone does end north side, they're gonna have to rotate uphill. But they've played that style of zone rotation uphill on Stormpoint for so long, because they landed Pylon, Echo HQ, like when they were contesting and stuff like that. It's really just that. It's the comfort pick, and not to mention Barometer, I would still say is a fairly comparable POI to like Lightning Rod and Zeus Station.
That's fair enough. Now, I was also wondering, because, you know, we've had a couple of games in now, I'm expecting a very PR-friendly answer, I will say, but How are TSM doing right now? What do you see as their strengths, and can we expect a better World's Edge performance from them?
Yes to the better World's Edge performance, just because they had picked Thermal first. They were kind of left with very few picks coming into Stormpoint. So yes, I hope to see a better performance from them this week. But Group B and C has tended to be a slightly easier group, so I can see them picking up a ton of kills and placements in these last 3 games, and obviously I'm hoping for that as well.
For those of you who are unaware, Minus Tempo, very much TSM affiliated manager, etc.
Oh yeah, we live in the same house, so there's that too.
Nice. So you can't talk too much
because they can literally hear you. I'm going to imagine them walking through right now and going, "What'd you say, mate?"
Yep. I'm spoiled every game by the time they walk into the kitchen, and I'm on that 10-minute delay, and I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, it has. I'm sure been a roller coaster of a season watching TSM reorganize, but it is looking really exciting. Before we let you go, we talked about it earlier about the sort of tournaments that you're putting on. Where can people find you to support, find out a little bit more about Minus Tempo? I know you like to stream here and there.
I've been streaming a lot of just behind the scenes stuff on my Twitch, which is just Minus Tempo. But if you wanted to just follow all the comp stuff, regards to the ALGS teams and their scrims, or the women's comp series, as well as the creator series that we're running every now and then, you can follow FACEIT Esports on Twitter without the S at the end because it's character limited. But yeah, everything will be posted on there. Or you can follow myself, which is _Minus Tempo on Twitter as well.
Well, great. Thank you so much. The tournaments have been really fun recently, and I appreciate you coming on at halftime. Have a great rest of your stream, Tempo.
Thank you guys for having me. It was really fun. And here's to hoping TSM pulls it out in game 4 to 6.
Yeah. All right. Fingers crossed as we prepare for games 4 through 6. Now, Gaskin, I know you've been around here a while, so I'm going to release you. Go grab some water, prepare for this 4th game, our first on World's Edge, and Onset and I will be here to guide everyone through it.
Thank you. See you in a bit.
I like how we leave Dan now. It's like, Dan, you may leave, and he's like, thank you. Otherwise he just doesn't leave, everyone. This is what you got to understand. He just stays there. Like at events, we have to say, Dan, you're allowed to leave the building now, and he stands up and goes, thank you, and just walks out. He's a very strange human, but we love him for it.
You don't want to miss anything, like really ever, especially in a game of Apex Legends. I will do my best as soon as I've got a break to go to the kitchen, grab water, and sit back down, especially when we didn't have POI draft and people were landing on each other. I mean, so much can happen so quickly in any of these games.
Yeah, I think I will say though, one of the things I loved about that Minus Tempo interview is there's a lot of ways to watch and experience Apex Legends, but that's the first time I've heard of the kitchen barometer, right? Judging how his boys are doing. It's like, oh, this sandwich is far earlier than I expected. There must be a very poor performance from them. Whereas if he's like, everything's a little bit quiet in the kitchen, we must be putting some points on the board. The boys are locked in. I would lock the kitchen. That's what I do. I would provide snacks that I would put in the rooms, some water, but you ain't going in the kitchen because you're giving away the results to me. I want to learn for myself what happens.
No news is good news, I suppose. I'm glad we added the snacks and water as well, because otherwise, we're getting to a fine legal standpoint here. Can you put TSM in their rooms until they win a game? The answer may be. I guess we'll have to find out when Minus Tempo is next on halftime. However, as we move towards World's Edge, we talked about POI draft. This is what's going to be coming at you. Of course, south side of the map still pretty occupied with TSM and DSG landing Thermal Station and Stacks, but first pick out of EEC, Sky West. Can't say it's a big surprise.
Yeah, no surprise whatsoever. You can almost it's like who's playing Sky West. So it's like whoever gets to pick it first. That's pretty much how strong the POI is at the moment. A very good one for Complexity though, dropping over a launch site, somewhere they've played from before, quite some time ago, but obviously it's a very strong POI, especially if you get some southern zones. Good rotates for them as well as a good loot pull. Team Liquid Alienware though, I think pick 17 is going to be, they'll be pretty happy with Countdown being fairly central. So with the points they've already managed to accrue over in Storm Point, they'll know they have access to zones and the ability to fight in. So I think they'll be pretty happy with that pick, and I think it's a pretty well judged one.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, relatively central, relatively flexible. It is still surprising to me to see Team Liquid not playing out of the south side, because it's not just Storm Point that they do that. They've also done it on World's Edge. Rather, instead, Complexity are going to be the ones playing out of their old landing spot, launch site, and FURIA will be right next door as always. I don't see a whole lot of pick priority on Shree, and so it seems like every time we move on to World's Edge, FURIA get this 99% of the time.
Yeah, and one thing I will say as well is you're wondering, like, Siphon fell off. Like, why is nobody picking Siphon? It's because Flat are going to pick Siphon whatever and challenge you. So that's why nobody is dropping Siphon. They will get that pretty much every time because they're one of the best contesting teams. If you do want to try and let's say share Siphon with them, they won't be the most nice of neighbors. But this is where everything is lined up at the moment. This is where all the teams are going to be dropping. And when you're looking at like strong POIs, like you mentioned, I mean, EEC, they're going to have a great opportunity from SkyWest to do something. I do like the pick, I will say, from Team Liquid. I think it's something certainly to keep an eye on. But TSM, I think, have an opportunity here to right the wrongs of Storm Point, because Storm Point was not good. It really wasn't good by their own standards. And I think Thermal Station is going to provide them with a very good opportunity to approach a lot of zones fully looted up with a lot of information. So it's an opportunity for them to convert.
Now, here's the thing. I don't disagree with you. I'm not disagreeing about the Thermal point. However, I am going to add in some additional context that Thermal has actually been very high pick priority in basically all of the ALGS. It averages being picked around 6th, but when we look at its point average, it's actually among the lowest POIs in points per game, especially when we think about the rest of World's Edge. If you cut out all of the Storm Point zones, I think there are only maybe 1 or 2 POIs that average less points than Thermal Station. So we have a lot of teams that prioritize this, not a lot of teams that have made very good use of it, and that's where TSM will have to differentiate themselves from not just the rest of the lobby, but all the teams that came to Thermal before.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting conversation, right? Because you look at those stats and you see that picture and, you know, the stats are the stats, but then you think, wait, what zones have we had on World's Edge, right? And you're thinking, there has not been a thermal zone. Like, there hasn't. Straight up, we have not seen one in North America. A lot of the zones have been to the north and even towards Overlook, it feels like. Maybe some towards Stacks, but it's been a kind of an isolated POI, which hasn't had a lot of zones going towards it. So therefore, it's been pretty difficult to put points on the board. We'll have to see if that changes today and if TSM get a little bit of luck on their side, or if they're going to have to kind of experience what everybody else has as we head over to World's Edge. We, of course, love you all for staying with us through the little bit of a delay in the halftime to get into this game. And let's hope that we get 3 back-to-back ones now and we can have some real bangers to close the day out.
I will say, I mean, halftime, for all that we had a couple delays early on, this one went pretty quick. So it seems like the servers are feeling better and better. They're getting warmer as the day goes on. Now, Bleed in their loot path over here in Sky East will have the opportunity to pick up a nice Evo Harvester before they go without getting too far out of their way. Eternal are on the other side of this in Sky West. And we could see a small engagement between the two should Bleed want to move over for the survey beacon.
Well, if you're wondering why I made a noise like a very small bird that just woke up in the morning, it's because I just saw where the zone is going, and we are going towards Skyhook by the looks of things. And surprise, surprise, we're going to Skyhook, right? Because we have seen a lot of Skyhook zones, but when you're looking at teams who are going to be happy, Bleed Esports, of course, who won that last game, they're going to be very, very happy because it looks like it might be pulling potentially over to their side, although Market is in as well. Eternal, of course, with that Sky West picking, going to be extremely happy as well. But Liquid Alienware, right? Countdown is their pick. They probably looked, hey, we've had a lot of Skyhook zones, and this is what Minus Tempo was saying, right? A lot of teams maybe looking to base their POI draft off of where zones have been popular, and Liquid Alienware are probably thinking, hey, Countdown, hey, great. They got Ring Console. We know where zones going. We're going to have good access. This is a great opportunity for us once again.
And in day 2 of the North American Pro League, we had a Skyhook end zone that both, firstly, Team Liquid and also Vanity and also Flat were able to do very well in from their respective POIs. Liquid arguably have an even bigger advantage since this time they're not rotating in from launch site and instead are right next door in Countdown. So it's got to feel nice to move to a part of the map that you're unfamiliar with and have such a boon right next door.
Yeah, it's almost like, you know, when the POI draft happens, there's probably just a few conversations like, are you sure? Like, really? Like, do you think Countdown's going to be... I was so used to playing from like this in the zone pops game 1. You're like, told you. And that's all. That's the conversation is ending. You know what I mean? The back and forth is over. Even if now the next two zones go dome and dome, it doesn't matter because you got it right the first game. So who really cares? Vanity, though, they're making their way through landslide at the moment. They do have ring console information as well. So they're going to be heading in a very similar direction to a lot of the teams that we've already seen inside of Skyhook. But whenever we talk about Skyhook zones, Dia, it's like, yeah, you might have great priority to a Skyhook zone, but with the amount of playable floors, playable spaces, I also feel it's one of the most difficult to convert unless you are that team who can play the top of trials for quite some time.
I'd have to agree, but I'll have to take a break before the rest of it because Eternal are taking a fight as we speak, almost finding another one clip with the Havoc. Danny is the last member left standing, is going to have to stand for the rest of Eternal as Team Liquid Alienware show up to the fight and could just wipe both teams. Sweet immediately tries to disengage, but it may be too little too late. Floppy Avers are down.
I got a little bit worried for Yanyu there because everyone else kind of retreated, right? Neazor and Jaguares were like, oh, we're getting shot at the side. We're going to go back to the building. And you know, Yanyu was in there. He was like, boys, where'd you go? Okay, I'll come back. No problem. And it seems like everybody has kind of just taken a moment to reset here. So no losses on either side. RKN overextended a little bit to see if he can do something. And it's only Eternal with the solo Danny alive, who is going to find out in about 3 seconds time that here comes Team Liquid.
Does drop away, and as you prophesied, the kill does go down. Nice pickup for LG, who managed to get a reset in all that time. It is honestly a miracle, looking at this from the outside, that neither of these two teams went down to the third party of Liquid Alienware. The fact that they're both alive defies all odds, but Skyhook is that stereotypically conservative zone, and it's one of the reasons why, as you were talking about earlier, Onset, it's difficult to capitalize on Skyhook zones even when it pulls near you, because there are so many teams that are able to survive for so long that when you're eventually forced to leave your building, there's normally very little that you can do to control all the variables around you.
There's one thing you can do that we saw in EMEA from Cybercats, remember? Just play edge and just zip across everyone. True. Using Pathfinder as your pick. However, I wouldn't recommend that as something that will consistently work. Flat are looking for some KP though. They can see they're sliding down at the moment. Maybe just trying to avoid this bang ult to see if they can force a few players away. It's going to be FURIA who they are chasing down. Complexity are right behind them though, and Flat, even though they might get a few knocks here, and I think the FURIA were down to just one now as the knock comes in on Vaxelon. Complexity were having a look at this, and now they've decided to just back up for a few seconds as they see the KP go in. Only one way, no exchanges, no knocks being exchanged, so Complexity think this isn't a safe third to make.
I'd love to see the continuation of this rotate from Flat as well. Commit to the staging move, maybe get a ring scan there, and you can move up through Mirage if you want, but doubling back onto Complexity, especially once they've found a scan on you, is risky, and Flat will have to be very careful about how they move, even as we see with our omniscient information that Complexity have disengaged.
We'll bleed the winners of our previous game on Storm Point. They're in one of the prio positions. Stallions eliminated by the way by the Havoc of Funk. Retzi, the last player standing, unfortunately will just be nothing short of a death box for now. But Bleed Esports, they're playing market and they're split holding this building as well. So when you're looking at, you know, we'll throw back to an old Hodsick principle, right? The deep pocket principle, DPP, call it whatever you want, right? And it's playing the right deep side of the zone where you've seen zone 1, you see zone 2, you have that info and you players deep in where the two are kind of connecting and keep the traffic in front of you. Well, they're in that spot right now. They're going to have everyone arriving in front of them. They have market. They're split holding that building for as long as they can to try and force teams away and players and try and play and keep as much space as they can towards the end game.
It's just one of those times that I'm struck by deep beauty and appreciation and love for another human being. You are a gentleman and a scholar, also having watched the Hodsick Deep Pocket Principle video. That is like such a throwback. Oh my god. If you guys have the chance,
Wraith Pathfinder Watson on our screens.
Oh my god. Yeah, you guys have to go back and watch those. Look up Hodsick VOD reviews. It is honestly so much fun to watch, and you can get a lot of really good insight that even still, for as old as those VOD reviews are, really do carry forward to this day of Apex Legends, because a lot of it is fundamentals of battle royales that a lot of teams here are exploiting right now. You talked about Bleed, certainly one of them. We may get to see a couple of teams, especially in Skyhook, inherit each other's positions as each goes on an aggressive push as well, something else that Hodsick loves to touch on.
Well, Complexity make their rotate. This time it's through the thinner oxygen of the high skies. And they'll find their way just into the the respawn beacon building essentially in the middle of Skyhook. They will be safe for the next zone, and you can see that they're trying to scout what the next play is. So stage 1 of their rotate is complete. They're happy. Also, you can see as well, got the purple armors on board, so very happy to know that they can take a few fights if they need to, but navigating through the central structure and all of the teams that are stacked up on each other. I mean, I kind of coined it as the cake, right, with the different layers that we do have teams kind of sandwiched upon. Is a very difficult one to do, and it's going to take some good calls coming in from a combination of Monsoon and Lou here to try and navigate their way through Skyhook. It's such a tough zone, I will say. Skyhook, to try and move from one spot to the other, it takes a lot of brain power and a lot of firepower as well.
No, well, I can't say that I've ever seen a sad cake. In this particular case, I will say that some of those are certain to be found in Skyhook.
I was going to say, you've never had an Uber Eats cake which has arrived upside down.
Oh, God.
So, yeah, I've seen some sad cakes in my time.
Well, good. That means that we have some experience here, because there are going to be some more sad cakes when we move over towards Skyhook, especially as this ring has been determined that it's no longer pulling all the way further into the northwest and out of all those buildings. There are going to be some buildings that are just better than others, but we're going to have to hold the thought as double headshots out of Timmy put a stop to the flat push.
I mean, that's one way to stop it, right? I mean, just honestly, just give him double sentinel at this point, Timmy, because I'm not seeing him miss too many bullets. And it's not just missing bullets. He doesn't miss anything, you know, above shoulder height. He just hits heads. It is absolutely nuts. I was watching a couple of the ALGS games last weekend with one of my good friends from another esport, and he was saying, you know, Timmy is just a gamer. And I was like, yeah, this man's a gamer.
Yeah, he understands, and Complexity certainly feel the same right now. A stick onto Monsoon, though, forces a retreat. He's got the time to get a bat off as the rest of Complexity cover him, and they should be winning this fight. But in a 2v2 right now, Complexity are struggling, and Kimchi loses himself in the sauce. The elevator not quite doing him any favors. Disguised go down. Complexity reset, and thankfully managed to stay alive at Skyhook.
Yeah, there's another example of the ankle biters coming in, right? It's not the first time today we've seen someone knocked just as they feel like they're going to get over the ledge, get back up to that second floor, or just get over a fence, and the ankles just get clipped. But Complexity will hold on for now. Flat now, making their way through the vault tunnel, and
whoa,
oh my goodness, Nano!
Hello!
Nano!
And goodbye, Furia. Flat just wander into a couple kills, and how serendipitous is this? The last time we saw Flat, they were going to push Moist, they got double Senti headshotted and rotated this way. It seems to have gone pretty darn well for them, and the fact that Nano escapes that as well, doesn't get picked up by Tempr, Flat have got some serious plot armor going on.
Yeah, I was going to say, you almost called it perfect. It was like, last time they did this, and then all of a sudden they get shot by snipers, and I'm like, well, it's going to happen again. But Nano just kind of casually just went, okay, I'm just going to come back. Like, he didn't look that panicked about the situation, kind of just like sauntered away with a little bit of swag and managed to keep himself alive. So Tempr going to be watching this like a hawk with this Kraber, as you would expect. I mean, Flat are going to rotate away from this tunnel for now, knowing that this is going to be a really rough move for them to have to make. But like, what do they do from here, right? Do they wrap all the way through staging and countdown and try and move that way? It's going to be a really tough wrap for them to make. Or do they go all the way, the long way to the east and wrap all the way around to the other side of Skyhook through Grandma's? It's going to be an interesting decision for them to make.
Yeah, I really wouldn't mind the Grandma's rotate, actually, if they can get it. I don't know the ring timer at the moment, but once we get that, I mean, there's a chance that they're able to find a cool rotate and really interesting, unique one, say, like TSM is going to have to make with only 30 seconds left on this zone close. Now we've got the info. TSM don't have a whole lot of verticality, and it's certainly been spotted. Let's jump into a listen-in with them to see how they take this fight.
Walk left. No, let's walk up. There's only 15 teams now.
I just don't know if we can get an evac off from that spot later on.
Yeah. Alright, you want to try now?
Here. Where do we want to evac to?
I'll just build ult. Just pop it. We're gonna try to go shot. I'll call down mid-flight.
Okay, you ready?
Just pop it. Yeah, just pop it.
You know.
I'm just gonna build ult and we're gonna see, alright?
If it doesn't get shot out.
We're about to be back in as well.
I don't see anything here, bro. Market. We can land on the outside here. Can we land outside there?
Sure.
Just land outside fence. I'm scanning second. Break it, just break it. It's free, it's free. Inside.
Where's the team at?
What team?
I don't know, whoever.
Right here, look at it, go.
Yep. Yes, Kraber.
I need all
for
selfers.
moment, but I'm on blue armor.
Watch out, watch
Yeah, I
out.
need-
Diner's looking at us.
No pixels, no pixels.
Oh, my key fucked. I have gold help for you, Zap.
Yeah, give it to me.
Alright, come here. Take it.
Simple.
We need to see like what's open, bro, or kill Diner or something.
I'm saying it now. I only have one scan
Diner
Diner, bro.
Did you not say
Everything's full.
I don't know, you might not have reached it, you might not have reached
I
it.
know I'm on reset.
Wait for scan again, I
Look for
guess.
kills.
I mean, even if it's a diner, none of these next buildings are even
Yeah.
open.
What about fighting for right side under?
So much like Complexity, we saw a few moments ago make their rotate into Skyhook. TSM do something similar, right? They land inside a Skyhook, but it's not going to be safe for the next zone. So they're going to have to plan another rotation. As Not Moist are going to have to plan their retreat, and Guild will go down.
We're seeing the stark difference between two teams. One that is in a building like TSM and just watching the game go down, talking pretty casually about what's going on around them. And on the other side, Moist, who did not have the safety of a building and now are in big trouble, having just a duo left. It'll have to pull off a res and a rotation in almost the same amount of time, and the zone is already gonna start moving in. We've got very little space. Luminosity take their own engagement. We should be able to pick up some kills here. That's Team Liquid that have lost one.
And it's Team Liquid that lost one, and Team Liquid versus LG. This is a fight for one of the prio buildings of where this zone is going to be going. So this is so important to win the fight, to stay alive, and Sweet will go down. And now it's up to Fong to try and chase down this player from Liquid. Sykes is going to be there, though. And even though Sweet goes down, there's a gold res coming in as well. So LG should be able to reset. But did you see there was a C9 member? And maybe even 3 C9 members looking to capitalize.
I'm just keeping my eyes on the kill feed. I am glued to this kill feed while Not Moist slide in after the res and pick up a kill. Flash lose a member very quickly. The assassin sliding in behind Guild now has support on Timmy as they both move up together and take out another member of Flat. This is going to be a very quick cleanup of what was otherwise a team that was looking really good. Timmy manages to escape, get back with the team. You cannot get caught now.
How? I mean, he gets the shield swap. He should be dead to rights. Without a doubt, Timmy here. Walty will go down in the meantime, and it looks like Moist are going to fall victim to the zone. They have to just try and work their way in. Nano is a problem, by the way. Nano is still alive. Not Moist will be eliminated as we go down to 13, and all of these teams, Tempr, Vanity, all falling thanks to the zone forcing them out of those buildings. But one surviving team who is still alive for now is TSM. Flat will go down, and it looks like TSM might be joining them soon.
Oh no, there they go. And that's shots from Sweet that takes them out. Notably absent from the kill feed until then was Luminosity, who we saw Cloud9 charging in on immediately after their fight. And somehow Luminosity, without a care in the world it seems, have completely reset, are sharing the building with Cloud9, and have one of the best spots in zone, something that a team like Oblivion has got to be very envious of.
Yeah, Oblivion are thinking right now, essentially, like, what is the play? Because they're going to have to drop off at some point, and they don't have the Horizon, who's going to, of course, just allow them to have guns up when they land. So wherever they land, it's going to be awkward, because they're going to take a little bit of forward stun, and they're not going to be able to have those guns up. And any team that's on the second or bottom level, or, God forbid, ahead of them, is going to have free shots onto them. So Oblivion with a very tough rotate for now. The other teams, as you can see, who are going to be near them are Board and Complexity, and Empire are just blind firing through the smoke, through the gas to try and survive. And it's NGNL who are on the other side of this fight.
With very little that Trips could see, finally drops down and takes out the last member of Empire, but does not save Wave in the process, leaving them as just a duo. Fortunately, a Moby will give them the chance to recover, and things could still look good for NGNL, but they've got to take a couple of fights on their way into the zone, much like everyone exiting the center of Skyhook.
Complexity are trying to get ahead of everybody dropping at the moment. You can see Oblivion are essentially going to be held out. There's bang-ults down. There is just nowhere that looks safe for them. They're going to have to tank this, because it's not just one bang-ult, it's 2, it's 3, it's 4, it's 5. It is carnage. It is just the heavens have opened and missiles are falling. That's all we know right now. And Oblivion somehow managed to stay alive for long enough for Reeds to pick up a couple of KP. Complexity still just about alive, although Monsoon is having to do a merry jig, and he will go down as well. Board eliminated, and Oblivion and Reeds, they'll go down as well. It's 5 squads remaining, as the cake is a sad cake, and everybody will fall.
We finally found it. The upside down Uber cake. It was the center of Skyhook all along, and I do not know what sins were committed there, but I'm sure it did not deserve that amount of bangles. NGNL do go down. 4 squads left, our final 4, and this is so uncommon for a Skyhook zone onset that we have 2 full buildings in and only 4 teams left.
Now we have C9, we have LG, who are full 3, both of them, and Bleed Esports, who are also a full 3. Now, Bleed have been here so early on in this game, and when you're looking at HP, you're looking at Evos, you're looking at Shields, well, LG have the advantage. They also have the height, but the thing is, Bleed, they have zone. Everybody who's in the building, and that's C9 and LG, have to leave at some point, and Bang ults are going to be pretty irrelevant when it comes to dislodging Bleed Esports from this position due to the cover that they have from above. So this is going to be an interesting decision here. How do LG play this? The game kind of is going to come in the way of Bleed Esports. They can wait for it to happen. C9 are going to wait for LG to make their move before they do. So a lot of the thinking and the decision making has to be made by LG.
And LG can really only disincentivize teams in 2 ways. In fact, this goes for many squads. Bangalore ult, of course, we saw that in the center of Skyhook, but also catwalls. Catwalls could save LG here if they're able to move in such a way that they wall off Cloud9 from being able to shoot at them. It'll be timing dependent, certainly, but it is, I would say, LG and C9's both their one hope of being able to survive, perhaps even. LG might be able to go towards the center of Skyhook. A couple options, but nothing too certain yet on set.
One thing they can do is just hope that Sykes hits a big headshot, and that's going to give them a little bit of space and a little bit more time to make a decision. The catwall goes down, and that's a smart decision from LG because they'll be able to play this little balcony a little bit longer. Now, are they going to eat this, or are they going to get behind the Watson gem, which has been left behind by another team? So all of a sudden, LG have not just got a little wall to play, a little corner to play. Whoa! They've separated the zone perfectly. Bleed Esports are going to be forced to fight against C9, and surely this is going to be the win here for LG. If they can close this gap now, the catwall goes down, the blood is popped, and LG might be about to get their first win of the day here.
With Shubi down, it does look like LG are dominating this fight. It was a quick 3v3 up against Cloud9, but no amount of speed is going to save you from LG, who are just as fast on the follow-up. That was a wonderful classic reactive Apex Legends from Luminosity as they observe what Cloud9 do, drop down onto the opposite side of the fence, and wait for the fight to kick off. Wait for, honestly, the mistakes between C9 and Bleed to accumulate to the point that neither team could survive anymore.
Yeah, I love how you bounced back onto screen there. That was awesome. That was almost as good as the 10 bang ults that we saw going off at once, although I say that's a bit unfair of me to say that was awesome. It was very unfair for anyone who had to deal with it. Who was trying to rotate in towards Skyhook. But yeah, LG, I mean, the question was coming into today, can you convert a few more of these top 5s, top 3s into wins? Well, there's been the top 5, there's been the top 3, there's been the top 2, but now we get the win, and it was just a brilliant piece of thinking, right? They waited for everyone else to make a decision. They were waiting for the catwall to be used because C9 were paranoid about what LG were going to do, right? They had to also worry about what Bleed were going to do and block off that line of sight. So the catwall was burned, and just that corner being available, you saw it was picked out of the corner of the eye, I think, and seeing a Watson gen there as well just meant even if bang ults get thrown our way, even if grenades get thrown our way, it's going to buy us enough time to force the other 2 teams to fight before we have to make our move. So LG play that endgame perfectly, and then they clean up the final fight pretty comfortably, knowing that they had the armor advantage as well.
I mean, you could hear us going through a very similar thought process on the cast, but just looking at the situation they were in right above C9, the clear choice is a catwall, and they managed to find that 1% play that takes them off to the side, that does open things up for all 3 teams to survive, and they rely on the fact, in this case, that ultimately a fight gets taken by Bleed because they see C9 encroaching on their territory, and Bleed go, that's too close for comfort. We can't really effectively navigate this anymore. The fight happens. It happens ridiculously quickly, and I need to give credit. Bleed played very well. LG, though, with 17 kills.
Sweet
29 points.
Nuke. I would argue that a 30-point game is now officially a nuke because we can't start throwing that kind of phrasing around, right, without having some sort of cutoff line for it. But it's about you know what? It's a nuke. It's a nuke. I'll give them it. 29 points, dear. That is nuts. 17 kills.
And I really wonder about the kill distribution as well, because I think a lot of LG, especially at this point in the season, was really working in harmony. And we are still talking about Sweet, who is the always player that you can look at to determine the direction of LG. You don't get a game like that with just a singular person. A lot of the team was working together very well there. Bleed, of course, come up second. Following them is Cloud9 and Native, and weirdly enough, Oblivion managed to slot in with 10 points each. Oblivion getting a lot of kills during the course of this game, specifically from the center of Skyhook.
Yeah, I think it's you're looking at those kills and you can tell from the positions that certain teams were in where they had advantages, right? You saw Native Gaming in position to pick up some good kills as well. They got in towards that end game. They were playing the building just to the east of where LG's building was for the majority of that game. So they would have been looking out on some of the carnage of teams leaving that central structure, the upside down bad cake or whatever you wanted to call it, right? And kind of taking advantage of those weak players that were trying to cross into safety. Oblivion were one of those teams who kind of picked up kills on their way down from that height and managed to pick up a few on their way forward. So some of the power positions inside the Skyhook being turned into kills. It's one thing to have the position, as we always say, it's another thing to execute. And you could argue that the teams who did have power positions turned those positions into points through kills and placement.
It's looking like it. In fact, I want to take a look at the teams that perhaps didn't get that opportunity, that were caught on their rotations, that perhaps went down a little bit early, even after their rotate. One of the big moments to me was watching Liquid Alienware go down in a Skyhook zone.
Yeah.
And ultimately, I mean, we were talking about them looking at this going, thank God the zone is so close to us. To have fumbled it down to a 15th place has gotta hurt.
Yeah, it almost felt like maybe they just took their foot off the gas for a few seconds. They didn't expect to push to come in. They just thought that they could command that building and wait for everyone else to take care of themselves and just pick up some free placement points, but it wasn't to be. And that's the kind of game sometimes that can either go one of two ways, right? You've done the hard work on Storm Point, you're top of the leaderboards, you feel great, you think you got a good spot, and then all of a sudden you've got to refocus pretty hard in the next game because you're unlikely to get a zone which is going to be as generous to getting a good priority position. So Liquid Alienware need to lock back in a little bit here. We'll say it's another quiet game for FURIA. Disguised, a little bit disappointed from them as well, and Fluffy Aimers really haven't got going today as well, apart from that one game that we saw them manage to pick up the second place. So a lot to answer here for a few teams, and I will say Eternal EC, if I'm not mistaken, they picked Sky West. To come out of that zone with just the 2 points is a little bit of a heartbreaker.
It's a good point. It's a good point. Tough game for Eternal EC. Now, we had inquired earlier about what was going on with LG, how this seemed like a team effort, and it certainly was. It's not just sweet. What is standing out to me, however, on set, is that it is certainly Funk kicking it up a level. 2.3k damage over the course of this game. Not this series, this game. And everybody really working in harmony on the kills. I mean, Sweet being 5 kills to the 6 kills is no difference at all.
Yeah, won't you take me to Fun Q Town? That is absolutely dreadful. Fuck those stats certainly aren't, because as you say, huge amount of damage dealt, and you can see, you know, popping that Bloodhound ult, you've always got to have the responsibility to be the aggressor in those team fights, play off of any opening damage that is done, and convert damage into kills. And that was a really good example from him in that game of doing exactly that. And I feel like a player who, you know, you have to say maybe Sweet took a little bit of a risk on when this team came together. He's starting to come into his own. He's building in confidence every single time. And I feel when you add in a player like Sykes, who is so experienced now and has such consistency in his gameplay, I think he's starting to shine a little bit. He's starting to feel a little bit more comfortable. Maybe he's going to be a player who can push LG to that next level.
It's certainly looking like it. 57 points over the course of the series so far, and that is over 4 games. So with 2 left to go, can anyone really overtake Luminosity, who have now demonstrated that they can very well manage any World's Edge zones, or at least the very first one. There is still a bit of opportunity here, but the points disparity is growing. Liquid Alienware, of course, right behind them. Bleed following that up with Native and Oblivion, even NGNL quite close behind. After that, we do drop pretty significantly off. Everybody's playing catch up towards the bottom half of the leaderboards, but to find out more about how they'll do in the upcoming 2 games, we're going to take a real quick break. Everyone grab some water, and we'll be back with game number 5.
Battle Beaver is the official controller partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
I hope you found some hydration because we are back. Game number 5 on the horizon after Luminosity managed to pick up a fantastic win in game number 4. Gaskin, it was a lot of fun, I'm sure, to watch that happen. 2 teams in Skyhook, because as much as Luminosity managed to take control of the game, that exodus from the center of Skyhook, it was a massacre.
Skyhook zones are always just a little bit mental, aren't they? But we had the privilege of being able to see various different teams try and scurry their way into zone and most likely fail to do so, because when you are all moving at the same time, it is very difficult to actually find any success. But then it was LG with some fantastically placed shots from Sykes, but also the Dark Veil coming in to give them plenty of space to push on in and ensure that they could find a victory in the end. An exciting first game on World's Edge, as we would expect, and some of the teams who would have relied on World's Edge to find their points didn't necessarily find them here in match 4, so we'll have to see whether match 5 and 6 can be a better opportunity for them to pick up the points they need to get back into this series.
Still not plenty of time. Still time, technically, on a technical level. And it is also important to remember for a lot of our teams who are doing well, but perhaps not having great results today, those middle-of-the-pack squads, that this is just the conclusion of the second round robin for them, and you're no longer into the point where it's your final couple matchups. Once you get into next round robin, that's where I'll be really, really stressed about a lot of these teams. If you're, of course, near the bottom of the leaderboard, that changes pretty significantly, and you got to kick it into high gear now and keep it going.
Yeah, you've got to keep it going. You need that momentum on your side, and you need to take advantage of an opportunity that is in front of you. For LG, top of the leaderboard at the moment, and they need to be looking at the big points that they can secure, and probably with a victory here today would most likely secure them a place at LAN as well. That guarantee, that magic number that we were speaking of, would most likely arrive. But there's still 2 maps to go, so there's always that opportunity that you could still fall down a little bit further in the leaderboard.
Certainly the case. I mean, there's a pretty big point gap that LG have to work with, and they're fortunate in that, but nothing is secure, especially not the first place spot. The nice thing is that with LG and the points that we talked about they needed, of course, nicely provided by Xander Commander at the very start of the broadcast, they should be feeling pretty comfortable today, at least having achieved those. A reminder that if you want to watch, be it LG's perspective, be it Bleed's perspective, C9, the list goes on and on. Well, it goes on 20 teams long. You can always catch those on FACEIT Watch, the, of course, broadcast partner for the ALGS, where we get to watch all of your favorite perspectives, be it from teams, be it the main broadcast, and of course, my personal favorite, the map stream.
The map stream is always my favorite as well. I love to have the map feed because it tells you so much about where teams are going, where teams should go, where they could go, and where they shouldn't go, of course, and we'll give you all that insight alongside the commentary here in match number 5. As the teams are dropping in, they are ready to go, and we'll have to see here whether some of these teams who do have the better POIs find those points. I mean, Eternal having Sky West not able to find a victory despite the fact we ended up at Skyhook. Is that an opportunity missed by them, and will they be able to maybe benefit from a zone moving away from Skyhook instead?
I'm going to jump on that like a sack of bricks. Yes, that is a missed opportunity for Eternal, for Liquid Alienware, for any, even Fluffy Aimers who land in Lava Fisher and did not have a good game. You do have to be wondering about how that's affecting them moving into these next couple. It does not, of course, exclude the possibility that any team can succeed in any zone, but you are predisposed towards success when you have a ring that pulls nearby you. I would even include LG in this, since they, landing over by Epi Survey, have a pretty clean rotation that should take them down to the south, where the ring appears to be going. Now, we're not going too far south. Just a little bit further south of LG, so they are pretty close and could move over and share some space with Cloud9. Get a little up close and personal.
How's your no-name finishes? Do you think this one's going to pull over to kind of north of where Board currently are and pull all the way to that eastern side, or is it going to be where one member of Cloud9 is in no-name? There is also the opportunity that it could pull to like the train tracks just east of Fragment as well, and the zone south of the, well, by the mountainside, just on the north of Geyser. So there's 4 potential opportunities of places you could try and play, 4 desirable positions to try and take here, so we'll have to see for those who have the ring console where they're going to move. One of those squads being Tempr from Big Maud or Large M, already making their journey through Geyser now, and I'm interested to see where they try and take.
It's funny that actually just watching where they're at right now, Tempr are tailing board. This may just be to hit the crafter on the way and then take control of the choke point, but following into that tunnel can be the end of your game. I'm just not sure whether it's going to be board or Tempr, since Tempr have really been on one today and are a very scary team to fight.
There's a few teams who are very scary to fight. There's a few teams who have not necessarily found that form as well today, so this will be the time to suddenly pick up that form and change things going into match 5, because we've seen it's pretty tight throughout the entire leaderboard. Yes, we do have a breakaway at the top now. LG starting to take a little bit of a lead, but there is still going to be that chance to try and send yourself a little bit further and get some very important points after the overall standings come into play to give you yourself that opportunity to think about Split 2 playoffs, because that's what's going to be on the brain for a lot of these teams as we get into our 4th series now. For most of these squads, there'd be only 2 series remaining for them, and that starts to be crunch time, really, when you consider how much opportunities you're going to have to gain points.
Complexity making a slow maneuver through the center of Siphon could actually make use of the care package and get themselves a nice bit of Evo, even if that doesn't have a cache inside it. You've now got an assault crate right nearby as well, and not a whole lot of teams that should be left in the south since nobody dropped Dome. Stacks and Mod should be making their way out. Complexity are going to commit to a little bit more of an edge play style than we typically see them go for, but that's not to say that, you know, in any sort of negative way. This could be very, very good for them, and that gold nemesis is going to be very, very good for anyone who's getting their hands on it this season.
Yeah, a little gold Nemi Wemi to be picking up and have some potential damage with it. By the way, this zone that we've had several times in ALGS often finds itself being won by teams arriving from outskirts rather than those who, for example, drop at Overlook and play it very early. And one of the bigger reasons being, for example, Flat. They're here early, but they're on blues, and they may not get much of an opportunity to get up to purples. And we've seen a few teams arriving from like Lava Siphon, for example, or Staging, or even all the way up towards Countdown, having the opportunity to get up to purples, maybe even reds, and then attacking those buildings in the late game and stealing them away from those who just have blue.
Teams like LG, who are sitting on their blues right now, won't have the opportunity to pick up a lot more Evo. We talked about this unfortunate tunnel of death. It does seem like C9 are on the receiving end. Is up against Tempr. They may very well go down. In the midst of all the chaos, Cloak does get swung on. C9 suffer even more losses, however, and in a 2 versus 1, you have to imagine the Tempr are coming out on top of it. C9 go down. Spades is already being rezzed, and this should be an effective reset for Tempr before even more teams get the opportunity to come in.
This is going to be tough for a team that pushes through. May just get absolutely destroyed from above from Tempr. The scans, of course, are going to help and probably will see people not take this move through the vault then. There are going to be a few teams trying to make a similar rotation, and the thing is, you can get congested here. If you don't make this push, suddenly another team arrives and they'll be next, they'll be behind you, and then you just get squished, then you get sandwiched. So Disguise trying to make this push, but we've already seen one player.
Oh, huge nade!
Spawns, but I think it's not going to be too late here.
This nade's hitting for 190, but because they've lost Designful, it's just down to a 1v1 any other situation. And you're seeing that singular grenade win the fight for Disguised, but instead, Tempr are the ones that get a res, now are playing this out in a 2 versus 1, and there's no way for Zen to effectively stop these resets. We're not even seeing more nades come in. The util is gone. Then he's struggling to swing. It's all 3 that get back up, and Tempr have had enough. Double push onto Disguise. Zenile is gone. So is the squad. Tempr reset again.
Speed. Need to get back up to a 4-3 as quick as possible. Get those shield swaps because there are other teams. I think it's Vanity who are the next squad to potentially make this push, but it looks like they're a little bit late, and Tempr will have the opportunity to fully reset. Now, I think that Tempr are unlikely to play this right-hand side, but this next zone is going to give us the biggest indication of where we're finishing. I imagine No Name is going to be the aim of the game here for where everyone goes, where Empire, where Flat are going to be residing. Oh, there is a potential little shift to go a little bit further north, but certainly what that zone does tell us is it's not going to be finishing on the area just next to the vault, and it isn't going to go down south towards the mountains. Instead, it is going to be either No Name or the train tracks.
And my curiosity now lies with who's ultimately able to take control of the north side of the zone. Eternal EC and Fluffy Aimers do have dibs on it. They're pretty close, but that doesn't necessarily mean the ones that they're going to be the ones to really survive long enough to abuse this high ground into what we know it can be as a power position. I really would like to see a couple of squads approach from the north, maybe even have LG pivot out into an area like that, especially as this does appear to be moving away from Overlook. A team like Not Moist moving in from the south won't have exactly the same dibs on zone. However, they should be able to play through some of the chokes coming out of Geyser and perhaps pick up a few KP, but it will be down to how well they fight.
They're going to need more than a few KP. I think there's a few squads here who need that large game that we speak about to really give themselves an opportunity to get back into this series, as see FURIA making their rotation. And, you know, if they hold this position, if the zone does pull a little bit further north, there is an opportunity they can be in a good spot. But I've never really enjoyed holding these Vans, especially without a Watson. And they are going to be playing Lifeline instead. Now, sure, you can be naded and then you can pick people up, you can get those reses, but I imagine FURIA are going to try and either take some space or reposition a little bit here.
It's nice to see that at least Vaxlon is the one playing outside, as Bangalore, typically the IGL's choice, is going to have the extra survivability, I'd say, that Bangalore provides. Madness instead is going to be playing a bit safer, and with the red shields, I see no reason why not. Bloodhound certainly a great follow-up, but as you say, defense is really the priority for a comp like this, and not something that they're particularly well set up to do inside this card.
So a few teams that I want to keep an eye on, well, Fluffy Aimers are one of them, thanks observers, and Eternal from the north upper epicenter here, because Fluffy Aimers are going to have to push through Eternal if they want to make that rotation and find themselves on the northern side that you speak of, because if you don't go north, you're going to find yourself having to go through Fragment. And what I was going to mention is TSM also are going to be in the area as they make their rotation through the sky. So now you've got TSM potentially taking on Eternal 3 versus 3 here, and it could be a straight fight if Eternal try and take it.
Now, this is fully cap, right? Like, TSM land on that high ground. There's no way that they keep it now being sandwiched by two squads. Eternal are looking at them, and Fluffy Aimers are right behind them. TSM have already lost one. We'll see whether this Motherload can turn things around, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of options for TSM, as they do manage to get Zap back into the game. EEC is coming up on them, and so are the Fluffy Aimers, who get distracted real quickly, giving TSM the chance to reset.
Brilliantly played, though, from Fluffy Aimers, picking their time and picking their move at just the perfect opportunity to make sure they clean up those final pieces. And as you mentioned, TSM will get to reset. Bleed Esports are also taking a little bit of a look at this one. And this seems to be prime real estate at the moment. Everyone wanting to be on the northern side, seeing where this circle is going to go, because that high ground could be pivotal when we get to the end of this game.
Look at this, look at this. Bleed are just waiting. They've spotted all the action, know how much attention is being put, and are staying so quiet for the third party on TSM and Fluffy Aimers.
Oh, taking a lot of damage here, but good movement from Reps to be able to survive just about, and it's literally out of the frying pan and into the flames at this point, because they have to drop into the lava just to survive. And sadly for them, they're going to be going into Bleed Esports, trying to escape from the Fluffy Aimers, but that's some good damage from Verhost.
Unfortunately, goes down immediately after. Now Bleed summon a wall, giving them a bit of a reprieve. Shield swap comes in from Shubi, dropped a little too low for comfort, however, and with Fluffy Aimers right on top of them, you have to imagine the third party instead will go the way of Fluffy Aimers, leaving them with not only a power position, but an additional couple of kills. They aren't giving this up to try and finish off Bleed Esports, but instead we've got another contestant entering the ring. It is Team Liquid Alienware, who again, watch all this happen, see TSM go out in the kill feed and go, there are a couple of squads around here. They're going to dip and dive right back from whence they came in Fragment. not knowing exactly how to follow up on a quick engagement that seems to have petered out. Instead, they do get their spot right back, and a scan from Yanya confirms that it's safe.
Yeah, I think teams are starting to learn their lesson that, yeah, you could just get into a building in Fragment or just get into a building in No Name, but then you leave it up to chance and where that zone might pull. But actually by playing a little bit more edge, by being aggressive and finding those fights when they're provided to you, you can almost dictate how the game's going to go yourself and put it a little bit more in your own hands as Vanity. 20th position at the moment. They would need a miracle to try and send themselves up the leaderboard today, but they are able to get some good damage here in the Vault Tunnel, and it's Complexity who are on the other side of this.
The nades from Vanity have looked really good so far, but with Stunny now going down, they've picked a fight with one too many teams. Tempr popped in and have turned the tables, putting Complexity in a good position to recover. Unfortunately, there's just not the time to do so, and Complexity are forced to run through the fences and into the remaining waiting arms of Vanity, who leaves Stunny behind and will technically survive for now with just a bit of the tunnel left in overlooking No Name.
By the way, the zone has pulled up towards the train tracks that we spoke of a lot earlier, so that high ground that teams have been so desperately fighting for is going to prove to be very vital for this endgame. Those who did all commit to No Name, there was about 6 teams who did so you can't really blame them. They all had similar thoughts, are going to have to move from south to north, and we only have 3 teams, maybe 4 teams, who are kind of within this next zone. LG, Stallions, FURIA, and Fluffy Aimers, probably the more likely teams to win this game from this point, and that's interesting to say when you have 14 squads still remain, but everyone in Fragment, everyone in No Name, all have to move from the south or from the west here.
Nice plays from LG. Good scan as well. This is Operation Save Sweet as he got triple pushed by Tempr, and LG's big spread out hold now finally has to condense into a singular point as they prepare for what could be a series of 3v3s up on this high ground. Tempr very unpredictable as a squad right now, and LG don't have a lot of say, especially with the lack of high ground that they currently possess. Tempr basically evened this. It's up to LG. Do they want to try and play through this Crafter, control Tempr, maybe push them back down the hill, or, and I ask again, who's going to take control of the high ground? Fluffy Aimers won the fight. This is still open for LG to contest.
Very impressed with LG. I mean, similar to what we said at the top of the show, the positioning and the rotations that Sweet's been calling have put them in some of the best spots to get to the late game, even if they don't necessarily find the victories, which they did find a victory today. They have just been such a presence in these final circles. Now, Not Moist, one of the teams who are in No Name and have to still make their way towards the next circle. It is going to be a very treacherous journey for them because, yes, they find themselves in a comfortable position for now, but there are 3 teams, 4 teams, actually 5 teams who are all around them who are going to be moving at a similar time here.
Let's watch the Senti. That can make the biggest difference, has made the biggest difference for Not Moist today. I don't know if it can completely overcome this massive gap that they've got to follow through on in this ring. Bangold will actually stall their push for a little while, maybe opening up Not Moist to take a fight inside this building, play for KP instead of positioning. It's certainly an option open to them.
Yeah, initial damage from Timmy gives them the chance to get aggressive onto this one. Liquid Alienware and Native Gaming both go down on the southwest side, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a few more teams fall as well. Not Moist are the next, and you can see in the kill feed, FURIA take down Oblivion alongside another team. I think it was the remainder of Flat, or at least a couple of players of Flat who got eliminated. You can see Nano still alive, so still a solo player from Flat. Oh no, wait, there's 2 members of Flat still alive. I think someone might be on the floor though, but certainly was a difficult spot for all of those teams. Empire have managed to survive, FURIA have been able to survive, and that is about it from the south.
As Flat go down, Tempr retain the high ground they earned earlier, leading us to wonder, there they are, where LG has positioned themselves. Sweet, alone on top of this high ground, does get noticed for sure, but this is a lot of open area that LG control. Look at how much space they've managed to hold on to.
I am surprised the Fluffy Aimers didn't take this position, to be honest, but LG, who have been fantastic with their positioning today, it's a really good opportunity to jump into a listen and see what Sweet thinks about where they find themselves.
Like, you need to bring me heavy, bro.
Yeah, they're fighting truck again.
70's enough, bro. Just drop me some. Drop me like 20.
They're fighting. Something's happening below me at the entrance to the tunnel.
It's OB, 3 kills here, bro.
Oh, he died. It was just so.
There's a rock.
Yeah, I know. Duo has to come out.
I'm not bringing you the heavy right now, so okay?
These guys have to push towards us.
Give it to you later. Yep.
We have to focus this team on height, please.
I'm not safe over
Yeah,
there.
fine. I have a god spot on them, bro. Just show. I have a really good run.
I'm coming to you, Funk. I'm coming to you.
Yeah, play my left side. Play my left side.
Get ready for these kids up there to run out in front of us. We're hard safe, like right on our rock on this corner. It's kind of awkward though. I'm gonna bang out left. I need a better sight than a fucking 2x, man. Oh, I have 28 heavy, by the way, guys. 28 heavy. Left. Get ready to hold left.
70, I got.
Get ready to hold left.
Down here as well.
They're walling. I'm about to bang out them.
Through the wall, down the wall. Right here in the
Bang out ting.
I'm saving
Remember, there's gonna be a duo walking up the tunnel below me right here.
Where are we playing? Like right here?
Over here on me. Over here on me. Over here on me. Above the tunnel. Everyone's gonna be in the middle of the open. They're in top tunnel. There's gonna be a duo. We might kill the duo real quick. Kill the guy. Can we scan right below and kill this duo? Can we kill anyone here?
I can't. I scanned it on our left. I already scanned it on.
Kill left. Kill left. Kill.
I'm with you, Sweet.
Kill this. Kill this.
Yeah, I'm killing it.
Cracked. Nading. Both on the ridge.
That's a full 3. It's a full 3, bro. Nice. Last one, duo behind.
I'm waiting for the rest on the ridge.
Almost cracked one on me.
Rising. Play slow spikes if you can.
I can swap this.
I'm sticking it no matter what.
I should have one.
Nice.
60.
On. I'll come. I'm punching him out. Your shit, buddy. No.
A wonderful endgame from Luminosity, and you can hear the shouts of elation as they pick up their second win in a row today. That is game number 5 going to Luminosity, and a masterclass, this time not in endgame and patience, but in spatial control of the ring. Gaskin, the way that they were able to play that, controlling almost all of Overlook, not the POI that they landed at, and then taking the right fights at the right time. This is looking like an IGL, not just an IGL, but a team that really has it dialed in on how to win any game of Apex Legends from any position.
Yeah, but also an IGL who is starting to feel quite confident, not in his own ability to call, but also in the ability of his teammates. Sweet has maybe been searching for teammates that he feels this confident for quite some time, but I do think when we look at IGLs, when we look at what people have been able to achieve in the history of the ALGS, the POI draft will have benefited some IGLs and would have been a detriment to others. I do think Sweet, as one of the better IGLs to adapt to any scenario, it's really helped them, and it's clear that LG are a real threat now coming into this split of Pro League, and I'm very excited to see how far they can go, because now they put themselves quite far in advance here at the top, and I wouldn't be surprised if they walk away with winning the entire series today, which should give them enough points to already qualify for LAN, but at least be very close to, if not secure it. And yeah, that's a great feeling for Sweet. And always risky to go into a listen in at the late game with a team there, because, you know, you might die and you might just hear the negative comments out of it. But if we're going to go to any team with the form that LG are in right now and being able to hear that elation and what it means to them, it's always great.
And the way that they were able to execute that, and even the way that you've put things afterwards, has reminded me of something that I heard 2-3 years ago in Apex Legends, that Sweet was and is one of the best IGLs to have when you are in a bad position, because of his ability to adapt. And what we're seeing now is that that's not just true for when you're in a poor spot, but now perhaps in the mid game is one of the better IGLs, is working with one of the better teams, whatever the variables behind the scenes may be, to get good positions and be able to use those to then win games as well. That's been really impressive, of course, over the course of today's games, and perhaps it can continue. I don't bring this up too often, but technically bonus points are available. If you win one more match, you could theoretically pick it up. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but we've seen crazier things than LG in the form they're in winning a potential third game.
Trying to throw out bonus points here. I see you. And if anyone's going to do it, yeah, only really it can be LG, because no one else is going to have the opportunity to have 3 wins on the board today. 20 points for LG. And most importantly, what I love is that they held that eastern side and they gave themselves the opportunity to get into whatever zone it was going to be. I was kind of deliberating, is it going to be No Name? Is it going to pull north to those train tracks? And in the end, they gave themselves the chance to do either, which again is sometimes a risky play, but also you can be rewarded for being in that position, especially with some of the zone pools we have seen so far today. Also give credit to FURIA. We mentioned their rotation and how they found themselves in one of those RVs, and they did pick up 17 points in the end, 10 kills to go alongside it.
I'd also love to give a little bit of love to Fluffy Aimers, who found themselves in 6th place after that game. They, much like LG, were focused on how to control the height and did play for it really effectively, avoiding a lot of third parties, retaining control for as long as they could. And while ultimately Fluffy Aimers do go down before reaching the real end game, they got to very late stages of it and played with the end game, with getting first place in mind. Something you've got to appreciate, especially when it turns into 9 points. Not a bad score at all. However, we've got a whole bottom half of the leaderboard after this match, and that's where things get a little darker, Gaskin, where things start to maybe creep up on teams. Some insecurities starting to come to light as we look down the barrel of game number 6, the final game for a lot of these teams, and for a lot of these players, perhaps some of their last opportunities to pick up any kills at all.
Yeah, with Liquid Alienware finishing in 12th position, they probably handed this series and this match day to LG, because now they find themselves around 30 points behind them going into match 6. And even though we did see a 30 bomb happen in EMEA, it happens very rarely in ALGS in general. So we would have to see Liquid Alienware not only get a 30+ point game, but also LG being eliminated early on. The stars would have to align, so we're almost already handing it to LG at this point. But there is then the conversation of trying to pick up those points around those certain areas. For example, I mentioned Native Gaming a little bit earlier. If they want to find themselves at playoff, they would need to be finishing around top 6 every match week. Well, at the moment, they do find themselves in 6th place.
And you can do a lot worse than improving your standings during the course of the final game. There is still a lot of wiggle room just below LG, even if going into game 6, it does feel like a bit of a victory lap for this team. It is a well-deserved one, to be sure. Over these 5 matches, they've dealt a total of 16k, almost 17k damage, and that is not even to speak of the way in which they've been able to do this. This isn't a squad that is taking all these 3v3s willy-nilly and somehow coming out on top of it. LG are taking a lot of fights, finding a lot of kills, doing a lot of damage, but again, they are doing all of that while playing not for the kills, but for the win instead.
Well, we mentioned at the start of the show as well, Sweet being in the kind of top 6 of the kill leaderboard, and on average was still matching the same amount of kills as Jen Burton from Falcons, but they still had an extra series to play. Sweet is going to be shooting himself up that leaderboard, and LG find themselves on 77 points, dear. This is what I was referring to. It is a 31-point gap between themselves and Alienware. LG might have already wrapped this thing up.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. You know, it's not even that crazy to think that LG could crack 100 points today with another performance akin to the one that they just found. Liquid Alienware and Tempr are in the conversation for 2nd place, and I am again going to give a lot of love to teams like Tempr and Oblivion, who, making their way out of Challenger Circuit a while ago, are in the conversation on a match day for not just top 5, now top 2. It's been a very impressive day for a lot of teams, and we've got 1 game left to wrap things up. Now, before we do that, I will flag this. We are going to take an extended break this time around as we sort out a few of the connection issues ongoing with the EA servers. So, while we do that, let's take a look back at some of the best moments that made Split 1 playoffs so special.
This is the Split 1 playoffs, and this is Los Angeles. We have the 40 best teams from around the world, 120 of the greatest players to ever play the game, all fighting for their chance to win a LAN and to hold up that ALGS trophy. Every single one of these players have given everything they have for months to be up on the stage. Because this is ALGS.
A violet sky for Reps. PK grabs the second, makes it a 2-pop, launches it. But there's no way he hits that Sensi shot.
Nasky moves in there. He has to reload. It's fine though. He beats them both. He's just better. As Yuka Kenny hit the Graver shot. Like Kenny clutched it up right behind him. The melee.
Hack and swing through the smoke. Beast of the Hunt is activated. He is swarming.
Track back. Go to 1. Follow that. Kill the bang.
I win it.
2 dead. 1.
Lying in wait, and we are just sending it. Sauce the IGL finds him in an advantage. Here comes BR Demon.
clear space.
Yeah, nading.
Oh my God.
Huge nade.
Longbow not going to be maybe the gun to use in this situation, but the Peacekeeper certainly is on the contest.
Something go through? Is this really happening?
With the cold knockdown, shield comes back. Roller in hand. He can do it. Cloud9 are down.
3 days ago, we started with 120 of the greatest players from 6 different regions from around the world, and now we're down to just 60. Their journey started back in January, and this is everything that they've been fighting for right now. Only one team will be crowned our newest ALGS LAN winner, but all 20 teams will be fighting for their share of $1 million.
And the question that everybody had coming into this week, can anybody dethrone the dynasties?
Boys, wait, here comes Legend Gaming. And remember, can they get the final kills? Yes, they can, but sadly, there is always one more, and it's Cloud9.
But this is just opening the door for VP to come in. Sharky's return to the finals.
You see the pink here, he's trying to heal up. He gets a one-shot, the Design goes knocked. I mean, they found the crevice, but right now they knew that they weren't going to win in their position because they were pinched. TSM get eliminated and recheck Vanity. Clean up shot. They drop down. Knowing to fully swing it onto them. The trade though, as Zino gets a knock onto Slayer. Brex is the last one alive. He gets a knock afterwards. And LG.
To talk about Dark Zero again, we're talking about a match point teams. This could be their opportunity to hit match point here.
One more placement is all Rejectwinity need so far. And there we go, as Serenity and Dark Zero eliminated, Rejectwinity will cross that threshold.
2 teams already at match point, but we need to get that dub.
They think they're safe, but they're waiting for them. They're waiting for them. The jump from Elevate to catch Red Pointing Dark Zero off guard. No banner for you.
They don't make match point. Elevate come in.
And Elevate from 0 to 100.
Fnatic have moved up to match point here, but that might be it for them in this game. Zero goes down to Coinfall.
Legends may have saved the day.
And now they're pushing down to keep it going.
Following up with Gems, the last one alive. Legends try to fully send it. It's up to them, but they take out Dark Zero.
The full 307 are back up, and they're going to send it in. Nasky stands up.
No way!
Living! Minus! Kill again! He's dead! I think!
Here come SSG!
SSG to deny Dark Zero the chance of victory. Rejectwinity now getting involved.
They want to clear out this side. They see kills available. They see an opportunity to clear out SSG and take control of this side of zone.
5 remain. Fnatic still alive and still approaching from the south here. And Aurora just lost one of their rotation. It might be 2. It could be all 3. And another match point team goes down.
Fnatic are thinking the same thing at the moment, trying to get Leica back to his feet, but Yuka F will go down as well.
They're on us, right here. Hinting. In barrels.
07 eliminate, but it's all up to Waltzy now. Fnatic will go down. No! The Mice will fall as well. We're down to 6 squads.
But it's disguised that they're fighting up against another match point team, but Rejectwinity have the extra player.
They have 2 down. They just need to find the third. It's going to be disguised down as well. They took that fight a little bit earlier. They win the fight against DSG, and now it's about winning one more.
Look at C9. Look at the position Serenity are in. Everything falling into place. Rejectwinity are just going to watch this unfold in front of their very eyes. Surely it's going to be the moment for APAC North here.
Biding their time, waiting for their moment. As all of Rejectwinity find themselves at Red Evos. It's a massive moment for Apex. It's a huge moment for APAC North.
It will be Rejectwinity that will ring around this arena, that will ring around the Apex scene.
Put your hands together for your winners of the ALGS Split 1 playoffs. Rejectwinity.
Welcome back again, everybody. Thank you for sticking with us through the extended break. Well, what extended break it was. It gave us an opportunity to look back on the Split 1 playoff stand, and it's always a little bit of an emotional roller coaster watching back some of the best moments, right? And this is what it all builds up to. That right now we're looking ahead to Split 2, of course, and we know that the location is likely to be announced pretty soon as well. We were joking about how we might leak some incorrect information just to see the internet go wild, but we're going to be good boys. We're going to be well behaved today. But it's great to look back on what was a really monumental moment in the Apex Legends Global Series, right? It was amazing to see a different region come in and call themselves a champion, reject Vanity with that huge win. And I think it just was a reminder to everybody that this is the Apex Legends, and the G stands for Global Series, right? It doesn't stand for Gaskin, as some may think. And it's just wonderful to see, right? We've had teams from all across the world outside of, 2 regions now who have been competing, who have managed to win that title. And I think it just shows it is a truly global series where there is an opportunity for anyone to win, and everybody who's a part of those regions can root for one of those teams.
Yeah, sadly, the Apex Legends Gaskin series is just me dying off drop over and over again until I finally win a fight and then might get a victory in Apex. But yeah, it was an amazing event. I'm very excited for when Split 2 playoffs comes around, and interested to see whether APAC North can again come back and hold that throne and defend it successfully, or whether North America are going to get pretty annoyed with the fact that it was taken away from them. Do we see APAC South maybe returning to their dominance, or do we finally see an EMEA team get a win? It's the questions that is always at the forefront of our mind of which region is going to be the best, and we only learn of which teams are good within their region, but it's not until we get to land on that international stage, when we see the teams compete against one another, when we truly start to see which teams can actually be winners.
Well, as we look to the future, it's time for us to kind of just stop thinking about what's coming and what's happened and look at the past as well. It's time for us to look at the present and what's happened as well, because this has been the LG show today. Luminosity fans have had a lot to smile about. We'll take a look back at some of the moments from that last game, and I think Dia summed it up extremely well, Dan. This was a great example of commanding space, and when you're landing at Overlook and you see these zones that finish around the truck outside of this balloon here, it's such a great place to play, because it's almost like Storm Point-esque, right? You're playing from natural high ground cover. You're playing from natural positions that you're going to be able to shoot down on other people who are at disadvantaged positions. But I also want to give a little shout out to Sykes here, by the way, because it was a 2v2, and I heard in the comms that Sweet said, I'm going to stick the res, right? Sykes gets pushed, he does 43 damage, and then just absolutely decimates Retzi, making it a very, very simple job for the last 2 to move in.
I was impressed with LG and their positioning to get to that point. I mentioned it just at the end of match 5. They were holding that eastern side, which gave them the option to move to either zone where it may pull, rather than fully committing to one of them. And now they find themselves on 77 points mark. And now I've said some crazy things throughout my Apex Legends commentary history about what I would do if a team's able to win, yada, yada, yada. I am very confident that LG are going to go on to win this entire series today. It's 31 points Liquid Alienware find themselves behind. We would need to see record-breaking amounts of kills if LG were to get to the late game here. So they're in one of the best spots they could possibly be, which will take the pressure off. And I think if you take the pressure off of LG, they are just going to play better.
I think it's interesting to kind of note as well that the last 2 games have been LG wins as well. It's back-to-back for LG, and if they get another win on the board here, there's a bonus point hanging about for them to go and collect as well. So still something here for Luminosity Gaming to keep their eyes on and try and really push forward to achieve. And I'm sure they're desperate to get into the next game and really cement this as one of the standout performances so far this split. Elsewhere, as we look down at the other end of the leaderboards, I think for Disguised and TSM, this has been a very, very difficult day to watch, I think, for their fans, to be honest. Barely anything to talk about for any of the teams, and I think every time you've seen them in an engagement, you just don't fancy them to win it. And it's kind of been the case today where both teams, when they've got in fights, has either had to be a crazy clutch to survive, or they've just got kind of run over a little bit.
And to touch on something we spoke about at the start of the show with the projected points needed in the overall standings, TSM would need to finish in around the top kind of 15 each time they compete in their match days to be able to guarantee themselves playoffs, or at least put themselves within the question of it, knowing they find themselves in 18th place. So this is going to be a little bit difficult for them. This is what I was speaking about in terms of the projected points. So TSM would need around 7.2 projected points per match. Now 7 points is 13th position, and they find themselves down in 18th at the moment. So it's certainly not looking too good, and that projected points would of course change going into their next set of matches where they would need a little bit more. Now we can switch our focus to Oblivion though, who have been very impressive today, Mark. I think that they are a team that we have to be highlighting. They require 11.9 projected points per match day, and that is around top 9 each time they compete, and we've already seen they are right up there in the conversation of finishing within the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, if you get into this stage of the split and you're Oblivion, I mean this with all due respect, with this many match days to go, if someone was to offer them that at the start of the split, I think they would say, yeah, we'll take that. We fancy those odds. We reckon we can do that, essentially placing in the top half of the leaderboard for our last couple of match days. We believe we can get that done. So Oblivion with a huge opportunity to cement themselves in one of those split 2 positions and make their way to the split 2 playoffs and be a part of one of the biggest events in esports. So very excited for them to see if they can convert a good start into an even better end to the split. Well, good news, everybody. Thank you so much, of course, for staying with us. We've had some server issues today that everybody's had to work through. For us, it's just chatting. For the players, it's, you know, a little bit more difficult because they've had to obviously deal with, you know, the waits, with the conversations, with the hangovers of bad games, maybe the good times of the good games. And LG certainly are a team who have been talking about what's gone right more than what's gone wrong today. I think they have placed a minimum of top 10 today. They had a 2nd and a 5th alongside the 2 wins. So it really has been an LG bus parade, essentially, today.
Well, can they do the treble and have even more reason to be on said parade and wave the trophies aloft of a bonus point trophy? There is no trophy, by the way, for a bonus point, but a bonus point could be very vital with your chances of getting to playoffs, and I do think if we see LG win today, which is looking very likely, their opportunity to get to playoffs is even more so. Very excited to see how Match 6 is going down, but it's teams that need a victory, that need to disrupt LG here. It's all well and good us talking about them getting the 3rd victory in a row, but other teams need to step up and really give themselves the best chance to put their foot forward here if they want to be finding themselves in a better spot in these overall standings.
Well, they don't get a physical bonus point or a coin or anything, but I will happily send them each $1 just to make sure that they have something to celebrate around it. Personally, I will take that hit, everybody, for the good of the Apex Legends Global Series. Well, here are your drop spots. We've already seen them for a couple of maps now. We've seen a Skyhook end that was, of course, won by LG. We've also seen an end just outside of Overlook, which was, again, won by LG. The question on everybody's lips at the moment is, can they convert it into 3? Can they get the hat trick? Can they complete the treble and collect that bonus point on their way to solidifying a 1st place finish today? A lot to play for here in game number 6, Dan.
I am just looking across the compositions as well to see if anyone's going to do anything a bit drastic with their legend selection going into match number 6. The answer is, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on which way you look at it, a dead no. We're not going to see anything too crazy. No one pulling out a Cybercat performance here on World's Edge. Instead, it's going to be mostly the tried and tested compositions that we are used to, as everyone now has exited their dropships, and we go into World's Edge. It's match number 6. It is a chance to try and put things in your own hands here and get yourself a little bit further up those leaderboards and get yourselves one step closer to split 2 playoffs.
And with LG point sponging a little bit, it means that the rest of the places are still very much up for grabs. And when it comes to the end and we see how tight those final game days can be, knowing that you are a team who is in a position to qualify, knowing that you have the game in your hands, your position, your future, and your hopes of qualification in your own hands, it can be a couple of points that separates that decision being made for you or it being taken away from you. So a lot to play for here in game number 6, but LG are going to be feeling supremely confident with how things have gone today.
Yes, they are, and zone-wise, LG might be pretty happy with where we're going, because this looks extremely similar to what we just saw in the previous game, and arguably could be a very similar finish as well. Now, I will highlight the same 4 finishes that I did previously. You've got the one that is just south of Fragment. You've got the one that is east of Fragment on the train tracks. You have the northern train tracks that could be there as well, as, of course, No Name being a potential finish here.
Well, LG has said we've done this once. Can we do it again? Now, the rotate might be a little bit different because of how teams kind of adjust from what they saw in the last game. So you have to keep that in mind. It's not just a case of walking up, taking the same spots and kind of controlling the space in the way that you did previously. Everybody will be aware of what went right and what went wrong for them. So it's a chance for people to adapt, to adjust, and see if they can challenge that position and maybe take that position away a little bit earlier. C9 are going to have the prio to this zone, which is a real opportunity for them, but they have to be careful, of course, of LG coming from epicenter. They've got board already approaching from Geyser as well from the south side. So MPIRE also making their move in through Fragment 2. And as we take a little look at Native Gaming, who are in 6th place overall here with 37 points. One good game for them here would be a real boost to their chances of qualification, even though there's still a few match days for them to play. I would say the points they've got on the board today and finding themselves in 6th at this point into the last game of the day, I think it's a really good start for this new lineup, and I'm very excited to see if they can continue this momentum.
Yeah, they needed this match week. They needed this confidence boost, and as you mentioned, it is not done yet. They could still find themselves arguably finishing in the top 3, if not the top 2 here. First place is out of reach. I think mathematically really is impossible at this point, but if they can send themselves into the top 3, they give themselves less work to do in the remaining match days for them, which then gives their opportunity to get to playoffs even more so. So I'm excited for Native. I'm excited to see like how they perform here in this final match and in the future match days, but there is still plenty to do, and it is not job done yet. As Complexity, they're going to move through Geyser. They're going to take this chokehold, and if the zone were to pull south here, Complexity could be in a good position holding said position.
I always feel for the one person that gets beamed on the zip line as well. Like, Kimchi's like, why me? Like, why was the cool second guy? You know what I mean? Like, just shoot one of the other guys. Maybe that's my slightly selfish gameplay coming to the fore. But, you know, I feel for Kimchi is what I'm trying to say here. And Complexity, like you say, are going to be taking this choke. Flat watch them rotate to here as well. And they're going to be playing the choke, which is a little bit more just to their side, coming from the Siphon side. But LG have already managed to get up on this tower. You can see Sykes is in a great position to rain down some fire. However, the only thing that's raining down at the moment is nades from the sky. So LG have got to be very careful here. A little bit split. Funk is going to have to retreat here before he pops the dogs. But Sweet gets that first knock onto Pandas. Now Funk is going to have a great climb up and an opportunity for free KP.
Free KP indeed. Stallions have lost 2. Now, Tempr are in the area and could try and join this one, but I think they are just far enough away that LG will have time to finish this fight and reset before Tempr even get close enough to have a whiff of what has just happened. Now, LG continue their dominance up to 80 points now. Really is putting it without a shadow of a doubt that they will be winning this series today. I want to hammer that home, that they have dominated, and I don't think anyone's really going to come close. But can they get those 3 victories is now what they will be hunting for, and can they get those 100 points on the board?
Yeah, very interesting and a very good day for LG. I keep repeating it because I think LG fans have loved the consistency they've seen today, but they maybe wanted to see just that little bit of magic that makes them believe that it's not just qualifying for LAN, that maybe they're a team to look for when we get to LAN as a potential winner. A long way to go, a lot of match days, of course, before we get to that. And of course, getting to the finals of LAN is always a challenge in itself. And getting to LAN is a challenge too, and Moist are going to find that out themselves. Not been a great game day for them as well. Liquid Alienware had a much better day, and also they're going to find themselves a couple more points here through KP. It's going to be Shubi who's going to fall.
Now, for Team Liquid Alienware is similarly to LG. They are in a position where just average match days would get them to LAN, but this is going to be a more than average match day with a second place on the horizon potentially if they can find similar success here in match 2, which again could secure their spot at LAN even with their performance here today. And we will start to guarantee more North American sides just after what happens. Now, for other teams that are trying to catch up, though, it's a little bit more difficult, and one of them being Native Gaming, who fall early here in match 6.
That one's going to hurt. We talked about how they had a great day so far, but it might not end up looking that great after a disappointing game number 6 where they fall outside of the top 17. So that's certainly going to sting for them, knowing that they had an opportunity here to have a really solid day, to get some really solid points, and now they're going to be preying on downfalls of other teams in and around them. Disguised, well, we mentioned the Game 6 magic. There hasn't been much magic to speak about today. Maybe now that we're in Game 6, it's going to be a change of fortunes for them, because they've managed to get through the vault tunnel this time without getting taken on and losing that fight. So I would say a much more solid position for them to play from for the rest of this game, but they got to watch their backs.
I think the good thing for Native Gaming is they did create a little bit of a gap between themselves and kind of 9th place. There was a 13-point gap coming into this one, so they should still be able to hold on to a top 8 bar any
designs off the race.
Incredible. Yeah, and I was gonna go to that afterwards. Have we even mentioned that? Because, you know, I've been criticizing the Wraith pick for quite some time, but that shows a lot for me to see design for on the Bloodhound.
Yeah, I mean, some people might be saying finally. He's probably thinking, hey, something needs to change, and maybe this is the time to change it. So design for on the Bloodhound, a very interesting move from a composition which has been pretty cemented as what DSG will be running, but some flexibility starting to come in just as Bloodhound is about to maybe find himself being nerfed into the ground. But we'll have to see if it's going to pay off here for DSG. Like I mentioned though previously, at least they've got a little bit of control here. No team is going to be contesting them inside of this vault tunnel. Nobody is going to be contesting them from the choke. The closest team to them at the moment is going to be FURIA, who are still some distance away as they head in towards, or down the little slope in front of them towards the respawn building. But I mean, DSG are in a pretty good spot here. If they can wrap up and take an opportunity of anyone who might create a third party from like a Tempr complexity fight, maybe LG getting a fight, then they can take the north side.
Yeah, this zone looks like it's pulling a little bit further south than it had done previously. Still could end on those train tracks though, but No Name looking a little bit more likely as Flat down in 13th position. If they're going to have the opportunity of pushing themselves up the leaderboard, boy do they need to try and wrestle back some control here as they're getting pushed.
Well, they managed to reinforce the door for about 3.3 seconds, and then it got blown off, and now they are getting swung from all sorts of angles. There's a team above them, there's a team across for them. I think all they have to try and do here is stall, but knowing that they've got to try and play a res, stick a res, makes it even more difficult because that audio cue is going to go off, and you're going to see somebody poke. But also Flat are doing a pretty incredible job of holding here. They actually managed to get a knock on a team who tried to third.
Well, you mentioned Flat, a very impressive fighting team, but it just seems like every time they manage to get a player back up, something else just adds on to that, but they are still doing their darnest to stay alive here.
And Big Lou's trying his best, man. He gets to his feet, he gets focused immediately. It's 3 times in a row he's gone down. We shouldn't laugh, but sometimes there is comedy in tragedy, so if they can get the catalyst back up for the 4th time, excuse me, that would be a pretty good job. Unfortunately, it's going to be have to be through a respawn beacon as if finally Big Louis going to be put out of his misery.
Well, the whole team might be put out of their misery shortly. Nano with the last opportunity to try and rat out and survive and maybe get something, but no. Flat's day will come to an end. They were in 13th position, but everyone below them is still alive, so Flat could drop down as far to 17th. If not, maybe 16th here with that death. So that is going to be a sad, sad situation for them. Now, the teams who have found themselves in No Name, FURIA, MPIRE.
Sad situation for them.
You said there's comedy and tragedy sometimes.
It's true. It's true.
FURIA, MPIRE, and Board all find themselves within No Name. If it does pull here to No Name, they are all going to be in a good position. But something I brought up earlier, No Name is often won by teams arriving a little bit later with more valuable shields on their backs, rather than those who commit to No Name and often find themselves on blue.
One of those teams is potentially going to be TSM. Now we're going to see it moist or not moist. Honestly, at this point, not 100% sure, but not moist is what's on the screen, so we'll stick with that. Taking a little bit of a fight, and this is on the west side of World's Edge at the moment, kind of outside of Fragment towards those train tracks. Eternal's going to be a team on the other side of it. Wolsey's trying to do a little bit of damage, and will do quite a lot of damage, and should be able to convert into a knock, but just misses those last 3 bursts, which is a little bit un-Wolsey-like. I saw the man lifting some 50k dumbbells in a shoulder press on the timeline a little bit earlier, and I wonder if he's got a little bit of fatigue.
Outrageous, by the way. 50 on shoulder press is
illegal,
disgusting, and I'm very impressed with just how strong that man is, as he could literally lift 2 of me above his shoulders, which is quite terrifying to say the least. Now, TSM were in the area and considered pushing onto Eternal and not Moist, but nothing really happened in that fight. It kind of ended up being a nothing fight as both teams backed off. So TSM quite wisely biding their time, controlling the position they find themselves in rather than throwing away their southern side.
Wolsey has the jump on someone, and now the fatigue has fallen back into place. He's feeling rested, he's feeling good, he's got the protein shake in the body, and all of a sudden the recovery has taken over. Gets that first knock, but TSM are still looking at this, and Guild has taken a little bit of damage himself. So even though it's a knock, it's not going to be a full elimination for now, and you can see the EC are now going to probably fall to TSM as Zap has a little look down at them, but TSM are taking a bit of damage here, and they have to be careful of Moist too.
They do. They just have to be aware that Moist could get... Well, first they have to be aware of where Eternal is coming from, because Eternal, in a panic, is probably going to run towards TSM here, and TSM just need to reset, but does look like they've taken a fantastic position to ensure they get some damage down. Zap making the call just to hold as much high ground as possible.
Oh my god. I mean, Zap is outputting damage right now. He's already got 670 in this game, and he looks like a man who maybe is on somewhat of a mission. Finally, Eternal EC will be eliminated as TSM won't be credited with those final kills. It'll be Wolsey who gets the final one himself. And now you're going to see Moist and TSM have a little shoulder to shoulder, a little shuffle, and we'll have to see who's going to come out on top here. Great shots from Verholz, by the way. And I've got to be honest, Verholz been very quiet today. If I'm not mistaken, 0 kills in 5 games. Very un-Verholz-like, but this is an opportunity to put that right. And with a spray like that from the L-Star, maybe it's going to be him who can be the catalyst.
He manages to bob and weave, and he does do a lot of damage, and there will be the follow-up from Zap as they get the second. And now TSM, though, struggling a little bit with Verholz, but Verholz gets the bat, which is massive, and Not Moist will be eliminated. And TSM, are they going to be able to reset? They should be able to. They're getting shot from a distance at the moment, but it looks like they are going to be okay on that southwest side, back up to a full 3.
Well, crazy things have happened, right? It's not going to be the same zone. We are pulling back towards the train tracks outside of Fragment. And who is in the single carriage which stands upon said train tracks? Well, it's your lobby leaders. It's LG who have managed to navigate themselves into a fantastic endgame position. Vanity taking a little bit of damage themselves at the moment inside of the bar building, just trying to hold off this full swing that's coming in. But on that scan, find out that there's 10 players in the vicinity, so nobody really should be thinking about thirding.
And it's LG again putting themselves in that spot where they can kind of move into wherever the zone does shift. At zone 3, as soon as they saw it pull towards Fragment, they went for the train tracks because that was one of the zones I was talking about is potentially going to end, and LG are rewarded with that now. But are they going to be maybe pressing an advantage here because they've noticed there's a weak Cloud9 that they can actually pick up some KP and then potentially return to that spot afterwards?
Yeah, this is really, really smart because not only do they get this KP and will be able to escape, get some loot as well, now they know that there's only going to be a solo approaching them from the northern side. So they're essentially trying their best to clear this side of the map and keep all of the lobby in front of them. It's such a smart decision to make as we see Sorcerer just kind of tanning his backside at the moment with that zone. He's going to be playing this one out as a solo, but you can see what I mean perfectly now on the map overhead, right? They're going to go back to their spot, which is still going to be free because nobody can leave Fragment. Nobody wants to leave Fragment knowing there's so many LOSs onto it. So LG clear this side. Now they're just going to wait for the last solo to move out of that train tunnel. Should be able to pick up that KP. And then they just return home. So clearing that side, free KP. Very, very good decision making from LG.
Yeah, that's one of the downsides of committing to Fragment, really. You do find yourself in that position where, sure, you are alive till the late game, but you are unlikely to win from that point. And it seems like a few teams just accepting that inevitability at this point. And FURIA now, they're going to be one of the squads that are on the eastern side who were previously at No Name. They are one of the further forward teams with Disguised and Empire behind them, but Board currently having eyes on all of these squads. I mean, it isn't going to be easy for FURIA, so they're going to opt to take to these skies.
Yeah, they're just going to take up and take the top side of this rock and see if they can pick up a couple of KP. C9 were eliminated. LG did get credited with yet another kill. And now look at the kill feed. They're taking on DSG as well. But Disguise, as they're taking damage, we switch over to watch the point of view of LG, who are just farming at the moment. But Sweet's got to be careful. He hasn't got to overextend. Doesn't have to do too much. Empire Gaming eliminated in the meantime. FURIA will pick up those kills.
Is there a bonus point on the horizon here for LG? They certainly have everything. They have all the cards that they would need, right? They've got decent armor. They've got a great position. They've made a good call. And a lot of the other teams that are around them are either in very disadvantageous positions or have even lost a member. FURIA may be one of their biggest concerns, but they almost lose Vaxlon, but it looks like they are just going to be able to reset here. Disguise trying to do what they can as a solo, but it looks like FURIA should be okay.
Yeah, Madness could be the difference maker here because not only has he got Red Evo, he's got the Devo as well. So Red Evo Devo, which is something I wouldn't want to say too many times quickly. Skynade's coming in as well onto FURIA. could make the difference when it comes down to those close range engagements in the final moments. By the way, Designful is still alive here for DSG, so may be able to scrape a few extra points up, even with FURIA. I think they're pretty aware of his position, and we'll certainly be able to scan that position to give it away. Oblivion, though, this is a story today. Designful has been eliminated. DSG will be eliminated. They've been one of the big stories of today, so let's jump into a listening. Let's see how they play towards this endgame.
Red swaps on ground, bro.
Yeah, team crossing all building. Windows guys.
I'm low.
For now.
I'm low. I'm Phoenixing.
Yeah, you're good.
Roof's not good. Roof's not good. Careful.
Yeah, no.
Guard can see it. I smoke down. I have no smoke down.
Spectre kills. They're crossing now. The green. Bottom green. Bottom of green.
Can we come up, Blink?
I'm coming out.
Yeah.
I'm excelling and climbing.
Safe on me.
This thing's getting to Jen.
Safe on me,
to Joe. Yeah, I'm coming. Careful, careful. Oh, no, this is bad.
Smoke.
I'm down. No smokes. Can res on now. Where's the jump? Perfect kills, but we need kills.
Yeah, we can get kills. We can kill with this floor. We go in this building.
Let's go. Go for it. I'm dead. You guys go for it.
Ben cracked.
I'm dead. So
safe on me. Safe on me.
He's dead.
Come to me. I'm inside.
I'm trying.
No, I'm not inside. I'm scanning for you guys.
I'm raising here. I'm stabilizing.
They're inside. Safe on me.
Let's go kill him.
Yeah, I know.
I'm dead. I'm good. Fuck. Yes. It's you guys.
Yeah, I'm batting. Play with me, Akimbo. Play with me.
I'm on door, Reeds.
I think we cross the here.
Zerder, careful.
Come to me. Fuck this fight.
Get him.
Leave. We're leaving.
You said it.
Go.
Leave me. They're dying. Tempr that fight.
Yeah.
They wipe. Just play small.
We're safe here.
They're fighting you guys. Wait, they're lost.
Safe on me.
You're fine.
So Oblivion, from what looked like a horrible position, still survive as a duo. We see Liquid Alienware eliminated, as well as the rest of the lobby, essentially. LG will not be able to get the back-to-back as TSM stand in a position to have a last stand in this series. What a story this would be.
Yeah, TSM, I mentioned earlier, they would need to, finish with 7 points in the overalls and have that chance, which is finishing top 13, while they find themselves now in 10th position, so they have been able to come back. But Oblivion, let's talk about Oblivion. 2 of their players have been featuring in the Challenger circuit for the last 2 years, now find themselves for the first time in Pro League, and they're in 3rd place, but it looks like this might be the end of the game as they do get pushed here.
Yeah, this is going to be NGNL versus TSM to win the game. But look at the space and look at the angles that TSM had. Last time we saw them in this lobby, it was a TSM win. Today it won't be a series win, but Game 6 will belong to them. TSM save their day with a win in our final game of the series.
And NGNL take a very important 2nd place in that game as well to put them up into 4th in the overall standings, which really does give them an opportunity of just putting that foot towards LAN and at least giving themselves the belief of it is possible, it is doable. But the same could be said for TSM. With their security, it wasn't looking particularly healthy going into match 6, but a victory just pushes them far enough into that top 10 to give them that confidence once more.
Yeah, I think it goes without saying it's an important game, right? Is the fact that they picked up, I think, what felt like their first team fight winning all day, to be honest with you, when they went up against Not Moist. And I think just winning that, it's crazy what it does for you, right? It's like, hey, we're actually pretty good at this game. It just reminds you you're one of the best teams that North America has produced. And from there, they go on to get more kills, take the best position away from LG, who maybe we were just thinking in that end game, hey, we've got enough points, we know we're guaranteed to win, let's just try and see how many we can get. But it's a fantastic end to the day for what was otherwise going to be a very disappointing day for TSM. And I think I summed it up right. They saved their day with that win in game number 6.
They really do. It saves their game. It potentially saves the day. It potentially saves their chances of LAN as well. I mean, they were still in a pretty good position and a likely team to get towards LAN, but now this puts them in a far more secure position going into their remaining match days and less pressure on them as well, because pressure, we know, can really affect certain squads, and you don't want to have your back against the wall as you go into those final matches. Have to give a shout out to Oblivion, to finish top 3, by the way. Yeah, NGNL, who finished top 4. Those are massive results for 2 teams who were looking a little bit out of it, but now find themselves right back in the conversation and can start dreaming about the possibilities of LAN.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see, right? We're seeing some of these teams that previous splits maybe we wouldn't even been talking about as potential qualifiers for the Split 2 playoffs and getting to that LAN event. And Dia, as we bring you back into the conversation, TSM saved their day, but like Dan's saying, you know, so many stories come out of today, and I think Oblivion is one to keep your eye on as well.
They really are. I like that we called them just in those last couple of moments of this final game, but as a team that is, like many of the folks watching at home, one that came out of the challenger circuit, one that was aspiring to play better. And now, granted, they've got Reeds on their team who brings a boatload of experience with him, but Oblivion have clearly taken a step up this year, and they have risen to the challenge of Pro League in a way that I think not many could have expected.
Yeah, I think it's true, and I'm very excited as well to commentate over Blink a little bit more, because if he hits a 182 spray on anyone, I will hit the "Where are you?" and then it's going to come out, and it's going to be loud, it's going to be proud, and my Tom DeLong and my childhood will return to the fore. But I mean, talk us through these stand-ins, because TSM, you know, a great result for them. 14 kills, by the way, dear. I think it's a fantastic way for them to end the day, but also I think there'll be questions of like, what took you so long?
Yeah, this was, as we talked with Minus Tempo at the halftime, me going, oh, maybe I shouldn't have asked him about that. Maybe that wasn't the right sort of energy to be putting out into the universe, because it did seem that TSM were falling short. Not just in Storm Point, but when we were on World's Edge, the first two games did not look good at all. NGNL do come in right behind them, and while this is, of course, an impressive performance, I do wonder, with the way that TSM played today, how far up the leaderboards they realistically could have gotten with just this singular performance, giving them essentially all of their points. Liquid Alienware do claw a few back. LG maintain their lead, but I want to take a look at those teams that in our last match of the day weren't quite as lucky as to make top 10, perhaps got their journeys cut short just a bit, because Gaskin, that's where things do get a little bit more complicated, especially if you are a repeat offender there, be it for World's Edge, Storm Point, and most egregiously both.
Yeah, it was a team like Native Gaming, who were in 6th place going into this match 6, fell in 18th with 0 points, and in the end, the damage was they fell to 8th place in the overall standings, which still is a good position and does still set them up with the opportunity of getting to LAN, and it's the right direction, but it was just a sad end and maybe a slightly disappointing one, which was such a good day in the early stages. But this is confirmation. LG do come out on top, 90 points, winning by 31 in the end. The gap that they had created in match 5 was enough to carry through into match 6, but Liquid Alienware second, and we have to highlight Oblivion third, NGNL 4th, Tempr 5th. Massive games and massive match day for all of those teams I've just mentioned.
And I mean, looking at Liquid Alienware, this is a really big difference between the last time that they played in this group as well, placing 11th last time that they were able to play in groups B versus C. Tempr as well, moving up from 15th to 5th is a massive difference. But I want to highlight a really fun and interesting stat here. We've been talking about LG. We're going to keep talking about LG. The fact that they've managed to make it to 90 points creates a really interesting stat that they are now tied with the highest NA series score of year 4 across both Split 1 and Split 2. It was Dark Zero who started things off in match day 1 in Split 1 with 90 points. LG in the middle of Split 2 have risen to that bar, but not yet surpassed it.
I look at that and I'm like, I'm sure they're going to be furious if they know that right now, just knowing they could have like, which one away, you know what I mean? Like 1 away, knowing how competitive those 3 are, they would have been like, that would be such a nice, I don't know, a little jab, you know, to say, well, to hold that over someone like, well, we got the highest points total. But now they're just going to have to share that title, which kind of sets up us up nicely for the next match day where we have both teams in the lobby, right? Because I think, well, some of the players, I should say, of course, because obviously Dark Zero, not the Dark Zero they once were. They now have a gentleman called Imperial How. You might have heard of him before. But
yeah.
It's a slightly different look, but it would have been nice. I think it would have been a little psychological blow for LG to land.
Now we gotta look at now how everybody is placing over the course of the split. Of course, today's performance out of LG moves them up a few places. Liquid Alienware also starting to make their way up. And Gaskin, as everybody gets rounded out, now we've all played the same amount of match days. These are the standings moving into the final round robin. And of course, when you're top 10, you can rest pretty easy. Some of these teams, especially SSG, may have fallen a few places, but their performances this season still make them very scary.
And the magic number that we were speaking of at the start of the broadcast was 71 for how many points teams would need to pretty much guarantee themselves at LAN. LG secure that with a 25-point week. Liquid Alienware only 4 points off with a second place as well. So I'm expecting both of those teams to be at LAN. Now, I don't think 71 will necessarily be the cutoff, but it certainly is a position where you can say, look, we should be safe, we should be going to LAN, and that is an incredible feeling to have when you are only, what, 4 match weeks in, you still have 2 to play. Now, the same can be said for other teams like SSG, for example. They don't have to do as much as other squads. Still could go downhill. Remember, it's not a guarantee. You could still finish last in both of these match weeks, but we have our clear leaders at the moment, and I think LG will be delighted now to be considered one of the favorites going into LAN.
And with the signing of previously Skidmark, now Bleed, everybody who's in top 10 in North America is also signed, which is very exciting. With, of course, the next couple of squads, 11th through 20th, needing a little bit more to move their way into LAN competition. Oblivion is right there on the line as our C9 for squads that could make their way in. Weave, interestingly, right below them, make for another fascinating challenger circuit storyline as they continue to climb the leaderboards. Teams like Oxygen, CCE, Tempr are just making their way up, and of course, with Oxygen and CCE not able to present themselves today, they have fallen just a few places. We'll look a little bit further down at the last page, which will round out all of North America. Will Fluffy Aimers make the cutoff for 20th? Not Moist are a team that we have got to keep our eyes on. They were bottom of the leaderboards before they managed to pick up Timmy moving into last week. And while this has been a pretty good weekend for them, or rather was a pretty good weekend for them last week, the fact is they're still very far off of qualification on set.
Yeah, still got some work to do, and a lot more work than the teams in front of them, but we know the talent. It's just a question of how quickly can you get those pieces working together, right? Because it's one thing to pick up a player like Timmy, who is obviously incredibly individually talented, and he's going to offer you so much, but also you got to remember that, you know, Waltzy is stepping into an IGL role, and we know how tough that is to do as a player. It is not a case of, oh, I'm just going to jump in and, you know, I've played a lot of Apex Legends. I kind of know how this game works. I know some spots that we want to play. It's like how you perform as an IGL in a position where you're in scrims is very different to the match day pressure, where the decisions really do matter into what the future is going to be for your team. Are you going to qualify for LAN? Are you going to be able to get yourself into a position where your destiny is in your hands? So there's a lot for Not Moist to go through at the moment, and I think the teething pains may be starting to hurt a little bit more than they expected, but hopefully they can get through them and they can get to the other side of it and show some really kind of aspirational moments and, you know, get into a good spot.
It seems like that's something that is totally in the realm of possibility. Now, you mentioned individually talented players, and somebody over here, is very vocally asking for us to introduce the player of the day, our MVP for today's games. I'm serious, she's been meowing at me for the past 5 minutes, and it's because everybody cannot get enough of Funk. Managing to make it with LG all the way to the top of the leaderboards, Funk was a statistical anomaly during today's games, topping the leaderboards, not so much when it comes to kills, but looking at things like assists and damage. Funk actually ranked above Sweet in these categories with 5.9 thousand damage over the course of the day, 18 assists, and Sweet's 15 kills, certainly being propped up by the team play that LG were able to put together in these final couple of matches. It was several clutches that came through for Funk to be able to maneuver with the rest of the squad up here, but I put him on the MVP because a lot of people are going to be looking at this and going, it's all sweet, it's all sweet, it's all sweet. And I think the reason that I give this to Funk over any other player on LG is because the numbers combined with the difference between today's LG and the LGs of days previous. The difference here isn't sweet. The difference is how Funk is playing with the rest of the team and rocketing them to success by bringing everyone together. Even higher damage numbers now that Game 6 is calculated in. Good lord, these things get out of hand, Gaskin.
They really do, and Mark might be the only one who gets this reference, but Funk is most definitely on a roll, and it is great to see it happening because, you know, we need to see some of these players get the credit where it is due, right? We often give it to the IGLs, we often talk about the players who lead the charge and call the rotations, but sometimes you just need someone to step up to the plate who is gonna do that damage, who is gonna get those kills, and is gonna not only listen to those calls, but make those calls count.
Remarkably consistent as well. I know that we got the chance to do a listen in at the end of match 5, and listening to the way that Funk, Sykes, and Sweet are all working together and calming, what really stood out to me on set is not just the calls that are being made, but how incredibly put together and almost clinical this squad is, even in the most tense of endgames.
Yeah, I think the thing that impressed me most about Funk today is I think today was a real marker of like how much he's grown as a player. And I think it started in the last match day as well, where he was picking up some really, really vital kills for his team. But it seemed like some of the immaturity of some of the decision making, maybe some of the like the excitement, the exuberance of a young player coming into a team and wanting to impress is just taking a back seat. And he realizes and recognizes now what his role is on that team. And I think the addition of Sykes as well was just, he's got two voices now to listen to, right? Because there's two players who've been there, done that, placed well. And I think now he just feels like he has his role. He can be comfortable in what he has to do. And he looks very, very mature in his decision-making when it comes to team fights and how he's playing. So I think Funk is just getting better and better at the moment. And I think the stats are starting to prove it as well.
Now, I know that I justified the Funk decision for any of those players or viewers at home that would have been thinking, oh, I wish I saw Sweet up here. Well, the good news is you can see Sweet up here because we've nominated Funk for the MVP. We've pulled in Sweet to interview after a fantastic day for Luminosity. So Sweet, welcome to the broadcast and congratulations.
Hello. Thank you guys for having me. Always a pleasure.
I mean, we really couldn't have gone with anything else after watching the way that you guys played through today's match day. It was very exciting to watch and, importantly, very controlled almost in the way that you took World's Edge games and worked them into your favor. But it's been a while coming. Luminosity has taken shape, and the last time we saw you here, I think, was after match day 2 of last split. So it's been a bit of a break between times that we've seen LG at the top of the leaderboards. What are you giving the biggest credit to for your success today?
It's a split of two things. It's one, the culmination of teaming with Sykes finally coming to fruition. You know, it takes always a couple weeks whenever you have a new teammate. And, you know, Sykes was not only an S tier player in his own right, but adding him into our scheme perfectly filled the gap of a like hyper-focused, almost paranoid support player who's constantly watching our back and knowing when to do certain tasks that are better off not directly told by me to do. He's a very intuitive player. That mixed with the draft. Apex is kind of like broken right now with the zones. And if you've been paying a close attention to them, you can kind of prioritize certain POIs with the draft. And we coupled that with Sykes and 90 points happen.
Sweet, firstly, congratulations on an incredible match day. A record matching points total, which I've got a two-part question here. I'm being a little bit greedy. So you got 90 points overall today, which is tying with Dark Zero for the most points put up in a match day, which is obviously very impressive. Now, are you firstly happy with that, or are you slightly upset you didn't get one more point just to say that you are the record holder? I don't want an honest answer here.
I don't care about any of that, but I mean, we just got completely griefed by FURIA in the final game, so that was annoying. But I think we were in the running for some of the niche things where, like, if you win 3 matches, you get an extra point or something, and in points, like, we perfectly set it the last game up to not only be 3 wins, but also 100 points. And I think that is like another overall standings. And we're kind of, you know, stepping up to the plate to be the team that's going to dethrone Falcons. So, yep, shout out to FURIA for ruining that. But, yeah, I mean, overall, I'm happy. Like Dark Zero is an amazing team. They played well. You know, we have multiple more weeks to continue playing well. If it's tied at 90, we'll see who gets 91.
And then my actual like reasonable question here, by the way, because obviously you're going to be happy with what happened, is talk to me a little bit about the evolution of Funk as a player, because I feel like he's become a little bit mature as a player. He feels like he looks a lot more comfortable in the lineup. Is that just time, or is that something that having both you and Sykes in his ear as well just takes a little bit of pressure off his shoulders and he's just able to play in the way that he naturally will play?
Great question. It's a mix of three things: natural talent, willingness to learn, and ability to be coached. Now, me, as much as anyone, catches flack for coaching people and how I do it in a tough situation, but the reality of the situation is we're playing for millions of dollars, and you know, people can make money that their grandkids are going to be finding useful during ALGS and just esports in general. And finding a player like Funk, who is not only young, because the kind of diverging things that happen in esports is you find people who are extremely young, but unfortunately immature, and that affects their ability to be coached and be molded into the player the team needs them to be. Funk is one of the most mature people I've ever met at his age. Mix that with his ability to listen to constructive criticism, but also give it back to people and not just be able to sit there and be berated, but also, you know, stand up for himself and share his viewpoint in a acceptable way. And then just his raw talent. I mean, Funk is up there with literally the most mechanical players in the game. And I think as this year goes on, more and more people will come to understand that.
Now, even though you've already mentioned that, you know, POI draft, you have found ways of manipulating that in your favor with how the zones have been, and quite rightly so. We've always respected you as an IGL who's been able to adapt to poor situations you may find yourself in. If a zone doesn't go your way, you find yourself in a bad spot, you always seem to find a way to get out of it. What would you attribute that to? Why are you an IGL that can adapt to what seems like any scenario that you are put in front of?
Well, it's an attribute that a couple people have in Apex, but it's not as much as a lot of people think it has so much to do with like being smart and, you know, like being this like super like talented player, which it does have some role, but it's more so just your ability to just take in information live and just see which teams are where, and understanding like certain themes in the game. Like the simplest one is we three have purple armor. This team in the corner has blue armor. Let's just run them over and create a path to the zone. It's a thing a lot of teams don't do, is they try to let the game dictate them rather than dictating their game. And it comes with experience, right? After IGLing, I used to be a shit IGL, 5 years ago, right? But after 10, 20, 30 games of walking into zone and never making a play, you begin to learn like, wait, maybe we could take the reins here a little bit and control the narrative. And that's just what comes with experience. All the top IGLs in Apex are all the most experienced ones. So yeah.
I think it's a fantastic answer. In fact, you've given several today, so I'm not going to keep you for any longer than necessary. I'm sure that you've got some celebration, and importantly, some relaxation to do. Thank you, Sweet, for joining us.
Thanks. Yeah, it's fucking 110 degrees in Vegas. I'm like itchy as I gotta go. All right, thanks guys. Take it easy.
I agree. Also, being in Vegas, it is very hot outside, but thankfully aircon exists in America, so I'm okay.
I was gonna say it's 110 degrees in this room, and I'm in the UK, and we don't do aircon, as everybody knows. So yeah, at least you have aircon. I'm just sweating. That's all that's happening.
All right. Well, I think it's high time that we get you to a break, because you have been honestly going wild over the course of today, whether it be from almost triple LG wins to the chaos of EMEA this morning. On set, I'm just going to need one more thing from you, and that is your thoughts to wrap up today's NA Matchday 6.
Well, firstly, fantastic job to you for hosting for the first time the ALGS. I think you've done a great job. Secondly, congratulations to LG, dominating that lobby in a way which, it doesn't matter if some people may say that these two lobbies are the weaker ones. Some of the bigger teams are in 8. If you can come out of it with that kind of points total and that kind of domination, it really does set you up for success when you move forward. So congratulations to LG. I'm really excited to watch the continued evolution of this team. And honestly, when they get to LAN, which it looks like they're going to as well, I want to see where they stack up, because with the way they're playing at the moment, you got to look, maybe there is a potential for someone to be in that argument as someone to take the tournament itself.
Very well could be. And Gaskin, I know that it's hot where you are, though fortunately you've got some air conditioning. How would you cool us down with some wise words?
There's also a swimming pool out the back, so I could probably dive in that, and that would cool me down. Maybe not cool everyone else down, but I will say, enjoy tomorrow. I hope you enjoyed today, because this might be the last time we see the compositions that we had on our screen today. It could be the end of Bangalore Bloodhound with the changes coming in, with the patch next week as well. It might still sneak through, but I'm excited to see how those changes are going to develop, and I'm very excited for it for sure. But thank you, dear, for hosting today. I appreciate it, and it's been a really fun time.
I'm glad to hear it. I'm feeling all happy, which is exactly how I should be towards the end of a broadcast. I'm going to let these two go. Thank you both, Onset and Gaskin, for joining us. And now that it's just you and me, the audience, you, not Onset and Gaskin, you, we get to look forward to tomorrow, is where I'm going. Tomorrow, we've got, of course, the next match day of EMEA, match day number 7, and as Gaskin so poignantly pointed out, it is the last day that we'll be playing on this patch before things change. For the better or for the worse, who's to determine? I'm going to bet it's for the better, as we've got lots to look forward to in the next patch. This is also when we will begin our final round robin of the split, the last chance for you to put up points in each of these matchups as we inch ever closer to LAN. Thank you all so much for joining us. We've had a wonderful time, and of course you can follow us on X, on Twitch, on Twitter, I said X already, and on YouTube at Play Apex Esports. It has been a blast today with all of the action, and of course we can look forward to much more tomorrow. I'm gonna go bully Gaskin because I don't have a pool, and that's really what I would love to jump into right now. Instead, it may be a few games of ranked before I head to bed, but we'll see what sort of choices get made there. I'll see you all tomorrow morning for EMEA Match Day 7.
I said we on fire, never been, never fold. Listen man, you don't want no smoke, you don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke, you don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. Fire, my whole team on fire, dominating down to the wire. I said we on fire, never been, never fold. Listen man, you don't want no smoke, you don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke, you don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke, you don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke, you don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke, you don't want no smoke.
I'm sticking it no matter what. Shit on! Nice. 60, 60, 60! On! I'll come. I'm punching him out. Your shit, buddy. No!